Her knowledge is unbelievable of drag racing, and Carla's great on the front counter. So please don't ever hesitate to come to the office, come and have a chat. And again, we're in a rebuilding phase, and hopefully you guys are along for the ride. So we really appreciate everyone being here today. So thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Andrew. Once again, I've got Laurie from IHRA here, so we'll get a couple of little updates from Laurie. So on to him.
Morning, everybody. Thanks very much for coming down here again. Just a few quick ones again. Everyone's probably well and truly aware of the new start line procedures out there, where that your crew can be and can't be. Everyone that's raced here since the Winter Nationals will know what we mean. That applies to all sportsmen's races, where you can't be in like the middle area of the track. Once that your car and that goes into full stage, you've got to be over against where the external walls are. So far, since the track has reopened, it's been really good. Just occasionally we come across people that haven't raced here before or haven't raced since the Winter Nationals, and we've just got to remind them about it. Last night there was, this was last night, but there was a number of children again driving buggies and that around. If you're the parents, just watch them. They must have a license and that, a car license to actually drive the buggy around. So just don't let them get on there, have an accident, run into somebody or run into somebody else's car. Probably won't end well, but I just can't think of anything else at the moment. Probably the start line part of it is about the most important part of it anyway, so everybody knows, and it's for your own safety, so nobody out there actually gets run over. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Laurie. Okay, I've got a couple of things here. The first one is also to do with the start line. When you're on a buy run, the rule has now changed with IHRA, and we'll be enforcing it. If you are on a buy run, you must accept the tree. It's gone back to the old rule. It is not just crossing the water to be getting the win. So you must stage and accept the tree on a buy run to get the win in that race. Okay, and the other thing was we had a little incident down in at the third loop at the last race meeting. There was other factors, wind and a few things, but just want to remind everyone, when you pull off if you have parachutes down at the third loop, when you go around the third loop, we'll have people there to help roll your chutes, but if you can get yourselves out of your cars, get ready to move, and once your tow vehicle turns up, please hook up and move on. We had quite a lot of cars down there. Everyone wants to have a chat on how good their run was. Save it for when you get back in the pits. It's a fairly busy area, so can everyone please get your chutes rolled up, hook up your car when your tow car arrives, and move on. Also, when you come around that loop, try and move up as far as you can to the top of the away from the loop, just to give us more room, because we try to keep the show going pretty quickly today, any day. And it just helps us keep things going. That being said, you've probably seen the schedule for today. We're going to try and I'd like to try and get that schedule, pick up a bit of time. So if everyone can just listen to the calls, it may move around a wee bit. But just listen to the calls on the PA, be up in the lanes for your brackets during qualifying and racing, and we'll try and get through the day pretty quick. All right, to finish off, we've just got a couple of presentations for, we had some trophies which weren't ready for presentations for the QDRC for last season, which we're going to present now. So I'll just, it's only for the runners up of the bracket, so I'll call them out if they're here, if they can come up, and Greg will give you a trophy down there. So the first one's for Junior Dragster. The runner-up for last year's QDRC was Rusty Wilshire. Was it? All right, we'll get that to Rusty. Okay, in modified bike, Johnny Lewis was the runner-up for the QDRC last season. So Johnny, here he comes. Okay, moving on to Super Street. Angela Holtz was the runner-up. Angela? Okay. All right, moving on. In Super Sedan, our runner-up for the season was Mitchell Bauer. Top Sportsman, the runner-up was Daniel Morris, but Daniel's not here today. So we'll move on to Modified. Runner-up was Chris Reed. No, Chris, okay. And then our final one was for QDRC Comp Bike. The runner-up last year was Chris Collin. All right, that's it. Okay, thanks everyone. Have a great day's racing, and we'll see you all at the end of the night. Thank you.
Alright guys, welcome to QDRC. We're at Willowbank Raceway, beautiful Ipswich, Queensland. There's some great weather today. We've got looking at about a max of 23 today, a winter's day in Ipswich. It started off quite a cool morning. They've been out here, they've been prepping the track. We had a test and tune run at Willowbank last night, probably about 60 cars here at the test and tune. They got lots and lots of runs. There was, cars just rolling around, hot lapping, no problem at all. Make sure you get involved and get out here to the track and support those events. Look for the next test and tune. All the events are up on the website there, the whole calendar. You can find everything. And you can even rock up on the day and pay at the gate. But there's some great discounts and prizes as well for those that do enter online. So where you can try and take advantage of that facility. So, but we are here for the Queensland Drag Racing Championships, and it's a real honour for Overtaking Lane to get out here and be involved in this, and we'll be bringing all the races this season from Willowbank QDRC onto the live stream for you guys. So we hope that you do enjoy it, but we also hope that we can see a crowd out here. So there's a lot happening at the track this year, so it'd be great to see you guys out here and supporting the track as well. So if you are close by and you can get to the track, come out. You know, it's a fairly cheap day. I think between $20 and $30 to get in the gate. You know, it's a pretty good day for that. You know, it's going to cost you that to go to the movies, and you're going to get an entire day of racing out here at QDRC. We've got racing starting around 9. They're just filling up the lanes at the moment. So once that racing starts, we've got 3 rounds of qualifying today. There is also some testing happening. There is quite a lot of cars testing, and we've got Jamboree coming up just in a couple of weeks as well. Brisbane Jamboree, massive event. I'm sure you've heard that it's about to run again some of the world's fastest sports compact racing here at Willowbank. So make sure that you also support that one. We'll also be here to live stream that as well, and that will be on the Jamboree official YouTube channel. So you know, tune into that one or come out here. The crowd's going to be massive for that. Traders Alley, everything, the kids zone. There's so much happens at a Jamboree that it's not just racing. So, but racing today, as I said, 3 rounds of qualifying. Around 3 o'clock we'll move into racing, and then it starts to really get serious. So finals will be later this evening. So it's a great day of racing. There's heaps and heaps happening. Let us know in the comments if you're here already, you're ready to watch some racing. Give us a shout out. I'm trying to fill a little bit of a gap here in the airtime. We just had a presentation as well that we did show the driver's briefing this morning, and a little bit of a snippet from that. And there was a little presentation there for some of the runners-up and winners from the last season of QDRC. So as I said, the cars are just coming into the lanes and filling it up at the moment. So we're not far off starting racing, but there is a little bit of a wait. So there's time to get yourself set up. If you're tuned in at home, get it up on the big screen and get ready for all the action. Just to give you another bit of a heads up on how it'll run today on the live stream. As long as there's no issues we run into with the technical demons of you know, any of the YouTube, Facebook, or any of the wherever you're viewing from. This live stream will be for the qualifying. At the end of qualifying, there'll be a new live stream for racing. Now the way that it works, just so you know, to give you guys a bit of feedback, Facebook will allow us to live stream for 8 hours, and YouTube will allow us to live stream as long as we want, but that footage will only stay on the channel if we keep it under 12 hours. Anything after 12 hours just disappears. So, we need to make sure that we don't lose that all that action, because all these racers here would love to go home and watch their races at the end of the day, or in the next week, whenever they want to play it back and see their runs. So, so that's why we do split it into 2 streams to ensure that we don't go over that 12-hour mark. Today, as I said, we've got the stream on YouTube, we've got the stream on Facebook, we've even got a stream over on Twitch. So, so it's all happening. And a lot of that is a bit of a test ground for us, so it is something new to put it out onto multiple platforms. And we've been lucky to have a few sponsors outside of this. QDRC's completely, Willowbank is asked us to come out, and they're funding us to be here and covering our costs. But we've had some great channel sponsors as well at previous events and some upcoming events that have helped us be able to continue to upgrade our gear. We've got multiple new cameras. We've got 5 camera angles here today. So we've got Brad, who's holding the camera nice and steady there at the moment. He'll be roaming around the start line here, getting all the action in nice and close to the cars. We've got a trackside camera on the tower side here in the left lane, capturing that start line. We've got a 60-foot camera shooting from the 60-foot mark, back at the tree, back at the start line, getting an angle there for you. And I'm a bit further down the track on the right-hand side in the rocket lane with a panning camera on that side. And then lastly, we've got another camera up in the tower shooting down for the time boards. So on top of that, we've got the audio running from the commentary team, and we'll certainly hear from them today. More around that racing period when they get real serious in the commentary. But enjoy the action today. As I said, we're about to go. We've got a couple of cars ready to roll. We've got a starter on the line, so it looks like we're pretty close to getting going. Tell us where you're viewing from today. If you're enjoying the stream, have a chat in the comments and go from there. And Alan tuning in from work, I'm hearing, so good on you, Al. I think that's great, and I know that myself, I certainly do enjoy that as well. We've got a TV in the shop at home, and it is good to watch live streaming throughout the day and keep your work day going, and you're not missing everything when you can't be at the track. And that's exactly why we're here doing this sort of thing for those people. So do enjoy that. Shout out to Sally, who is at home working today and flat out with plenty on this weekend, so hopefully she gets to have a bit of a listen to what's happening out here and what we're doing today at the track. As I said, it will be a long day. The program's running through till 8:30 tonight, and that's if we keep everything on track and on time, that we're certainly hoping to do, but it could run over, so prepare for a long day of racing. I did sit here, the Lex from NZ, I hear. Tuning in from New Zealand, that is awesome. That is great to hear. And we had the last round of QDRC, went obviously out there across the world. We had well in excess of 5,000 people viewing at the last one, and that was great for our first stream of QDRC. And we do thank everyone for tuning in. And I think we had about 80% of the views came out of Australia, but there was certainly a number of views that came from elsewhere. So we had people watching in America, people watching in New Zealand, we had people watching in Japan. There's certainly people all over the place watching, and it was great to see. And although 80% of those viewers were watching in Australia, it was more than half of that was outside of a 2-hour zone of the track, so it was really for those people that couldn't be here. There's a lot of races that have got family at home watching as well, and it's great that we can be here to serve those guys as well, and they can enjoy the racing when they can't be here, and not miss out on seeing their family race and still be part of it. We've got a great field of juniors today, so they definitely have a lot of people tuning in, watching them and seeing their progression. So great to see. Stick with us. The racing should be up soon, and I don't really have much more I can rabbit on with, but I thank you for being here. Enjoy the racing today. I'll have a chat to you at the end of the day, but other than that, it's going to be a great day of racing. We'll throw to the commentary team as soon as they're ready to go, and enjoy. Thanks for being part of Overtake. Being here, please like, share this out, get as many people as we can on here. The live streams will continue, provided there's a reason for it to be there. So if we get the views, I'm sure there's going to be plenty more live streams and more events. So make sure that you do like it, hit that thumbs up, share it out there, let everybody know about it, and let's get a great crowd, not only here at track but also at home, and enjoy your day. Let's race.
to save you. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think it's funny before the best? If I back my stuff, I leave sooner than this. Don't you think it's funny before the best? If I back my stuff, I leave sooner than this. Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Oh, won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, but I stop myself for a while. I'm saying things I don't believe. The panic's rising up in you. Why won't you tell me something new? Don't you think it would be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think it would be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think it would be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think it would be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while.
We're about to get underway with our first qualifying session here for the Queensland Drag Racing Championships. If you're not in the lanes, you're going to miss out on that first session. So Super Sedan, Super Street, Junior Dragster to the lanes. All right, welcome to the Queensland Drag Racing Championships. It is qualifying session number 1 for Super Street on track. It is all about the reaction times here. First up in qualifying, off the trailer, what can you cut? Where will you qualify? We've got John Riley to take on Sean Taskins. Sean Taskis in the Capri, Riley in the Ute, the one-tonner. Taskis runner-up at the first QDRC this season. Reaction times are 017 for Riley, 083 for Sean Taskis. So John Riley is that early number 1 qualifier here in Super Street with a great 017. Let's see what their ETs are. 1103 for Sean Taskis, 1171 for John Riley. 120 mile an hour to 112. Next up, Troy Hutton in the Ute to take on Samantha Yulton. 017, that is the reaction time to beat here in Q1 for Super Street already. Hutton, I know, he's sharp on the tree. Very, very sharp on the tree in this year. So is Samantha, actually. As I'm joined by Terry Dale. It's the morning crew. Good morning, Terry.
Good morning, Mark. The morning crew. I feel like I should have a bowl of rice bubbles or something with me, mate.
Have you had the Weet-Bix, mate? You had your Weet-Bix. These
No,
guys. Let's see if these guys have. Oh, how about a 006 to an 011?
Wow, Hutton and Yulton, that is sharp, Mark.
Riley lasted one pairing with that 017. He's already dropped to number 3. Hutton goes to number 1. He goes through for a 1069 to Smith Yulton's 1161. How about that off the trailer?
That is sharp at 9 o'clock in the morning. That is impressive.
017 already to be better than just to get the top 3.
I have nothing to say about this except that is impressive. So Wade Moran and Craig Leighton. Craig, of course, in the Mighty Statesman, the Mustang of Moran. So let's see how these boys attack the tree this morning. Early, as I said, Mark, yeah. Mate, I don't know.
We haven't even had a lot out of these zeros yet.
Oh, well, hang on.
Oh, we have now.
We have.
Sides,
It's 008. And Craig will get that out of the road. Actually did well last meeting, except he just didn't get close enough with the round robin. I know he did do well, but he got very close to going into the final. But Moran runs the Mustang through for 11:42 at 118, and Craig an 11:57 at 117 in that mighty Aussie Diff Statesman.
Next up, Murray Flay now in the comm order to take on Terry Glasby in the fair lane.
Look at that. You can see the chill in the air because Glasby's fair lane just pumping out that little bit of condensation out the back, Mark. So here we are up in our little enclosed little goldfish bowl up here. But Glasby cuts a 142, Murray a 413. Murray looking to sharpen that later on, of course, but you don't know what the track's doing, what the car's doing. 11.99 for Glasby and a 13.21 for Murray in the Commodore.
And next up, Darren Pennington now in the Capri to take on Angela Holtz. We started off with a bang and then just died away a little bit here. Can we have Modified and Super Sedan to the lanes, please? Modified and Super Sedan to the lanes, please. Your first call to the lanes for Modified.
So Angela Holtz, Darren Pennington, the Capri versus the Monaro. Oh, they get out again. A 0-1-2 for Pennington. Darren's been pretty sharp, though, recently, Mark. So 106 there for Ange. She's had a good campaign at the winners as well.
100%, yeah. 0-1-2. Pennington puts him to number 3 in the qualifying order. 10.94 for Pennington and a 10.91 for Angela Holtz.
So it'll be interesting to see big field today, Mark, and we got some extra added spice with some testing in here today as well. A few of the races here doing a bit of testing for Jamboree, so that'll be coming up at the end of August. But have a look, big skid there from Mr. Ray Ross, as it is. How often would you see? I feel like I'm at Mopar Sunday. Seriously, Ray Ross and Cole Marshall. 2 Chargers in the house, the RCE Performance Charger of Marshall, the Kevin Kent Racing Charger of Ray Ross. This will be a test too. I did see the guys. Did you see the track prep? I know they had the sprayer out, so we know with Ray it'll be a wheels up affair.
No, I didn't see the track getting prepped.
I saw him drive up the return road, so I don't know. We're going to find out, I guess. It's definitely not no prep, Mark. We know that.
Well, yeah, we know that Ray can run quicker than that 10.00 out the back door. He usually does back off across the finish line just to stay above that 10 flat.
Keep it
limit,
safe.
Yeah, limit in Super Street.
Look at that beautiful red Charger too. Look at that. That's a great photo. I should have grabbed the camera out there. But yeah.
Well, we don't usually see Ray cut 2:48.
No.
That's a bit slow for Ray.
Maybe it's a bit too early in the morning for him. I don't know. We'll have to have a chat to him about that, Mark.
Ooh, and he goes quick too. 998, 132 mile an hour. So the conditions are good. Track is good.
Yeah, slow off the tree, but fast at the end. So nice work. I like that Cole Marshall 11-1-1-1.
All the ones.
How cool is that? If you're a numbers person, there it is. Tanisha Marshall up against Wayne Nippers. Wayne in the Camaro. The Holden, of course, of Marshall. Wayne gets out with a 0.47. Tanisha a 1.83. The Camaro, I think Wayne's committed to the QDRC this year after the Winter National. I think he's enjoying racing again. So 10.83 at 121 for Nippers and 11.55 at 117 for Marshall in that good-looking Holden.
You can't keep that Camaro in the shed, mate. We want to see it out on the track.
I agree.
Yeah. Mark Rosso now, another Camaro on track to take on Jenny Ashen in the Commodore. Already we've had 14 cars down the track in qualifying here in Super Street. It's a red light. Yeah, red light for Rosso. 106 though, clean green for Jenny Ashen.
Yeah, 106 there for Jen, and let's see what she can put the Commodore through.
It sounded like someone backed off actually.
It did actually. It might have been Jenny because that car usually runs quicker than that. 11.72 and 11.61 for Rosso. That's a back off too. So maybe they're just, I don't know. Maybe they're waving at each other as they're heading down, Mark, or changing the radio station to 4KQ. I have no idea what these races do.
They're changing to 88 FM, aren't they?
Oh,
to listen in. There you go.
Do you honestly think they want to listen to us?
Well, this is a guy that raced in Modified for a while. Hans Oos down there.
Hannes, yeah. He most certainly did.
And Bud Kelly.
The HQ. So Hannes in the SCG Racing Parts Maloo. 008 for Bud Kelly, red, but a 155 for Hannes. So Mr. Ice will go through. Tell you what, the HQ's got some juice. 10.72 at 125 and a 12.07 at 118 for Hannes in the Maloo. HQ, that's got some packing some power. Speaking of power, we've got Christine Thompson and Carl Grading, the little nitrous Fairmont, up against the BA Ford of Thompson. We are in Super Street. We welcome everybody who's sitting at home, who's got up early and is having their bacon and eggs at home and watching the overtaking lane coverage of this event. My name is Terry Dale and I'm here with Mark Allen. We've been commentating here for a long time and we love it. It's good to have you all on board.
Well, another red light there. This time it's Carl Grading going too quick by 0.092 of a second. Christine Thompson out with a 196.
Something up there with Christine's car.
Yeah, it's definitely off the pace at the moment. Grading, no issues, 11.18, 118 miles an hour. And Christine will roll through for a 15.18, 91 mile an hour.
Car usually comes in with a big top-end charge in that Ford, so something's a little bit amiss there. I'm sure Tomo will have a look at it and sort it out.
Well, we've had 20 cars down the track now. Just to make the top half of the field, you've got to be better than a 142 on the tree at the moment to make the top half.
Good work.
006 is the light speed to get the number one spot.
It's no pressure, Mark. They're not in qualifying one even. There's no pressure. So Georgie Wagner and Travis Greaves, the XE Falcon of Greaves with that big air cleaner sticking out the bonnet. Just waiting for Georgie to come through in the little Sprinter.
Well, it is this qualifying session that sets the field for racing later on. So this is the session where you need to be on the money.
Yeah.
Straight off the trailer, what can you cut? Because that's where you're going to qualify. You don't get any second chances.
Well, we talk about round one, though, Mark. We've got round one will come through at probably around 3:30. So conditions will be different. I'll tell you what, Travis got out a little bit slow, but the car's got some go. Have a look what Greaves can run that Ford through to. A 10.60 at 126. Georgie Wagner in the Corolla, an 11.13 at 117. Now, do we talk about age with George? George has got to be 87, I think, now.
He's up there in the late 80s now, yeah. It's
how impressive is that? There's hope for you and I, Mark.
There is hope for both of us.
So, Darcy North and William Keogh, a couple of Fords.
Yeah, Keogh out with a 205 light and Darcy out with a 693. So probably put him in the bottom half of the field at the moment in qualifying. As we see William go through for a 12.09 and Darcy a 12.05. Only 88 miles an hour though for Darcy, so there's
something went.
Yeah, definitely in the mid 11s out the back door. Normally there for Darcy looking at those numbers.
So William Keogh and no, wait for you. Oh, when you got the mighty panel van in the house, it feels like I'm hanging out at the servo in 1976. So Daryl Angel and Matt Francis, Tuner Racing panel van, gets out with a 0.95. There's another 0 mark. A 4.16 for Daryl Angel in the Chevelle. The van goes through for a 10.31 at 130, and the Chevelle a 10.99 at 120 mile an hour. That's a quick panel van.
Yeah. How's this field in Super Street? We are this will make 27 down the track here in qualifying with John Massey in the Hornet for Styromax.
What is it really, John? What is he doing? Does he even know what to do?
Brianna just behind.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, why is
Oh,
John
he goes equal number 1 in qualifying with a 006.
That's throwing some serious shade early on, isn't it?
Yeah,
really?
that'll put him in the number 2 spot there.
Serious shade, John. Thank you for that, Mr. Styromax.
11.95, 118 mile an hour. 006, he goes to number 2, so that would mean I forgot who was in number 1 now. We can't look at the qualifying because it's gone.
I would say that as John is driving through the line, Mark, he's just going, Styromax the world! Because we know that's his business over there, him and Bree's business and the family business over at Darra. Do all sorts of foam work and all sorts of gear. And, yeah, if you ever get a chance to go over there and have a look, they do a lot of really good work. But that was interesting, Mark. What a great thing. So we got, look, if you are modified or super sedan, you should be at the lanes. So, Mark, what a day you and I have planned, mate.
It's a big day for us, mate.
It is. You and I don't think haven't called together since the Winter Nationals,
Yeah, Winter
maybe.
Nationals, yeah.
That's in June.
Been
You
a
know
while.
that seems like that seems like an era ago, and here we are in August. Can you believe it? We're getting closer and closer to the end of the year. It's a little bit frightening, to be honest, but interesting to see. Look, the track looks beautiful. I know you guys are watching at home on OTL, and it's pretty sweet. The track looks good. The cars have been quick already, Mark, which is really good. And you and I, we've called many a event together. We have Wade Benson as well on the microphone later
Where
on
is
as well.
Wade? Is he here?
Mate, I want to know, has he got a late note?
Yeah. What's going on with Wade? He
I
should
know.
be.
You know what? He's probably stopped to get us coffees.
That's what it is. I'm sure when he walks up, he'll have some coffees.
I can guarantee you will not have coffees. You'll go, I got caught in traffic, or, I had to do something, or we've always got an excuse. We need a late note. So I'm not too sure what's going on here,
Well, I
Mark. Are they
think
checking the beams?
I think it might be IHRA just going through the procedures with one of our junior dragster drivers.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so. Just the way that we see Laurie from IHRA there in stage. It looked like he might have been explaining some things. So I know that IHRA do go through a procedure with the kids racing junior dragster when it's their first time. They get shown like start line, what happens. You go through it so they understand exactly.
Because as you and I, look, it might be easy for someone like you, especially if you're racing a faster car than me, with me just racing street cars. But when you when you go down the track for your first ever run, whether it be in a 17-second car or a 10-second car, you kind of need to know the lay of the land, and it's quite difficult. You go, well, was that half track that I just passed? You might be looking at it from the grandstands along, but when you get out there, it feels so much different, Mark, doesn't it?
The track feels a lot smaller.
Yes. And as you go faster, it feels skinnier again.
It does. It really does.
So,
yeah.
So you're going through it probably, 160?
170 mile an hour.
170 mile an hour? Yeah, 170. I'm going through at about 100.
Yeah.
So you've got a lot on top of me, so I'm never going to race you in the fast car versus my slow car. But even at that speed, you're thinking that it feels the track getting skinnier. And it only starts to get wider as you do it more and more often, because then you get that time in your head. And you and I have always talked about the time in your head as you get used to doing something
it becomes
over and over
slower,
again.
yeah. Everything feels a bit slower. You think about what's happening on the pass, where you're at on the track, where your competitor is at. The more experience you get, you're right. It just you
know
get a
when to
little bit of
womp.
time. You know when to womp.
You know when to
That's
womp.
it. Yeah. I'm already doing the maths in my head. Okay. Well,
Yeah, you are. That's exactly
I've
right.
gotten pretty good at knowing how I've reacted to the tree. So it's like,
I
okay,
guarantee you don't.
that was slow. That was about a 50 or a 60.
See, I love that, and that just comes with years of being behind the wheel, or sitting on a bike. It's just that's the way it works, and so it's a good thing that they do actually show these guys, because it is. I remember I talked to Wayne and Kay, Wayne Humphreys and Kay Gooley, and they were at one of the regional tracks, and she's gone through and didn't realise it was the end of the track, and just kept going through, and then, whoa, hang on, that was the finish line. Because if you're at a track you've never been to, it can be quite daunting.
Yeah, well,
and that's in a car that's a lot quicker than a junior dragster.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So having these guys learn it early solves any issues.
Exactly, and the other thing is like the gate down the bottom end as well.
That's right, yes, because they come out.
Just little things like that. And you know, the left lane goes first,
Yeah.
right lane goes through next. Yeah, just little things like that, and it just gives the kids confidence. And
Yeah.
because obviously they're going to be nervous.
And we've got a
You
big
got
field.
The butterflies nervous.
Yeah,
And
and we've got a big field of junior dragsters today, and there's always more and more coming in. You know what?
Wade Benson's here in the.
Here he is with his 0 and no coffees for Mark and I.
Didn't get the memo. I see.
Seriously,
Yeah.
this is what, you know what? This is why we should have had Tiana on the microphone with us and not Wade today, because at least she might
She's
have
a
bought
professional.
Yeah,
She's a professional.
She would have come. She will come in with Tinkerbell wings on but she won't have coffees for us.
No.
No.
Yeah. She's not at that age yet. Where we
So-
need the coffee to operate.
Modified super sedan. Wade's not at that age yet. Modified super sedan. And we give them the call for the junior dragsters, so they should be up
well,
there.
Junior Dragster will
They
be their
should be
first
there.
qualifying session, so as we spoke about this morning. This is the pressure cooker situation for them in Q1. Like to hit that tree, because everyone wants to qualify well. You want the bragging rights as well. You want to be #1 qualifier.
So who's
Current championship
Yep.
leader, Vance Pirano. He won the opening event for the QDRCs. Dakota Bragg was runner-up. We look at the top 5. Alex Kidd, Nevaeh McDougall, and Dixon Canelli all in the top 5. So all those 5 drivers actually had 3 wins from 3 starts at the end of round 3 of racing. But that's how critical that third round racing is, with being close to your dial and knowing your car.
But I suppose, look, even if you get your 3 wins and you don't get a win or a runner-up on the day, those points are critical
100%.
because at some point in time, you only need to have a bit of luck go your way or a bit of bad luck go the way of the other guys in front of you or girls in front of you, and it can be open. It can be just, okay, I did everything as I was expected to do, and I've done well, and here I am sitting in the box seat.
You've hit the nail on the head there. The QDRCs is about consistency. It's about getting around. It's not really, obviously event wins is great, but if you consistently win 2 out of 3 races every round of the championship, you're going to be in with a shot at that final round where it becomes eliminations. There's more points involved.
Yes, eliminations, that sorts them out, Mark. It's and we talk about the comparison to the QDRC to the street meets, and you can actually win, you can actually make that top 8 by not even making a final through the whole 7 seasons.
As long as
And
you're
the
consistent.
QDRC is exactly the same, except when they get to the finals, it's knockout and it's on. Well, there you go, Tyler Billette at a 0.99 for the TBRE Performance A Junior. Paige King cuts a red to get it out of the road for the day, and runs through for an 8.75 and 96.
Well, there you go. That's the light to beat. 0.99, Tyler Bell.
Yeah.
He's our #1 qualifier at the moment. That won't hold up.
Oh, look at that. Mark's just gone in. He's gone in. He
That
said
will not
no.
hold up. It's solid. It's solid. It should get into the top half, but I don't believe that'll be good enough for #1 spot at the moment.
Well, it might last this round. We've got Rowling and Harvey.
I just got to say, I've got to call it the way I see it.
You know what? Your honesty is your best asset, Mark, and I'm appreciative of the fact that you're being honest. And you're going like, that's just not good enough.
No.
If you make a junior dragster try today, I'm just going to only commentate the way.
I think the goal is always kind of 0 line.
Yes.
You want to be in the zeros, which is what Tyler was.
So Rowling and Harvey.
Yeah,
We might see a good light here. I reckon that light will just that'll last first round.
There you go, 007, light from heaven, Max Rowling. He goes to #1. Harvey goes
Knew
#2, 037.
We knew it'd happen. These guys are sharp. Carlos and Max.
Quick
Rowling 793 and Harvey an 862. But as Mark and I discussed, 007 for Rowling, 037 for Harvey. 037, not good enough. It's a brutal.
It's good enough for second at the
We've had 2 runs. That's
And
it. And it's like,
I would even say that Carlos is 037 probably won't stay there either.
no, I reckon so too. Someone's going to pull one out of the top hat. But here we go. So what have we got, Mark? We got,
I'll just do a quick call, mate. Modified, eliminated to the lanes, please. Modified to the lanes, please.
so Tamika Carslake, Neil Paul.
007. That is the reaction time to beat.
Will Tamika be able to cut it? They've got, will they be able to do it in the A and the B?
099, that'd be better than 099, will get you in the top 3.
Oh, there he goes. 0.56 for Paul. A red light for Carslake, but a 0.86 red light. So Tamika got a little bit to work there. That's good. An 8.67 for Tamika and an 8.43 for Neela, but with 0.56 light. You know it's coming, Mark. I reckon one of these juniors are going to rattle off a 001, I reckon.
001 or triple two?
I don't want to go in too early, but yeah.
I think we could see a trip. The way that we've seen the lights come this morning, man, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a few
Possibilities? These two could do it. Dakota Bray, Siobhan Harvey.
Well, Dakota runner-up at the opening of the Queensland Drag Racing Championship this season. Currently number 2 in the championship. Siobhan Harvey.
Overseas and Australian winner.
Yeah, you're international.
International winner. How good is Siobhan?
Won in 2 different countries. It's impressive. That's one on your resume.
So that's a little bit. Look, this is first qualifier, and this is almost like a finals race because you know how good they are. So the nerves and the butterflies, if anybody's going to have them, it'll be these two, but they don't get them. I think they'll just push them to the side and say, I don't need that. I'm just going to go through my process.
Deep stage for Harvey. Doesn't matter. Dakota Bray goes 0-1-0, good enough for number 2. Siobhan Harvey goes 0-1.
Both sharp on the tree, aren't they, Mark?
Yeah, 8.25 for Dakota Bray, 73 mile an hour. 8.10 for Harvey, 82 mile an hour. And Dakota will go number 2. I think Harvey will go to number 3, and she does. So, at the moment, Rowling is number 1, Bray number 2, Siobhan Harvey number 3 with 31. That is the reaction time.
There's a lot of zeros in there.
There is.
There is a lot of zeros in there. We thought that
6
in...
of the 8 juniors have already gone into 0 lights. Incredible.
Alex Kidd and Amelia Wright. Amelia in the Mighty Mouse Tools A Junior. The Ballots Bobcat Service A Junior, of course. All the way from beautiful Highfields. So Kidd and Wright. 2 A's, 2 older races. That's not being derogatory, that just actually is the fact. They're in the A Junior Dragsters. So let's see what Alex and Amelia can do. Got some tough competition. You'll be watching those lights come up going, oh, come on. Oh, 138 for Alex, a red light, a 139 red for Amelia. Got an itchy trigger finger early on, but that's okay. She'll run it through for an 8.30 at 78 mile an hour, and Alex an 8.46 at 69 mile an hour with a 1.38. So, Mark, there's about 11 billion. Actually, there's not.
You love your
there's
11
quite,
billion.
how many is there? There's quite a few in the field.
We've
though.
had 10 so far down the track. I didn't actually print out the entry list.
I actually did. Because I thought about, I had a couple of things. I thought, well, will Wade bring us coffee? And he didn't, but I better at least print out the entry list. Oh. There you go. There's your entry list, Mr. Allen.
Yeah, you're right. There's 1, 2, 3, 11 billion. Yeah.
That is exactly it. It doesn't tell us how many.
Yeah, Jacob Schultz on track for SCG Racing Parts and A Civil to take on Devay McDougall for SVO Transport and Towing. Now, Jacob, very, very good on the tree as well. Has he got enough to go better than a 007 for Max Rowling at the moment, number 1 in Junior Dragster?
You've got to have a crack at it, Mark, don't you?
You do.
It's like you're going, hang on, well, look, do I do it? Or do I go
Tell you what, he does. 004, shut the door. But Jacob Schultz, the baby Bill goes 093. Jacob goes to that number 1 spot at the moment. He rolls through for an 856, 75 mile an hour. Nevaeh McDougall goes 861 at 77 mile an hour. Jacob Schultz straight to the top.
He is in the house. Jacob's just fired one across the bow. So there you go. I'm not here to just make up the numbers. Jasmine Kidd, Chase Carslake.
Now, if you want to be in the top 3, you need to go in the double O's.
How tough is this? It's
Double
a tough
O's
gig.
now, halfway through the field, and already you need to be in the double O's to make either 1, 2, or 3.
What a tough qualifier. You said it would be. You said this is critical, and you are absolutely spot on, Mark. And what will pan out? This is interesting.
Jasmine Kidd now, Chase Carslake. It's a 007 red for Kidd, very close. 030 for Carslake.
So many reds. have they been listening into 88 FM and listening to you talking about the importance of cutting a good light and getting in there early on? Have you put undue pressure on these junior dragsters?
Well, they shouldn't be listening to me. 836 there for Chase Carslake. It goes 878, 73 mile an hour.
That is not true, Mark. You do give good advice because you've got a good racing brain on your head. So you're probably right. They should be listening. And if they're not listening...
Well, they should be listening to if they want to know what the numbers are to be.
Yes, actually, yes. Because if they get, you're right, if they're sitting there with the crew and they've got 88 FM on it, they go, well, so-and-so's just done that, so-and-so. Well, this is where you need to be. And if that junior dragster knows that they need to do what they have to do, rather than they've got a bit of insider information.
So there's two trains of thought here with qualifying. Do you go with the train of thought where I know I can go a solid bike like a 50 or 60 every day of the week? I know I can do that. But when you start to try and take a little bit more off, trying to get that number one spot, there's the chance of the red light. The train of thought is if I go solid, that'll should put me in the top half of the field. But I won't get those buy runs if I'm in 1, 2, or 3.
But if I go for it...
Well, there's a chance I could go 1, 2, or 3, but I go red at the bottom of the field, which you don't want because then you get one of the tougher races.
That is tantalising because it's like... you know what? It's just easy, mate. It's just... Drag racing is just in a straight line. It's not hard. Calm yourself.
So Carl Schultz here in the A Civil Junior. Well, just seen his brother go to the number one spot with 004, Jet Pirano.
So what will the little A Civil do, or the Beck's Hairlands do? I reckon this will be tight. I reckon.
Yeah, 004. Need to be in the 00s to get in the top 3.
Just waiting for Jet to nudge it in. There you go. Oh, look!
Identical. There you go. How about 097 both sides of the track there with Carl Schultz, Jet Pirano across the finish lane. Carl Schultz goes 799. How about 799 both sides of the track as well?
That is unreal. That is something you
identical
don't see
on the tree, identical across
day.
the finish line there.
That is just trippy.
97 both sides, 799 both sides.
Wow. 799. Yeah, I took a photo. 799 and both 097 lights. That was... How often would we have called that? Like,
nah.
That's a rare beast.
So far, 16 juniors down the track. We've got 11 of them already in the 0 light region. Just to make the top half of the field, you've got to be better than an 090. Vance Pirano now, the number one at the moment in the points for the Queensland Drag Racing Championship in Junior Drags, to take on Cody Sedmak, the JTS Racing Junior.
Now, not the weight of the world on his shoulders, but
it's good
a little bit of undue pressure, because you'll either deal with that pressure or you don't deal with that pressure.
Well, he's got the target on his back now. Everyone is aware of what Vance can do because he is currently the championship leader.
And you know what? He doesn't care. He'll still crack a 117. Not his best light, but still very, very tidy. And a 264 for Cody. Vans goes through for an 873, and Cody a 916 in the B.
Yeah, 75 mile an hour, both sides of the track there. Next up, it will be Canuli versus Canuli. Nixon to take on Taylor.
If only this was racing, because it could be a bet for who packs the dishwasher at home, or you know what I mean?
I think it might be cousins.
Oh, that'd be like, well, hang on, that'd be like who has to look after the younger kids at the Christmas party.
Yeah, that's
something like that. Go, no, I don't want to have to look after the little kids.
Nixon's obviously the older of the C, he's the A junior, where Taylor is the C junior dragster.
I think there's about 7,000 A Civil cars here today. Very well represented.
They all look really nice as well.
Most definitely.
Yeah, so we can see Taylor and Canuli now just outside the pre-stage area, and Nixon about to move forward. You can hear a little dry hops. How good is Nixon's is not good as well with that white?
That is that it's almost like gold embossing down the bottom. It looks pretty tricked, doesn't it? It looks like it should be actually in a car showroom, like up on the pedestal. Like, you know, if you set your dreams right, you can have one of these, kids. You know what I mean? Look at it. Looks pretty good. Got the little the hood on top as well. What's the? Is it a scallop effect on the top of that hood too, mate? Your eyes are younger than mine.
It's got a bit of a cut out there. Look,
it looks good.
Yeah. Look at the reaction time. Nixon really goes 137. Taylor goes 172. Nixon, the quicker of the two, will go through for an 8.13 at 81 miles an hour. And Talon nearly goes through for an 11.98 at 52.92 mile an hour. So Nixon 8.13, Talon 11.98.
That's a good example of an A versus a C2 as well.
Yeah, the speed difference.
The spread.
20 junior drags.
20 juniors. That we've still got more.
We've got another Knijff. This time it's Christian Knijff.
So whether they're
one of the old junior drags.
yeah, it is. So is there a is it licensing or no? I don't know.
Possibly, yeah. We saw that pass anyway for Christian Knijff here.
There's a whole lot of drag racing brains down there on the start line, isn't there, Mark?
There is. There really is.
It's a whole lot of brains just for a junior dragster. Are they that complicated, Mark? You drove one for years.
When I raced junior dragsters, they were nothing like that. They were Ron Murray back then.
Don't you dare just tell me I only wore a flannelette shirt back then. You still wore a suit.
Yeah, I wore a white suit, but I tell you what, the juniors were a bit different back then. The technology has advanced well and truly since I raced juniors.
Everything from the chassis to the motors to everything.
Yeah, it's only been a couple of weeks since I stopped racing juniors.
Oh. I remember us having it that winters when we tried to put you in one.
Oh yes, there's video.
That
video on YouTube.
You trying to it was like I don't know.
Yeah, Chad Nailon with the TV show for the drag racing show.
Trying to put you in there. It was,
oh, look at that, Christian Knijff, 087 on the street.
That was a good run. A 791 at 82 and a 087.
Should put him in the top half of the field for qualifying. Now we've got Lexi Lancaster.
So Lexi might be. So we need modified bike and top sportsman to the lanes, please. Modified bike and top sportsman to the lanes, please. So was it Lexi?
So I think Lexi's definitely licensed.
Oh, good little junior too. Look at that thing. That's tidy.
Actually, looks like one of the ones that was around when I raced juniors.
Well, if it cuts a double O,
it looks like what I call a motivational junior drag.
if it cuts a double O, it will know it was your old one, won't it?
No, not mine. So Lexi.
Is Cole just helping every junior dragster out down there today?
He's a good bloke, Cole.
But it's like he's just down there doing everything he can to help the sport that is junior dragster. They'll have a run at they'll have its own category at Jambo. Well, technically it's a small engine, big horsepower car, isn't it?
Yeah. 100%.
No, it's not. It's not happening, Mark. Come on, you know it's not.
So I'm just watching Cole just helping Lexi trying to get into stage. So Lexi's got to hit the accelerator just to try and pump the junior in. Looks like Cole might be doing it for him.
That's called a manual start. A manual stage. 486 for Lexi. I reckon that is.
Nice and straight. Yeah,
good work.
He got out 173 to the 60 foot. Well, that's a super street 60 foot right there.
And there's the tail down. Lexi will be having a look and going, well, where's? I know where the exit is. Now I can have a little look.
It sounds like Lexi might have.
Maybe the car's gone quiet. No, it's still rolling. So
still rolling, yeah. Yeah.
And this track is flat. So unless you've got any
motion
motion behind you, it's going to stop very quickly. Have you been down the new track?
No, I haven't actually.
Oh, I missed officials day, so I didn't get to do it. So I'm really keen.
I didn't come out to officials day.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Yeah.
Wade did. I think he won 5 trophies or nothing. Actually, you know what I think he got? Sausage sizzle. Eating the most at the sausage sizzle. And that's how I usually feel when I get there. So who we got here? You can see the overtaking lane crew just getting in the good shots. We actually should have I should have brought my Galaxy, and we could have had the live stream here We could have been watching the live stream while calling the non-live stream.
Inception, mate. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because like, how do you go? We'd be like, do we be able to listen to ourselves and see how bad a commentary we are? Because everyone around Australia is listening.
Yeah, we've got Nixon.
Oh, look at that.
Track, yeah. This will be another light sensor pass.
A 148's a good light. Hit the tree well. For a newbie, that's really good. A 9001 at 69 miles, nearly 70 miles an hour. So that's good. I'll tell you, I wonder how that feels first time.
It would
70
feel,
mile an hour.
And when I look at the 60 foots, 1.81 seconds, you're definitely going to get pushed back in the seat a little bit with that. So it would, he'd be pretty happy right down there, Nixon King.
I think a good example of that, Mark, is if you have ever raced your street car here, and it's just a regular street car, and you think about the fact that over a quarter mile, over the 400 metres, you might have, say, I don't know, a Hyundai or a Kia or something, and maybe it runs like 17s, and it might tap out at about 80 something odd mile an hour. Well, these junior dragsters, these A's, are doing 80 mile an hour at half track.
Yep.
So it doesn't take any
So they're doing,
idea to see how fast they're going.
they're doing
They're
0
quite
to
good.
100k an hour, probably 6 to 7 seconds.
So that's like maybe a Kia Stinger or something, you know, of that
Yeah.
sort of thing, or even I'm going to go electric here, maybe a BYD or the new Polestars, the electric ones that are pretty quick.
So
that's what you're kind of looking at, but it's in a tiny little car with someone under 18.
Yep. Well, you think about they're doing 130 kilometers an hour in 7.9 seconds for those
Yeah.
AJ.
That's excellent.
0 to 130 in 7.9 seconds.
Well, now it's going to get a little bit louder, Mark. We are moving into Super Sedan. We have Damien Morris and Judy Pukas. Damien, of course, in the Horsepower Developments Monaro, the Coyote Racing Supercharged Valiant of the Pukas family. How good does that thing look? Tough as nails. Both these competitors, they've been around for quite some time. Really competitive. Damo's had some really good success. Gets out with a 0.35, Judy a 0.38. That is both hit the tree nicely there, Mark.
Yeah, solid lights from both drivers. Damien Morris is currently second in the championship of Super Sedan, goes through for a 9.94, 133 mile an hour. Judy Pukas goes 9.95, 119 mile an hour. Next up, Wayne Hyde to take on Gary Clark. Hyde in the Toyota, Clark in the Tirana.
Yeah, the little low-slung Tirana up against the low-slung Celica. Both of those cars sitting down there on the start line, like fair income drag cars, don't they? It looks like it's a day at the drags. You'd have that as a photo of day at the drags, because it's a couple, a Japanese car with a V8 and an Aussie car with a V8. How good is that? A bit of wheel spin there from Wayne, but that's okay. It's 0.6.
Oh,
whoa, hold up. Whoa. Absolutely. Just got loose there, Mark. And
I
just
missed what actually
Gary had to really work hard to grab a hold of that thing.
Wayne Hyde goes through for a 9.28. Gary Clark, though, issues there. I'm trying to know if it... I was looking down at the screen here in the commentary box, so I didn't see what happened. I just seen him coming to a stop sideways there.
Just got loose there, Mark. And, Gary grabbing at the wheel. He's hopping out. He's going to jump the fence and run. Oh, no. Let's make sure he's good, because it's like the car, he had to hold on to that thing. He had to work very, very hard to keep that thing.
Can you see it? Doesn't look like there's any sort of fluid on the track. I'm just wondering if something maybe... Was it spinning? Did you see if it was spinning?
No, I didn't. It's just sort of like...
something broke?
Yeah,
maybe?
something might have.
So we'll have to get Gary off the track there in the Tirana. Well, the main thing is Gary's fine, the car's fine, other than if something has broken in it, but
yeah,
didn't touch a wall.
So having a look, we're just waiting to hear what. It's a bit of hand waving and whatever, and we got the ambulance to make sure that Gary's okay.
Yeah, make sure.
Because you don't know. See, just because, and as you know, Mark, very, very well, is when we talk about tyre shake and the car's getting loose, you've got to remember that there's a human being in that thing being thrown around trying to work very hard.
He's done a good job.
Yeah, most definitely. And Gary is a seasoned racer.
And because you're strapped in so tight, you're right. You feel everything that the car's doing, like
Your guts are moving around.
everything. Mate.
Everything. Your brain's moving around, your head, your body, your guts are moving around because you're being
You're a
thrown
part of
here
the
to
car.
there.
You're literally part of the car because of how you're strapped in. And so we will be back underway of qualifying very, very shortly. We'll get Gary off the track. We'll get him checked out, make sure everything is A-OK.
So as I said, the call for top sportsman and modified, modified bike, you should be in the lanes. So just making sure that Gary's okay. You can see our recovery quad. Usually comes and pushes up the quicker cars down, doesn't it, Mark?
I'm just watching maybe there is some fluid on the track there.
Yeah, they've got the magic rags.
Coolant, is it? It's coolant.
Ah,
There we go. It's coolant. So we'll get this cleaned up, and we're back underway with qualifying very, very shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, so we are back into it. We've got the Tirana cleaner. It was only a bit of cooling fluid, so that's all good. So we move back into our qualifier number 1. So Mitchell Bauer in the Fernwood Landscape Fairlane to be right beside him there, Rudy Wyatt in the Pine Mountain Performance VS Commodore. Once again, a couple of regular races to the QDRC. And big welcome back to everybody who's tuned in on the overtaking lane coverage. We thank Dave and the lads for doing what they do. It's good to have everybody listening or watching in. So a 0.10 for Wyatt, a 0.56 for Bauer. Both of them hitting the tree very nicely early on for the first qualifier. 9.27 for Mitch, and 9.47 for Rudy. Well done. Both looking smart, looking sharp. So Adam Wyatt and Kerry Rayner, the Autobahn Maroochydore Holden, up against the JR Stevens. Oh, we've got the live feed here in our commentary box. That's going to be a bit weird. Adam White in the JR Stevens VL Commodore. How tough do those Commodores look on the line if you're a Holden fan, of course? Oh, Adams has got a little bit to the right to the centre line, but he got it back in. A 0.32 light. Nice work there, Adam. A 5.61 for Rayner. And Adam will go through for 9.51 at 142 miles an hour. Kerry Rayner at 10.25 at 135. Well done. Brendan Shaw, Rob Price, the LH Tirana Price. It's a Tirana Fest right here on the start line. Carbon copy car with the Downs Automotive Service Tirana. And the Tirana hatchback, the LH of Rob Price. I'm joined on the commentary. Well, Mark's gone to get coffees because Wade didn't get them for us. And I'm joined on the commentary by that serial offender, Mr. Wade Benson, who didn't get his coffees. Good morning, Wade. How are you?
Good morning, Terry. Morning, everyone. Sorry, I must have forgot your message. So.
You know that you're going to get grief when it's going to be the three boys in here. So here we go, a 0.24 for Shaw, a 1.21 for Price. Little Tirana gets out quickly too, does Shaw's. Runs it through for 9.28 at 145 and a 9.48 for Rob Price. So QDRC Comp Bike, QDRC SuperComp, Top Sportsman Modified and Modified Bike, you should be in the lanes. So QDRC Comp Bike and QDRC SuperComp, that's a couple of tasty categories. You are required in the lanes. Top Sportsman Modified and Modified Bike, you guys and girls should be there.
Excellent. Should be Daniel Harms coming forward in the Speedflow lane for Mackenzie Motors Sandgate. The Chevy down there. There we go. Mark delivers with the coffee.
Oh, I can't believe it.
Anyone out there around the track that wants a coffee, just message Mark. I'm sure he'll be able to do
Oh,
a delivery for you.
big wheel stand there from Dan though, and got that Chevelle out beautifully with a 0.95. Big wheels up affair too. 9.46 at 142. That was a good run. It was a nice wheels up affair. It was tough. Nice, good qualifier. Number 1 there for Dan. So that means we should be moving into our next category, which we've got a couple of solos here. So we're going to look now. So because Wade didn't get us coffees earlier, we've kicked him off the microphone already, and we're jumping. We're putting Mark Allen back on because his favourite category, the category that he races in, he has been successful in. He is part of our furniture in actually. Mr. Mark Allen in. We are coming into modified. What do you reckon, Mark? Once again, be like juniors, mate. Qualifier number 1.
Yeah.
Bang it in.
100%, mate, yeah. Off the trailer, double O's. Let's see what they got. No pressure.
And this is what I like, is having you, and Wade and I like this, because we've got someone who races in this category. You give us like extra insights and extra shade to throw because you know the races better than us. Even though we know them, but you know them intimately in the sense that you've raced against them. Not all of them, but some of them, and you go, well, hang on, they're probably going to do this, they're probably going to do this. And it's good because we like to let everybody know their secrets because there's no secrets here at Willowbank Raceway.
Yeah, so we are in Knijff Earthmoving Modified Eliminator, as you just pointed out. We've got our first pairing on track. They're in the burnout pad. It'll be Andy Driver. We'll go through to take on Dave Porter. A couple of rear engine dragsters here.
The DK Equipment Hire dragster of Porter's. Is that a new stripe on it?
It's always been silver. And it looks normal from up here.
It does?
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe I haven't seen it. Was he here at the last meeting?
Yeah, he's been racing for a while.
I just can't remember seeing it look like that. It looks pretty good. Looks nice, doesn't it?
He wasn't here at the opening event, but he's been racing for a couple of years.
No, I know
yeah.
he has. We're just yeah. Couple of quick.
Maybe, I don't know.
Looks good though. We know Andy's is. Look, Andy's is fast.
Yeah, he'll run around that low 720 zone here this morning. Might even dip into the high 71s. Andy's always solid on the tree as well, so I'd expect Andy probably be 30 or better here in Q1 on the tree.
See, that's exactly what we need from you, Mark. You are seriously, people listening in at home, I hope you're listening to this.
Fourth hour, too quick for Andy Driver. 0.24 for Dave Porter. Oh, he was quicker than 30. He's just on the red side. There you go, 717. And a 753 for Dave Porter. So, yeah, very good conditions here.
Some nice top end there too from Driver with 189 mile an hour. So, yeah, nice. Pity about the red for Andy, but that's okay.
When you talk about drivers in a purple patch of good form, Brett Farnell,
Oh,
he's been doing really well lately. He won a round of the National Drag Racing Championship in the national racing side of things. Well, and then
hang on a second.
Patch,
Hold the phone.
Brett's been going okay. Lucas also, on the other hand, he's been going outstanding. He has been. I actually think I looked at this last night. At the last 8 rounds of the QDRCs, he's won 5 of them. 5 of 8.
Yep.
It's been. Yeah.
And we talk about the quality of the field, but whether you're in a quicker vehicle or a slower vehicle, and the three of us have this conversation quite a lot, and Lucas, not the quickest car in the field, but that does not matter. Oh, 003 for Farnell. He's hit the tree nicely. 0.46 for Lucas Holtz. That's about par for the course. And Farnell will go through in that little front engine dragster with an 818 at 158 mile an hour. Lucas Holtz, a 911 at 152 with a 0.46.
I know you said that the 0.46 for Lucas was around normal. I think he'll be
Mate, saving them all. He will be, of course.
I think he would have been looking for 20 or better for sure.
He's saving them up.
003 for Brett Farnell, though. He goes to that #1 spot. So if you want to be #1 in Knijff Earthmoving Modified Eliminator, you need to be perfect or to a 002 to get that #1 spot already. Phil Bellett, he's going to take a shot here on the track with Peter Hilsey beside him in the T-bucket, the old school T-bucket.
And did you see that Kelly Kidd is lining Dad up?
Yeah, she's not racing Modified this weekend.
She's racing in SuperComp.
And Outlaws.
Outlaw, that's right, it's an Outlaw.
Yeah.
No more supercharged Outlaws, it's Turbo Outlaws. How many spoolie boys do you need? 2 of them, that's what you need, Mark, to make that V8 even. You need everything going on.
Oh, man.
Look at
that
that.
was so close for Phil Bell. He goes 001 red. And Peter beside him goes 008 red as well. So they're on the money. Phil Bell goes 800. Probably a little bit off ET-wise there for Phil. And an 846 for Peter. That's in the T-bucket. But I know everyone's like, oh, red light, but they've actually hit the tree.
Yes.
The drivers have actually done their job. They just missed it on their delay box side of things. So they can add a few thou into their delay box.
And they know that next qualified 2 will have a different conversation.
Exactly. Next up, Liesl Gowers to take on Andrew Pinkstone.
Now, Andrew, did he get runner-up last
He did.
meeting up against Holtz? That's right, from memory.
Holtz has already got a decent lead in the championship with an 8-point lead. Look, that's a few rounds of racing. Because Holtz was the only driver who had 3 wins from 3 starts in the actual racing last event.
But here's the new fly in the ointment, Liesl Gowers.
Liesl,
New to Modified.
stepping up from Junior Dragster.
National champion in Junior Dragster. Says, I'm going to, you know what, I'm just going to stretch that Junior Dragster out and go for a big V8 and 489 cubes. And she's here, well,
the good thing with Liesl is racing Junior Dragster, you've already got the fundamentals sorted.
Yep.
You've got the basics, you understand what it takes to win. she's just got to get her head around now with the speed aspect of going to a modified and just a few other things like parachutes and the cars move around a little bit more. But it's all just general stuff on the speed side.
Once they get that sorted, if you bring
she'll be fine on the tree. 012, but if you're Kingstone, Lisa with a 192. Kingstone goes to number 2 spot, goes 747. That's quick at 177 mile an hour for Kingstone. And Lisa Gales goes 170, 151 mile an hour. And the other thing, obviously, nerves as well. Like, stepping up.
It's a new category, but yeah, you're right. There's a lot more new things to learn. But you know what? In your first season, if you can get any sort of success in your first season, we always talk about rookies. Like, it's so you're not a rookie to drag racing.
No.
You know what I mean? So it's like in a rookie season when you have someone who just coming in cold. That's
sometimes
a lot of things have to align.
Sometimes I find that rookies that have an understanding of drag racing actually go all right in their first season because they haven't got the fear of red lights.
The fear, Mark.
Where you haven't got those second thoughts where you're just like, I'm happy if I get a ram win here, which alleviates some of that pressure because you haven't got you're not scared, you're just worried about having a good time. Let's see how we go. It's my first season. It doesn't matter what
happens.
And
you're right, it's the breathe in, breathe out, and they're not. Yeah.
You don't have that, but it's usually that second season is where it
so here we go, a couple of injected V8s with Abby McDonald and Jonathan Monroe.
003 for Abby McDonald. Great reaction time. That'll put her in at number 1, I think, with a 757, 175 miles an hour. I think that might equal her. She might go to number 2, actually. Yeah, she goes to number 2, Farnell, because he did it first. So
nice work.
Number 2 with a 003.
How good did that thing look out of the hole, straight down the line? That run from Abby was very good.
It's always been a really good race car, that one, that front engine drag serve. Abby McDonald's very consistent. It'll run around that high 750 zone all day, every day.
So Chris Reed and Jason Vanderlyn. Vanderlyn in the Samford Valley Realty Altered. Chris Reed, of course, we've seen this car race for the Roadster for quite some years.
This Altered of Vanderlyn's actually one of my favourite Alters in Modified Eliminator.
It looks angry.
And he is a stout driver as well, Jason Vanderlyn.
Yeah, it's very hard to look at that Altered and not love every part of it, isn't it? Looks just a shorter wheelbase for an Altered, and it's just the way it's got the little covers over the front rails. The injection stacks even, like just everything fits well, doesn't it, Mark? It looks...
Yeah, look how he staged the Altered as well, just very, very meticulous here. 018, very good light up there for Jason Vanderlyn. Chris Reed gets up with an 057 in the Roadster. And Vanderlyn goes 772, 180 mile an hour. Reed goes 841, 154 mile an hour. Knijff Earthmoving Modified Eliminator.
No, nice work. Good work from Vanderlyn and Reed. So that means we'll probably be moving into a little bit of two-wheel action. But yeah, QDRC Comp Bike, QDRC SuperComp, Top Sportsman, Modified Bike, you should be all in the lanes. So that means we're moving to Johnny Lewis and Jason Clarkin. So that means we are well and truly. We are into Modified Bike. So 5-star motorcycles, Kawasaki of Lewis, the Hayabusa of Clarkin.
I know Johnny was out here last night.
Doing a bit of testing?
A bit of testing on this bike, almost into the
Did you come out here, Mark?
No, I stayed home.
You're like me. I actually did too. I actually stayed home as well. I contemplated it, but I thought, hang on, we got a day from like 9 o'clock today till probably 10 o'clock tonight. I think I better not, test the friendship with the wife. So anyway, have a look at that bike of Johnny's. How good does it look? You can see him just crouching down. He's the shadow of himself. How good does he look? Jason Clark, and he's had a really good patch and doing a lot of racing down the road, having a good time. So he'll be on the money. 0.42 for Clark and a 0.53 for Lewis.
Should be a low 8-second pass here for Johnny. 8.05, 166 mile an hour.
Is that a PB? If not, that's a cracker. That's a cracker time for Johnny. And a 9.30 at 157 for Clarkin. We just keep moving them on, Mark. So Alex Redmond, Alan Annis Jr., the Creative New Cabinet Suzuki, the Redmond Motorsport Suzuki. So Alan back racing again. Good to see him here. Alex Redmond, he's been racing a few years now here. Comes comes along to the street meets as well.
Yeah, so is Alan Ennis Jr. Another 8-second bike. Or
Bike strong. 0.082 there for Annis. That's good. Redmond in the, a 266, so Alex will sharpen that up. But Alan goes through for a 859 at 154, and Alex a 961 at 148.
Yeah, Johnny Lewis was 803 last night, so he was 200s off the PB.
Mate, what do you reckon? Jamie White and Jason White, isn't it? I think it is. Yeah, Jamie White, Jason White. Choose your. It's going to be one of the Whites is going to do well here. One of them not as well. Or maybe it's qualifying. It doesn't matter. We want to.
It's all about reaction time. You've got to be better than 0.42 to get the number one spot.
0.42. So that's the number.
That's what you want to look at on the scoreboards here if they want to get the number one spot.
0.99 there for Jamie. A red there for Jason. Jamie left foot, right foot dangling there. Goes through for a 9.24 at 145. And Jason an 11.68 at 116. And he got his red light out of the way in qualifying number 1, which is a fair thing. Get it out of the road. So Ben Moore, Rebecca Marsden.
Yeah, the better half for Luke Marsden. Rebecca down there. On the Honda, taking on Ben Moore Suzuki for Ben Moore house painting.
Both of them like crouched down, purposeful already. Let's see if someone can crack that light. Oh, 122 for Marsden, a red 007 for Ben. He had a dead set shot at it, Mark. He thought, I'll have a crack. I want to go up. I want to be in that top end of qualifying. But Moore will go through for 10.03 at 135 and Marsden a 9.92 at 141 on that Honda. Oh, you might see one of the top qualifiers might change right here because you've got Mark Gordon and Brian Alvizio.
Two very solid races on the track here.
The Shoebox Books and the DeWalt bike of Alvizio.
Alvizio, national champion in modified bike.
Oh, not this time. 0.87 for Alvizio, a 1.41 for Gordon. Alvizio will go through for an 8.80 at 150 and a 9.54 at 144 for Mark and Lucky Gordon.
That's quick for Alvizio as well.
That is, most certainly. Don't tell him that, though.
In the 870s.
Got to be careful what you say about Brian because he listens back. He goes back on the overtaking lane replay and goes back and I'll get the messages like you will, and they'll go, I heard what you guys said about me, which is quite funny. Oh, here's someone who needs no introduction, but does.
I'd be disappointed if Tammy doesn't go to that number one spot.
Yeah, Tammy Goldthorpe.
0.42, that's the light.
Mark is spot on.
And I'll call it right now. I think I'd be disappointed if Tammy doesn't go number one here in qualifying on this part.
So 0.40, what was 0.42?
Oh, she's gone red by 7 thousandths of a second. She's had a chop.
They've all had a chop. I reckon a few of them have gone, look, that can't be hard to beat, a 0.42.
It might be the number one spot in qualifying for modified bike because that brings a close to modified bike. So that 0.42 will stay that number one spot.
If I was a game man,
I would not have said that.
I would say 0.42. I'd say that's going to be the top qualifier. I'd go, really? What, was there only 3 bikes in the field? What was going on with that? Was everyone away on camping somewhere?
And that brings us back to that earlier conversation of being solid on the tree.
Yes,
sometimes it can work in your favour as well.
So, Mark, that means we're moving into the top sportsman category, I would assume. I do believe. So I can see Dave Goldie there and Kayleen Gurley. So this is what top sportsmen bring. A different sort of category with a lot of different sort of vehicles. The supercharged LC Tirana of Kayleen Gurley up against the Master Art Designs Cutlass with a big, juicy 632 cubic inches of V8 underneath the bonnet of that Cutlass.
Yeah. So the top sportsman class is a die-your-own class for sedans between 0 to 8.99 seconds. So it is the quickest of our sedan classes here today. And currently, when you look at the championship, Terry Blaine won the opening round of the season. So he's currently leading the championship from Tony White. Dave Goldie on track is currently third, taking on Kayleen Gurley in the Tirana.
So QDRC Outlaws, QDRC Comp Bike, QDRC SuperComp, you should be in the lane. So yes, that is exactly right. QDRC Outlaws. Bring those turbos. Bring those superchargers. I don't care. Just bring them.
Nitro if you've got it.
Yeah, actually, oh yes, I keep forgetting about the pop. We love a bit of pop. Not just snap, crackle, pop in the morning with our breakfast, Mark, but have a look at that Tirana. Have a look at that Cutlass. How good is that on the line? Oh, nice there. A 022 for Gooley and a 016 for Goldie. When it comes to racing, this is going to be good, Mark. A 732 for Dave.
Quick. 732.
At 189 and an 813 at 157 for Kayleen.
That must be knocking on the door of PB for Dave
That
Goldie
is.
as well.
It's gotta be.
732. 813 for Kayleen Gooley. Great pass as well. Next up, do you think that 016 is going to hold for that number one spot at the moment with Dave Goldie?
No.
No?
I'm going to go as far as say, in this category,
Do you think it'd be
016, it's going to be a 00, I reckon.
You reckon is it good enough for top three? Will Goldie stay in the top three with an 016?
Maybe.
Have a call. Have a call.
I
Yes or
reckon-
no? Yes or no, Terry?
Yes.
There you go.
There you go.
All right.
Gee, I hate it when he rushes me like that, Mark. Stop it. The pressure is on.
I was just
We're-
getting you off the fence
I'm
this
just
time.
telling you now, mate. We are actually not on morning radio, so you need to calm down, Mark.
Paul O'Blaine, championship leader on track. Denny Lake in the Cutlass. Denny is currently 4th in the championship for Top Sportsman. I am a big fan of the Cutlass down there with Denny Lakes.
Now, that car shouldn't be racing. It should be just up on...
Up on the hill in a show and shine or something?
that
what
is
you're saying?
exactly what I was
Yeah.
going to say. It should be at like down at Summernats or something like that, and have glass underneath it so you can see underneath and whatever. And Dan should be just signing autographs and stuff. You know,
He can
like,
still
yeah.
sign autographs.
Well, I guess he can. But Paul Doblin's probably got more right to. He's won more things than he's won more boxing matches than.
Well, there you go. There's one better than the 016. It's an 015 for Denny Lake. He goes number 1. O'Blaine, though, 004 red. We'll go to the bottom of the field. 778 for Denny Lake.
Paul had a crack. Paul dead set. Paul just went, no, I'm in. I'm invested to that 000, 001, whatever. I'm invested in that.
And 849 for Paul O'Blaine at 163 mile an hour. So,
Well, here's another couple. Horvat's no slouch.
He's
Steve's
good.
no Horvat to cutting a keen light. Neither is Carl Davies. So the Monza and the Monaro. Let's see if one of these boys can get to this top qualifying spot and prove me right or wrong. Oh,
012 red for Horvat, 066. On the green side for Carl Davies.
they're all having a go at it, Mark, aren't they? So Horvat at 837 at 163 with a red. A 066 and an 813 at 169 for Carl Davies in that tough little Monza. They're all having a go at that. Now this bloke will most definitely. Well, he could be the last one. So, well, there you go. So it is true. No matter what,
Yeah, you're right.
he's in the top.
He's in the top three. You got it. You nailed it, Terry.
So here we go. But this bloke here might have something to say about. This bloke might have something to say about top qualifier.
Earlier on when I said I was disappointed that Temmie didn't get that number one spot, I'm going to put that on Pat Barron as well. I'd be disappointed if he doesn't go better than 15 and get the number one spot here.
I don't know. Patrick can't see much.
Ooh, 43.
Couldn't see much. The smoke was in the cockpit still. But Outlaws to the lanes, please. Outlaws and test vehicles and bikes. If you are testing today, could you
Yeah.
please make your way round to the lane? How do we dissect
918.
Patrick Barron?
He needs to change the throttle stop a little bit.
Yep.
He needs to go cruising 8.99 seconds, so he's a little bit off. They had the throttle stop on, so you can hear it engaging.
That's unusual for the Barons.
Well, they can run in the mid 8 second zone. Obviously, they had the throttle stop. I'm not too sure if they're looking for like an 8-1 or something. But next up, anyway, we've got Sean Palm on track in the Hilux.
I do like the look of that Hilux. How mate, that is, you could put Dan Lakes and that thing at a car show, and they'd probably take out the 2 top trophies. How good do they look?
I think it's got a bit of nitrous on board this as well.
Well, I suppose we'll find out in a second, won't we? But he's doing licensing. I love it because it says L. Say he's doing licensing. Or to me, he's learning.
Learning,
I don't know,
yeah.
whichever way you want to look at it. You can throw some shade if you like, but
It's been out. I think I've seen him out here once previously. in the
we
Hilux,
definitely
yeah.
have. We've definitely seen this car out here. So whether he's decided today's a good day to test and get a license, hopefully get signed off. But as I said, test vehicles and Outlaws. QDRC Outlaws to the lanes, please. There you go. Shot a nos. A little squirt there. everyone's sitting at home. I'm sure. Look, I'm sure everyone's enjoying the coverage at home. Maybe not so much the commentary, but you know what? You're stuck with us for the day with Mark, myself, and Wade. It's just what you're going to
I've
put
had
up
messages, so we've got at least 1 or 2 people
who've complained.
No, just have a laugh at us, mate. It's always a laugh at us.
Yeah, actually, they do. They go, have a listen
yeah.
to you idiots. How do they give you 3 a microphone?
Yeah, thanks,
It's like,
Mum.
Yeah, thanks, Mum. Being licensee, you don't know what the IHRA official is expecting Sean to do, but
Yeah, 1025, 141 miles. So he's obviously
pull the chute.
progressed far enough in the licensing phase that he's doing the full passes now. So the IHRA stewards will be looking at the main thing is the speed at the top end, and that he can control the car at speed, can pull it up from the speed of the chutes, does
Pull the
everything
chute,
right,
yeah.
his procedures correctly.
Because there's a lot going, because I would assume, Mark, that car at a lazy 141 mile an hour in that thing of Sean's with the 369 with gas, it's probably going to go, I don't know, probably 8 something like that.
Yeah.
So it's probably going to have another 30 mile an hour maybe on top of that speed, something around that.
Yeah,
So
it obviously
washing that
reduces
speed
as
off,
well.
pulling the chute, like, you know, if you can do it with not at top speed, you certainly, if you can't do it at 141 mile an hour, you're not going to be able to do it at when the car's reaching its potential. So nice work there from Sean. That looked really good. Car sounds tough. It looks good. That sounds like it's going to have some serious potential.
Yeah, so that brings it close to Q1 for Top Sportsman. And now we're going to move into our performance brackets. It's the first qualifying session for SuperComp.
I have the QDRC SuperComp record list. Which one would assume that's what they'll be running off today, Mark? Would that be correct?
Yeah, they're running
Am I-
off the. I've got the sheets here. It's the IHRA record plus 0.5 per second for their index this weekend. So Josh Luder is a 937 for e-gas, and Rahim Tar running in a MSA Modified Street automatic and 992. So basically, these classes in SuperComp, they've got a set of rules that they must adhere to with limits on what they do with their engines and car setup, and then they can tinker within those limits and try and go as quick as possible. So it is all about going as quick as possible, staying within the rules of your designated class that you've chosen with your vehicle, and get to the finish line first.
And we noticed that when we were all calling the Winter Nationals, of course, we had everyone coming in from all over the country. So everybody from every other state who's aimed up on their records, you come here, and if you're coming here with a record that's say a 9.5 and you're running a 9.0, you're going in with a distinct advantage. And these guys have to try. Oh, big wheel stand there from Sluter and Tar. Good work. So how do you see it? A red light and a 133 for Rahim, but this is all about the 863.
Only almost a second under the index there for Josh Sluter.
Joyce says, I'll just release the beast right now, mate. And a 1060 at 92 for Rahim. So with all those combinations coming here at the Winter Nationals, Mark, it's interesting because it's like, how hard do you go at it? Do you go hard at it? And that was the conversation you and Wade and I had constantly, because you can imagine how much talking was going on in the pits with those races. So here we go, Megan Anderson and Greg Harrop. Harrop in the, so me, no, that'll just be Megan.
On a solo here in the dragster.
Running
Megan.
in double FDA.
Yeah, it's got the...
Up the top there.
Yep, 740 is the IHRA record, so the QDRC index here is a 790.
I printed my sheet out, but I was hoping that it might have had a bit more information. That would have been nice, wouldn't it? If it had given us a description on the category, would have been nice.
Yeah, so a lot of the class designations is like a pounds per cubic inch. So it's a weight limit based on the size of the motor and whether they're inducted, so turbo, supercharged, naturally aspirated, as well. The automatic class like Meekins in the automatic class. So if it was double F dragster, that would be mean to be manually shifted, but it's just an auto.
And you see them go for, you'll hear a lot of the guys seem to like to have a dead set attack on the small block classes.
Yep.
And you'll hear them sing, and they're absolutely just at that maximum RPM, and it's just impressive. And you go, well, someone's probably had that record maybe set for 10, 15, maybe even 20 or even more years, and the guys and girls will just have a look at it and say, well, I'm going to have you know what, we're in that field. We can build something that will give that a big nudge. And I always think about that over the years, even back in the old Surfers Paradise days, was you'd look at records and blokes would just go, well, what one looks soft to me?
Well, that's it.
It's like, what can I have a crack
There's
at?
actually a rule as well, so that people aren't just going around going for whatever it's soft. You can only change your class designation once during the season.
So test vehicles and bikes. If you are testing today, would you please make your way round to the lanes now, please? That's if you are doing testing today. And we want you there because there is some spice in the test. So Anderson, have a look what Megan can do. Oh, whatever, right?
Yeah, 1.2 to 60 foot. Let's look at a half track, 467. So it's on a 7-second pass. Look at that, 737, 162 mile an hour under the record for Megan Anderson. Great run.
You've got to like that with a Q1.
Yeah, see, and the other thing is, it's actually a double-edged sword when you do go quick in SuperComp, because if you reset the record, and when I say it's a double-edged sword, well, it's awesome because you've reset the record. It means you're going quick. Great, awesome, get a certificate, but you've actually just made it harder for yourself at the next event because your record is now quicker. You haven't got as much advantage as you had at the previous event, so it is like a double-edged sword.
So someone else who's boxed a bit more clever than you is going to go, well, okay, I can have you there, mate. So let's have a little look. We are still in, what are we looking through? 3772, which I do believe might be Greg Harrop, which will be 3722, not 3772. I'll tell you what, some of the testing, as I said, testing you are required in the lanes. So Megan was up for testing, so.
Oh, was she? Are we
whether
testing?
No, we're not.
No.
Well, maybe.
No, Megan's on the qualifying order there.
So
for
she's
SuperComp.
thought, well, you know what, may as well go in. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, if you're a licensed competitor and your car fits in, whether it is modified or super sedan or SuperComp, I've always been a believer, like, if you're only here for testing, at least put yourself in race conditions anyway.
Yeah. And what's the harm?
There's no
You're still
harm.
going to get your 3 runs.
And
you're still
as a
going
driver,
to get your three qualifiers.
3 qualifiers, you're going to race, but you're also in a race. So you're working on yourself as well at the same time.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's in race conditions. So it's always just, you see a lot of teams that do go in testing. It's like, well, you're a licensed driver and there's a class here that you could be running in.
And when you look at that, Mark, when you actually look at, if you and I were to drill down into the guys testing today, there's a lot of those vehicles and bikes that actually could be running in either Top Sportsman or in SuperComp
and I
today.
Get it. And I get it as well. Like, some of them don't want another car in the lane beside
Yeah,
them.
and they might want to race.
Take their time.
And they might only want to do 2 runs or 3 runs and done.
And head home early or whatever. So that's I can understand as well. So, but if you're here for the day and you're going to stay to the end of the night, like.
But even if you're not here for the day, what's the harm in saying, well, hang on, we're going to do 2 qualifiers, you use them as a couple of test runs, then we'll do round 1, and then if the car feels good or the bike feels good, we'll maybe go around again or just pack it up and go home. They're not going to matter. They'll say, well, hang on, you've got to buy this round because old mate's gone home. The other races are thinking, well, this is a bonus, but it doesn't matter, does it? And they could just get lucky, and all of a sudden you go, well, hang on, I didn't expect to come here and walk home with a runner-up trophy tonight.
Yep.
I just was here testing. And
it's about racecraft as well, so.
I like your theory, Mark. I think it's good. So it looks like we have got the. It might just be because it's a community test. I'm sure it's a SuperComp bike. It most certainly is. Pete Farnell, Ken Collin.
Pete Farnell's first.
Pete back on the bike again.
His first competition pass on the new bike.
Is that right?
There you go, Pete Farnell running in AA Comp Bike 742 record, 750.
Was he testing last meet?
The Comp Bike guys are there in the QDRC records. For where's my notes here for Comp Bike running off QDRC record.
They are? Yep. So Ken Collins running off that 8:28. Pete's running off that 7:42. That's got some cooking, isn't it? 7:42, Mark.
Well, it's already been in the low 7s, so he can go under it.
Red, look at Pete trying to wrangle that bike with a 111, but he goes through for a 7:38 at 192 mile an hour. Ken Collin, red light, but still a 780 at 171. Both of those riders, I tell you what, they're both under it, Mark. And
let's have a look. I think Pete might go to that number 1 spot, maybe. Let's have a look at the. What he is, he's .187 under already. So Pete Farnell goes to that number 1 spot early here in Comp Bike, and we just got to hold up here. Maybe one of the riders went deep down there. I know that's one of the biggest. So obviously Pete Farnell, it's his first event on the bike, but he's doing nearly 200 mile an hour.
Yeah.
So that's the biggest challenge, I think, for someone like Pete, is slowing down that bike.
no bars, just get on it and do it. So here we go, Dave Finlayson, Chris Collin. So from dad to son, Chris Collin on the Rascal Race Engine High Booster, Marshall Mountain Motors, Suzuki. Oh, nice little Wilson there from Dave. But Chris says, I'm out of there, 127. Let's see what he can push it through to 796 off that 807. And Dave Finlayson, a 953 off that 891 with a nice wheel stand to launch.
Chris Collin will go to number 2 spot in qualifying at the moment, the 10th under. And Dave Finlayson will go to number 4.
I'll tell you something though, we had a bike night here was one night, and I remember Dave Finlayson did an absolutely wild skid in the pad and actually won the burnout of the day because it was pretty impressive. So these guys don't need much encouraging, do they, Mark, to misbehave in some ways?
Arvine Autor on the BMW and Bobby Schluter. Now, I think Arvine on that BMW's got huge
That
speed.
is fast.
It is a fast
That is
bike,
fast,
yeah.
that BMW, mate. If you haven't seen that thing run, this thing is quick. So Bobby Schluter, new to jumped off the junior bike, now on the big bikes. Watch for Arvine. Watch for the top end, like as Mark mentioned, of this BMW. They're 980 at 158. Hasn't got it cooking yet, but it will. And 1177 at 125 for Bobby Schluter. Yeah, B Street bike, a 932. He's got it, but no, it's we know it's quicker than that, mate. I mean, we know it is. So yeah, a lot of talk because I think sometimes races, they don't know whether to commit to these things or not. And it's good to see a lot of these riders just saying, yeah, I'm here. So Blair Pennington.
I don't think I've seen Blair on this bike previously.
Small CC with a double CAB. Geez, how smooth does that sound?
That was
Mark?
nice. Yeah, 786, 170 mile an hour for Blair Pennington on that Suzuki. Just see if we can get the qualifying order before the system changes over to the next category. Nope, we're not going to get to see it. So I think
saying, no, you're not
Pete
allowed.
Farnell will finish that session in that number 1 spot in qualifying for Comp Bike.
He'd be pretty happy with that,
Yeah, it was,
without a doubt.
And there's still just still baby steps for Pete as well. So there's a lot of potential on that bike.
So that means we are probably not far off. We'll be going into our Outlaws and, of course, our test vehicles and bikes. If you are not in the lanes, you should be. And then I'm going to jump off the mic for a bit and let Mr. Wade Benson jump on for our qualifier number 2. We should just leave him just to do it on his own because he was 5 minutes late.
No coffees as well, yeah.
Oh, mate, my mocha is, you know what, I'm not a coffee snob, but my mocha, actually, how can you not say you're a coffee snob when you're drinking a mocha? Really? It's like, well, I suppose I didn't get it on almond with a vanilla flavour in it, so I might be a rep, but I'm not a...
I'm hearing you, mate.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what to say. Look, anyway, big shout out to young Brianna Barker. How are you, Bree? Down there, you can see her down there. Just she's going to be guiding one of the.
I'm assuming it'll be one of the
Fletchers because they're actually both here in the mix with Josh and Bill. Just about to come through on the Styrofan and the Styromax rear engine cars. You can say hello to Suzanne on the other side as well. See, it's like a big family thing, isn't it, the Team Fletcher Racing? It's like they're successful, they know what to do, and look, how good is it? I know that if anybody is on the Brianna Barker Racing site, you would have seen Brie and all the girls in the ladies in motorsport thing the other night. That was really cool to see all the ladies dressed up, looking $1 million, having a great night. And, you know, women in motorsport, it's a big thing. It's like, it's really important. And
Drag racers getting dressed up. Doesn't seem right.
Wait, hold the phone, Mark. Calm it down. We're not in the valley.
No, it was very cool to see it doing
It's
wonders
really
for
good.
the sport. And, we're all about the positivity and getting the word out there of how good we've got it here at Willowbank Raceway.
You want it loud? It's getting loud. Bill Fletcher, Josh Fletcher.
That's Bill Fletcher on track going through the burnout procedure. Josh will fire up next.
361 cuber of Josh, 478 cubes of Bill. Both cars very well presented as always. Once again, Mark, Q1, get out the light. These boys, who wants to go to the top of the tree?
I'll put you on the spot again, Terry. Who gets it, Josh or Bill?
I reckon Josh. There you go.
There you go, you called it. Oh, I'm going to go Bill.
Of course you're going to play devil's advocate. Of course.
Bill right now.
We can't just both pick Josh because we're going like... I'll be
Bill.
talking to Bill later on.
Bill's
and
Bill's won a lot of championships as well,
yeah,
mate.
Bill will be looking back at the coverage and going, I heard what you said, Terry. Why didn't you back me for a change? And I'll go, Bill, I didn't need to. I just thought...
It was close. 097 for Josh, 110 for Bill Fletcher. Bill will go across the finish line first, 678, 200 mile an hour. Josh Fletcher goes 719 at 183 mile an hour. There you go, Josh. Number one at the moment, 097, 719.
So how many we got in the field of the Outlaws? I do love it because, as I said, it's Outlaws. Probably only got about
There was a few actually.
2, 4, 6, 8, 9. We've got some interesting vehicles as well. We've got some bodied cars, got some rear engine cars. We've got some front engine dragsters. And we got a twin turbo rear engine dragster.
And that dragster of Kelly Kidd's, she's actually stepped up. It was going, what was it, in the 670s at the Winters? Coupled with her driving craft as well. Like, she will be a real threat to the Fletcher dominance that we've seen over the years in Supercharged Outlaws. In Outlaws, I should say.
And we talked about it. We always talk about the fact that drag racing is... Let's not talk about the Olympics and the great equaliser in the sexes, because we know how much has been going on at the moment. But when it comes to drag racing, it is the great equaliser, whether you're male or female.
It is.
It is, because national champions can either be a male or a female, and that is exactly what we have had in this country. That's what they've had in the United States. It is just, this sport is the great equaliser. So whether you're driving a junior dragster or a top fuel dragster,
Age doesn't matter either as well.
Mate, exactly. How good is our sport?
It's about how good you are in the shed, your preparation.
Yep.
And your knowledge of the car, and you still need to understand racing yourself and cut a good bite, and be consistent. The challenge for Kelly Kidd, I guess, is that she won't be allowed to use a delay box. So she would have been using a delay box and modified for the last 10 plus years that she's been running. So that's got to be turned off. She's got to run off the bottom bulb. So that's probably her challenge.
Yeah, okay.
As a driver, is now reacting to the bottom bulb. So
that'll be interesting to see how Kelly goes on this first stab at it then, Mark. This is why we have you in the commentary box and not just Wade and I, because you have this this drag racing brain that we don't have, because you're captain cutting edge. So well, there you go. You want something loud? I'll tell you what. You want funny car loud, because that's exactly what you've got. Michael Horn, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. We're just waiting for our system to reset up here. The funny car.
Car's sounding strong too. Strong in that burnout. It's
Looks like he's struggling to get it in reverse at the moment. There we go. He's got into reverse and
just wanted to go forward. That's it.
no, he might have some fluid on the track.
okay.
I see his crew telling him to shut down. And if that's the case, we're going to probably shut down our editor in the burnout pad because we can't leave the funny car out there.
Yep.
So he'll have to be pushed off. And that's one of the things why you should always have, for a class like this, your crew member to be out that far down the track when they jump over the wall, because they can see that there's some fluid leaking, they can shut him down, and we don't drag it all the way back, and it's just in the one spot, which makes it nice and easy to clean up. It sucks that he misses a qualifying session.
No, most certainly.
And hopefully it's just one of those things where it's a fitting that's vibrated loose, and they can just tighten it up and be back out in Q2.
And if anything's going to vibrate loose, it will be on a supercharged car like that, Mark. It's a lot going on. There's a lot of...
And you know, the other things as well, they get tyre shake, and tyre shake is just rattling everything.
He needs a mop. I just heard our official saying they need a mop.
So the current down the lane though has been running the entire time. And one thing supercharged cars are, they don't like to run for too long.
No.
So it would have been generating a lot of heat sitting there, fired up. It's now shut off. And the other problem now they've got is, depending on their cooling system, if they've got a cooling system or whatnot, but it's going to gain heat now, shut down.
What about fuel as well, depending on how well calculated you are with your fuel? There's a lot of things that go on, doesn't it, Mark? Having going through your routine and then having to pull it back. We talked about this a lot at the Winter Nationals, about when there was just a small break and the car's sitting on there or the bike's sitting on the line and having to come back and then having to come back out again if it was a quick kind of restart. But you're now cold. And when it come to the Winter Nationals, when it was like, you know, in the evening, it was pretty interesting because you're sort of thinking, well, I was ready, car was ready, bike was ready, and now I've got to go through my routine again. And some of the guys actually did push back and went after that. They'd let another pairing come through.
Yeah, the biggest thing is obviously heat generation and how hot the car is now, because it's been sitting there idling for a while. So that'll be the team down there, the crew, the driver will be looking at all that and just deciding whether they want to push back, let it cool down and then fire up again, or if it's fine, they can just fire up and go through it, go through the procedure and do their first qualifier here. But one thing you don't want to do is just sit there idling.
Isn't it interesting how that beautiful concrete track we have at Willowbank, and when you look at the strip the boys are walking down, the white stripe down the middle now.
Well,
it's like
yeah, that's obviously they don't want to walk in the middle of the track because the track is sticky and it's going to take off any dust, dirt, debris you've got on the bottom of your shoes, and it's obviously it is sticky, so it's a bit harder to walk on.
Here we go. So we're just about to, as I said, we're after the Outlaws. We'll be going to the testing, and so we need Super Street and Junior Dragster. Super Street and Junior Dragster for your qualifier number 2. If you'd like to make your way, have a look. All the Junior Dragsters running from the grandstand.
Yeah, they're
all sitting there up there thinking, I want to watch the testing. No, you haven't got time to watch other people. You got to come and do this stuff yourself. Come and race. That is funny. Mr. Atkinson, how good is this Toronto, Shane? I know we talk about it every meeting, but it is just stunning. And being someone who owned a Toronto back in the late 70s, this car there is nothing negative about it. It's got everything going on. It's got a big fat wing on the back to keep that, keep some aero down. It's got 2 parachutes. It's got a supercharged V8. There is nothing negative about that Toronto. It is beautiful.
And it's a very consistent Toronto as well for Shane. He's gone a lot of rounds over the last couple of years. Runs in that mid 7-second zone. So I would assume he'd be around the 740s again today. In these conditions, everything going smoothly and correctly.
We talk about the track, Mark, and I know we, as I said, the sad thing about it is that you, me, or Wade have not yet been down the track. Well, Wade did. Wade's been down the track. When he gets on the microphone, he can have a chat about how flat the new beautiful track is in his XR6 he went down in. So have a look at the Shane's cruise going like what? Just see his footprints just on the glue.
We haven't lost any shoes yet today. I thought we were going to lose our first one then.
I think they're all clever now. Nobody walks out in Crocs anymore.
Well, Shane splits Josh and Bill qualifying. He goes 105 and goes in between them.
That is straight and fast. 7:43 at 186, Mark.
Perfect, on the money. He had 7:42 on his dialing board, so that you got to be happy with that for Shane Atkinson. Good, solid reaction time. The car did it as expected.
Sounded strong, went straight, did everything right. Well done to the Shane and the crew there for qualifier number 1.
So what you say? We had 9 entered in QDRC Outlaws this weekend, so we've had 4 cars on track so far. So we're about halfway through the field if all of them have showed up here for Q1.
Well, we had the
funny car.
before you, so we've got 5 to come. So let's hope that they're all here. I can see the
yeah, Bart Bedrosian now in the altered, and Kelly Kidd. We spoke about Kelly before with the turbo dragster.
Interesting if you get a chance. I mean, if you know Kelly at all, if you get a chance of when I chat to Kelly about going from the modified car to the turbocharged car, and how different the turbocharged pulled from the launch. So it's always intriguing when you talk to a racer who gives themselves something different that they're not used to, whether it be like going from an Aspo car to a supercharged car to a turbo car or a nitro car, and they discuss the way that power comes on differently. And you think, well, you know, it's not all at the get-go. It's different times, and turbocharged cars, as we know, you can dial them in differently, and it's intriguing. But this will be a good run to see, as Mark has discussed, to see how Kelly Kidd will go going off that bottom bowl.
Well, it's similar when we spoke about Lisa Gowd earlier, Modified, stepping up from June as well. Kelly Kidd was in the same boat. She's run Modified her whole life, and now it's a new setup. She's got the racecraft. It's now getting used to the speed, getting used to the differences with the turbo car. And she hit the ground running. They've won events already. Oh, it jumped in stage a little bit for Kelly Kidd.
Red light, but out of there, Bart goes a double 1.5. There you go, a 685 at 197 mile an hour for the rear engine dragster. The Bart Bedrosian will go through in the Bart's Automotive at a 695 at 193 miles an hour in that front engine altered. Nice.
There you go, and that's the...
How do you dissect that, Mark?
Well, that might be
red?
Kelly's first hit on the tree. Off the bottom bowl.
Off the bottom bowl.
With it, so she's just found out how quick those dragsters do react.
200th?
2/10. That's a 2/10.
What do you think? Is she going to...
Oh,
she'll get into it.
Slow herself down. Like, it's just react a little bit later, find a spot on the... It's about finding your spot. So it is. If you haven't done it before, you don't know where the spot is. You can have your best guesstimate on your first pass, but until you actually do a run, you don't know. So now she knows. That was too quick. Need to...
And we know, and as you said, look, she has, like a lot of these races, she has racecraft. She's done it for a lot of years. She's very successful at it. So she will be. Well, hang on. For one of the very rare occasions, I actually have to adjust myself rather than the vehicle.
So the big question is, how do you slow yourself down to 2/10 of a second?
We'll find out Q2, I guess.
Yeah.
We'll find out if Kelly's got the magic formula.
She might go the other way. Like next time, it might be 0.2 on the green side.
Yeah,
then,
sure.
Then it's like, okay, you find that need.
That's next round. That'll be a question that will come up.
Now this might be tested. This is Mark Harris. On track with 2.092. I reckon this is Mark Harris.
So we are moving into testing.
So this is a Nomad, Chevy Nomad from Mark Harris testing. We've seen it campaigned in Slammer over the years, and it looks
Outlaws as well, maybe even, but maybe Slammer isn't it usually?
Yeah,
what do we
Jason
call it?
Donnelly.
What do we call it? Pro?
Pro
Slammer?
Or was it top door slammer now? I don't know, mate. Okay.
I'm not.
What's going on?
I was just going to throw you under the bus because I don't know what we call it anymore. I get used to calling it Pro
I'm sorry.
Slammer for all those years. Now
all
it's
those
like, no,
years.
it's top door
Yeah, it's top
slammer,
door
mate. It's
slammer
like,
again now.
I don't know what it is anymore. All I know is it's a big, bad, supercharged category that's fast and it's angry and it's good to watch. And it's always going to.
I did have
It's
a
always
mic
going to
like
get
this.
loose.
You're right. It's top door slammer.
It is
So,
top door slammer.
Yeah, we go. It's leaking some fluid down there on track
Oh,
as well.
that's no good. Oh, yeah, big puddle there. Look
It
at
is a
that.
big puddle, yeah.
You could almost dive into that. That looks like the Olympic pool.
But yeah, anyway, it's running to the 5-second zone. That car.
Yes.
It's got some pedigree.
Well, let's hope it's something
and
only
it's one of
minor.
the nicest cars
Yeah.
in
Oh,
indoor slimmer that we've seen over the years.
how many purple cars do you see here at the track? Not too many, mate. Always red and white and black. Got you thinking, hasn't it? Now you're going to be taking a mental note as they all come through. And Terry was right. There's not many purple cars here. Same as green. Well, a lot of drag racers like to think that there's green and black. They like to think it's an unlucky colour, but I beg to differ. I think there's been some races who've gone exceptionally well in green and black cars.
Did you remember Rob Tucker brought out his
Yep.
retro livery in his Pro Stock car, that
He
green,
did
that
too.
metallic green? That was really nice.
Oh, that was really good, yes.
Yeah, that was really nice green on that.
See, it's like, you know, it's breaking the hoodoo. You reckon it was...
We need more retro liveries in drag racing.
Well, did you see it?
It is an expensive thing
It
to do for a
is.
one-off weekend.
Did you see
but
they're having like Pro Stock, a classic Pro Stock
yeah,
category?
Nostalgia Pro Stock at the Nostalgia
Nostalgia.
event that's next weekend, yeah, August 10th.
Now, Mark, without stating the very obvious, me being older than you, the old days back at Surfers and even the early days at Willowbank, and the days when we had cars like the Shotgun and the Leprechaun and the vehicles like in Pro
D'Alessandro?
Stock, D'Alessandro, yep.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go, and Flaherty, and those guys in these classic Pro Stock cars. That for me, and I know we always like to talk about, people like to talk about golden eras in motorsport and racing or whatever. They talk about the 90s and drag racing. Well, that for me was a Tirana. It was an XA or an XB Ford. That's what you kind of had, and that was just the best thing. They were all 350 cubers, and that's how it had to be.
All manually shifted and dropped
And
the
it was
clutch.
just
and,
exciting.
Yep.
Nowadays, they'd be probably running in super stock or
Yeah,
or
so
even something like that now. But that category just really captured me, and it was by far and away my favourite category.
So I think that Nostalgia Pro Stock class that's happening next weekend for its first event, it's got to be Pro Stock cars that ran pre-1999 body.
Ooh, okay, yep.
I think, don't quote me.
Yeah, no,
I'm just trying to
I'm
remember because
reckon-
I did read the rules during the week. Yeah, pre-99. It's
Of course
actually,
you did, because you've got nothing else to do with your life except your wife and children.
Yeah,
and I'm
so-
just going
and
to read
it's
the
actually a-
I'm going to read the Nostalgia Pro Stock rules for something to
It's
do.
a heads-up class, 7.90 seconds heads up.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be manually shifted. There's autos are allowed in that. So, but
That's quick. So that's quick. So back in the day, these guys were only running like 9-something seconds, and that
Yeah.
to us back then, it was like, you know, Top Fuel weren't running even into the 5 seconds. They were running 6-odd seconds. So it was a whole different world back then. But
I'm
mate,
actually
what a
bringing the rules
great.
up for us now. Just,
yeah, I like that.
so we're not trying to remember exactly.
Because, you know, we might get inundated with people who've
Okay.
got Pro Stock cars sitting at home
So-
that are sitting in the shed that have got dust on them.
So the equalizer is it is a 790 index class, pre-1999 X Pro Stock cars. So
Yep.
that's all your Cutlasses and Tiranas, whatever.
Monsters,
Monsters,
all
whatever
those little,
the-
vague,
Pontiacs.
Yep, all those that sort of thing.
Any engine size, any gearbox
Any
combo,
engine size.
no force, so it's all naturally aspirated. It's 3
Mate, well-
rounds round robin, so it's 790.
Well, these
sedans.
guys know how to get someone who's got a tunnel rammed, you know, twin fours, where to get it tuned these days. You know what I mean? Like, it's all injection these days. It's like, hang on, where's the carby people?
Let's
Where
have
are
a-
they?
So I'm just having a look at the entry list. They've already got 4 entered, so it's only still another week for entries. They've got David Goldie, Darren Gay, Denny Lake, all Cutlasses, and Aaron Smith. I'm not sure what Aaron's got. There you go, your 3 Cutlasses, and they're all actually, all 3 of those guys run quicker than 790.
So they'll be taking something out of it.
They've got to slow them down, yeah. for that index.
That's interesting. That's like the Barons having to do that with their car. It's like they like to ship around in the category. So that'll be intriguing next week.
Baron could probably run in it.
I reckon.
But he's probably a bit too slow. He's only running. I think he's out the back door runs 850. So.
Yeah, true.
And they're very competitive. I can't see them giving up half a second.
No,
wanting to race.
God no. So here we go. This is the what have we got coming up?
It's a big Ford compared to 2811.
Can you see it there?
No, I cannot see.
I cannot see that awesome Ford Coupe there.
When it was he entered in Super Sedan, and he's gone into testing that because he's got Super Sedan on the side.
Oh, it was up though. That was a bit angry. No.
No, okay. No name for that one.
Well, that's intriguing.
And it looks like he might be lost fire as well.
Besides the supercharger, that car would look good in Nostalgia Pro Stock.
Yeah. Yep.
So let's see. I did see a couple of the other testing vehicles coming around. So yeah, that was 2811. So it must have been a late entry. I mean, late entries. You know what? If you're going to bring a test vehicle and it's going to be a late entry, we don't, as commentators, we do not mind at all. If you turn up in something and we go, well, that wasn't on our list, but this is like getting an extra dessert, isn't it? It's like, would you like a I don't know, a profiterole at the end of the day, and would you like a cornetto as well? I don't know.
I had a profiterole yesterday. I haven't had one for years. It was good. Salted
I find it hard to say sometimes, the profiterole. Profiterole.
Yeah.
And once you start to think about the word a little bit more, it gets even more difficult.
How good is it? We're at a drag racing event. We're talking about the pronunciation of profiterole.
You know what the best part about it is, Mark? Talking to Tyler down there from Overtaking Lane, who's doing our fantastic live feed for everybody sick at home. And it's 11 o'clock, so some people are probably somewhere in the world that have got a beer in their hand now, which is really unfair for us commentators, but that's the way it works. Already had like 150 to 200 people, bang on.
Yeah, it's good.
So this is what, look, we talked about it, we've all talked about, the three of us, is if there's an event somewhere that's live, generally we'll tune in and have a look. It's like, why not?
Well, mate, if you're sitting around having breakfast.
Oh, look at this, little 3RZ.
Let's throw on the old boys over at Overtaking Lane.
So Sam Kiprios.
Just having a look at some of the comments that we've seen from the guys. It's really positive, so that's really good to see that the guys are doing a good job here.
What guys? Not the commentator, you mean the
Overtaking Lane. Yeah, it's very good coverage.
Don't worry about the commentary.
Yeah, we've got Sam Kiprios on track testing. See, now Sam could have been running in SuperComp this week.
He most certainly has. You can see Mick out there. Mick's got a job for the day, out there lining Sam up. Good to see he's...
So we don't know what's happening with their program or not, but without knowing what the guys are doing, you'd think that Sam would normally enter in SuperComp.
Well, you know that he's
won. I think
gearing up for Jamboree.
Jamboree. Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yep.
He wants to be ready. So he's probably trying a few things. No, I'm not going to muck around. Maybe he's going to do the 3 tests and then maybe bail. I don't know. Probably
save it for Jambo.
Yeah, and saying, no, I just want to test a few things with this car and see what it does.
Well, we know he can run into the low 7-second zone, the import media.
And that was Mr. Import Media, Mick out the front there, who guided Sam back. Gotta love this car. That was a good launch. I mean, don't look at the light, just look at the launch. And then he got that off it there, though.
Yeah, 4.60 seconds to half track, so it was definitely... Well, he still rolled through for a 7.81, but... 4.60 seconds, that tells me he's probably on like a very low 7-second pass there, 7.20,
which
7.30.
Is... Yeah, from memory, I think Sam might actually own that category that he races in. I think he actually does own the Willowbank record, I do believe, anyway, at least. So don't correct me, because I know that he does, but it's that little 3RZ is good, isn't it? It's just a tough little 4-cylinder Toyota engine, and Sam most certainly knows how to get to wring the most out of it.
So a lot of those guys that are competitive in SuperComp do try and not reset their records.
Yes. Actually, that's probably why he's gone, no, I'm just going to test because I'm keeping this whole thing safe.
3997, I thought that was...
I thought it was Webby. It is Webby. It is. It is
I
Tony.
think 3997 though is actually Ken Ryan's number.
So they've got it. But we know that's Webby.
Yeah, I think his is 3977.
So Tony Webb. Where did we catch up? I think Wade and I caught up with Tony out at a no prep event, probably at Lakeside. Yeah, good to catch up with him. He brought the little Trana, brought the young bloke, having a good day, having a good look, and then realised he probably should have entered. Because as you know, that's what a lot of guys do. They go, man, I should have entered. This thing looks like a lot of fun.
I think this car's going to be very soon.
Yes, I've heard that as well. So Tony heading that Commodore down. He will run it through from 891 at 156 miles an hour.
I think you'll see it's going to campaign in the Kenda series for the radials. Yeah.
That sounds like the sound of my people. That sounds like a rotor in the house. So it's, that'll be, I do believe. Oh no, it could be. Is it Nick Baxter in the other 3RZ in the Fox body? Is it? I'm not too sure.
So look, 1512, you would be correct, Nick Baxter.
Another 3RZ in the house. So how good to see. Now, got to say a few things about Nick. Big thank you to for cooking up a storm this morning for all the officials. You and I and Wade didn't make it in time because we're commentators and we turn up late because that's just what we do because we're the life of the party. I mean,
We make the late entrance.
Hang on, Mark, who puts a breakfast on at 6:30 in the morning on a Saturday morning? Calm yourself. Who's even up at that time? I think I woke up at that time. But then we get to see the awesome Fox body Mustang of Nick Baxter run. Let's see what Nick can do. This car is just a tidy piece of work. Nick's had quite a few different cars he's campaigned over the years, but he has really found his good footing in this car. Done a lot of work to it, and all of it himself, mate, and the car is just hear that thing sing up in that high revs, that little four-cylinder goes through for an 856 at 100, and it's 75 miles an hour.
Good speed, 175 mile an hour, yeah.
How's that top end, Mark? So these boys will be playing around, getting ready for Jambo, getting ready for some sort of radial, no prep. There's no rest for them, is there? There's something they've just got to be at and getting ready for. There's always, if I'm not racing, I'm getting ready for the next race.
He's done a lot of kilometres travelling, Nick.
Yeah.
He's gone down to Sydney, raced the Canberra events, and up north as well.
So this will be Sam in the RX-8.
So we do have a few cars here testing for Jamboree. Obviously, that's in a few weeks' time here at Willowbank Raceway. August 24th and 25th. Check it out online for all the details. Super Sedan, Super Street to the Wainsley, Super Sedan and Super Street. You guys should be in the lanes Junior Dragster. You should be there already as well. So Super Sedan, Super Street Junior Dragster. You guys should be in the lanes.
Sam getting that mighty RX-8, smoking it up. So Sam's been seeing Sam a lot in one of his other dailies recently, down the road, having a good time. But this is where it's all at. Have a look at this thing. This is where it's it all gets a little bit serious. Mr. Duffy down there. That the old man bought an R100.
Yeah.
And he's coming racing. He's coming racing in an R100. You're going to do it up. And every time he talks to me about it, he goes, "I know you'd be happy about it, Terry." Because, but good to hear. I think a lot of people are closet rotary lovers. And just if they want to be quiet about it, that's okay. You don't have to show your love to the public.
That's what you just let everyone know that you like rotaries. Step out.
It sounds like it's a disease, doesn't it? It sounds like we've got
Once you've got the confidence, you want to let everyone know. We'll be here with open arms.
Yeah. But there we go. This
no
will be good to see what the RX-8 can do on this on the stab of the track on this beautiful, beautiful day here at Willowbank Raceway. As I said, big thanks to everyone who's listening and watching at home with the overtaking lane coverage. Thank you to OTL, well done. Rotor in the house, here we go.
106 to the 60 foot.
Yep.
It was solid, 106.
Yep, 4.6 to the 8. Yeah, 106 to the 60 is good, isn't it? So
And
nice
it wasn't
work
a
there.
clean launch either. Like, it was definitely room for improvement. So you always look at the positives.
Well, now's the day. If you're going to do some testing and you've got Jamboree up in a few weeks' time, in 3 weeks' time or thereabout. So that means our next test vehicle will be Trevor Cooper. That is one extremely tough-looking. Is that an LC, Toronto?
That is tidy, isn't it? Who's
Look at that.
1695.
It's Cooper.
Who was it?
Trevor Cooper, isn't it?
Trevor Cooper, yeah, that's a nice
Have a look at that.
Yeah.
That is one fat-looking Toronto. Look how low slung that is at the back, Mark.
The
Almost
body,
like it's designed
yeah.
for almost half-track racing. You know what I mean? Get that power down. Oh, have a look at that.
That is cool.
That was.
Trevor Cooper.
Are you not entertained? How good was that, folks?
Wow, that.
Well, that car just launched and just held
They
that
just
front wheel
hung it
up and
there.
said, yeah, look, you know, like, I don't know, you could put a small child underneath that
I'm
front
just
wheel
smiling,
for
mate. I'm
half
smiling.
track.
That was.
Just
the
got
car
out.
looked good. Like it. That is my favourite car of the weekend. Sorry. That's it. That's worth the price
That
of
was
admission
so
for
wild.
Trevor Cooper.
What a wild bit of kit. Tell you, Jared was quick on that tractor.
I'll have to get some information on that.
Yeah,
But
we need to. I'm sure that someone here will probably send me some info. Maybe one of the boys who are doing testings can send us a little bit of info about Mr. Cooper's car, because that was tough. I should probably read my messages, because
You're a pro on air, mate. What are you doing with your phone? Come
I'm
on.
just no. It's,
Just
they're all
there,
messaging
Terry.
me, hoping that they're going to give me some information, and they are. So, but that car got out. I'll tell you what, that'll be on the highlights package of the overtaking lane for sure, because I know the boys would have got some good shots heading down the track. If you go down in the control room and have a look at later on, have you seen how many cameras, how many other extra cameras that the lads have set up today for this event?
Have they got more than in the last one?
It is very impressive. So
Well,
they've got.
the good thing with overtaking lane is they invest the money that they make back into overtaking lane.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
then-
like us, where we just
No, I
invested
would've-
back into
I
go.
would have
get-
went and bought
to get
race
a-
cars and stuff. You know,
Well, I would have bought probably an extra meal at somewhere.
They really do it because they love the sport. They love doing what they're doing. There's a couple passionate guys, and thank you to them, because
Yeah.
it's if you'd seen overtaking lane from when their humble beginnings and what they had to what
Yes.
they've got now, it's incredible, the transformation.
And we're glad, because, as I said, look, the numbers don't lie, and numbers will be spiking up. But I'm going to jump off the microphone. We're going to give Mr. Wade Benson, who's been waiting very patiently to get a run on the microphone. He had a quick 1 minute stint, and then we kicked him off.
And we're moving into qualifying session number 2 for Super Street. It is now about consolidating what they did in Q1. The fields are set, so that won't change. It's all about knowing what the car is going to do, being consistent on the tree, looking for what the car you'll be dialing in at round 1, because now your focus will be on round 1. As we see Mark Rosso and Troy Hutton go through the finish line there. Hutton goes 10.70, Mark Rosso goes 11.61, 115 miles an hour. Next pairing up here in Super Street, we have got Darren Pennington, the Capri, to take on Bud Kelly, the HQ, the Premier, down there on track. They qualified in number 4 and 24. After that, reaction time qualifying, we had the first session. That is the only session that matters. Pennington gets out of the red light here, 018 red. Bud Kelly goes 059. Across the finish line, Bud Kelly 10.57, 125 mile an hour. Darren Pennington goes 10.87, 121 mile an hour. Wade, you're joining us on the microphone. It is QT for Super Street. How are you going, mate? How's it been so far today for you?
Yeah, morning, Mark. Morning, everyone. It's been a good start to the morning, hasn't it? I mean, I was slack on the coffees, but
Quick question, because you know Hans over at Donnelly. How do you pronounce his last name?
I'll go US, but I'll probably get it wrong. I've been pronouncing Stefan Gau's last name wrong for all my life. I found out at his wedding. So.
Okay, Han is out there with an 017 in red. We see Sean Taskus goes 063, 1100, 119 mile an hour, and Harness goes through for a 1270, 117 mile an hour. Well, you're no help, mate. I thought you knew these guys. You hang out with them.
But you never know your best mates
by
last name or first name. You always got something
head.
sort of name for them.
What's his nickname then? Has he got a nickname?
Yeah.
All right, Georgie Wegner on track and Daryl Angel for the Chevelle. Daryl there with the 545. Bit of spin there. Some free rows. Georgie gets out the 2-second reaction time, but it looks like we've got issues both sides of the racetrack here. The Corolla for Georgie, sort of missing there on the hit.
Yeah, it's been struggling the last couple of events off the start line for George. So obviously the problems, unfortunately, continuing into this event.
Well, with the years that George has been racing, he's seen everything at least 3 or 4 times. And what happens? You go back and you're like, this has happened before.
Yeah, we'll just come back and try again.
Yeah. Next up, Ray Ross to take on Wayne Nipperis. Qualifying, Nipperis was number 7, Ross was number 19. Ross was uncharacteristic with the 248 reaction time in that first session. He's down the list a bit. Just got to wait for both those cars to get off the racing surface before we send them down. Ross was too quick in the first session. He went 9.98, so you got to be 10 seconds and slower in Super Street.
So for Ross, he's looking to get himself in the field, just run over that 10-second mark.
He's in the field. He's qualifying because it's just as long as you dial in between the 10.00 and 12.99, you're in the field. But obviously, you want to be running between those numbers. You don't want to be going too slow because you don't want to give your competitor an advantage because you can't hit the dial, and you don't want to be going too quick because then you get disqualified for going too quick.
Yeah, it certainly does help to run over that 10 seconds.
But I wouldn't be surprised if we see Ross just roll off the throttle and goes like a 10.10 here or something. And, well, Wayne Nipperis, he's fine. He's in the field. He's qualified well. It's just about consolidating his numbers, and the car does what you expect it to do. I think without looking at weather stations, I'd probably think the second would be one or two under control of the first session. Ray Ross goes 0.94 in the tree. Nipperis goes 0.11 red. So Ross might actually lose enough ET that he doesn't need to back off. He does. He goes 10.01. 132 mile an hour. Nipperis goes 10.78, 124 mile an hour. I was just thinking that as we went down, I'm like, well, if it's going to be 100 or 200 slower this session because it is warming up, he might not have to do anything, and there you go, bang. Straight out the back door, 10.01.
Doesn't need to change what he's doing. Car did what it was supposed to do. Adjusting for those weather conditions.
Samantha Yilton now for BL Race Engines in the Commodore to take on Darcy North in the XW Ford.
So 0.71 there for Darcy. In the Ford, Samantha in the Commodore, 1.03. Looks like a few problems there for Darcy in the second half of the racetrack. So goes through for a 12.62, but you can see the 68 miles per hour. So definitely was off it in the second half. Samantha Yilton goes through an 11.44 at 120 miles per hour in the Commodore.
Yeah, at the back door, Darcy would have been into the 10-second zone. Samantha Yilton consistent at 11.44. Next up, Wade Moran in the Mustang for SWC Automotive to take on Craig Leighton, the Statesman for Aussie Diffs. Oh, Leighton would have liked that in the first qualifying session, the 0.02. And Moran goes too quick, 0.15 red. And Wade will go across the finish line. 11.44, 119 mile an hour. Craig Leighton goes 11.59, 117 mile an hour.
Yeah, nice work there for both of those guys in their second qualifier. And we've got Terry Glasby coming up in the fair lane. Jenny Ashen over in the Commodore.
Yeah, so Jenny qualified 14th, Glasby 16th.
So what are they looking for in their second session, Marco? Obviously, for the QDRC, first session's about reaction time. Second session, they're just looking to consolidate on that first.
Consolidate expected to with the weather conditions. So whether the conditions got better or worse because it's warming up. In theory, you should be losing 100th if everything's right. You haven't changed anything. So as long as everything does what is expected, you'll be happy. 11:31 for Denny Ashton, 11:86 for Terry Gillespie. You're probably swapping lanes as well, because you want to get data in both lanes. So that'd be one thing you'd be looking at from Q1. You want to try and get over in the lane that you weren't in. And then for your third qualifier, well then, that's when you start looking at where you've qualified on the sheet. Do I have lane choice? So you want to try and get a lane that you're going to pick in round 1. As we see John Riley and the 1 tonner get out with an 081 red. Christine Thompson goes 170 green. So Christine had issues in the first qualifier. This time it looks pretty smooth. It's at 1078, 137 mile an hour, good pass. And Riley 1170, 113 mile an hour. So yeah, in this session, the two things I'd be looking at is swapping lanes from what I was in Q1, and that the car, does as expected, ET-wise, and then doing my job as a driver.
Yeah. You mentioned, have they changed anything between sessions? But in Super Street, they wouldn't really be changing too much. Just top up the fuel.
If it did everything as expected in Q1, you don't be touching anything. So you see William Keogh gets out with the 030 light here, and the XC Falcon, he goes through for a 1220, 110 mile an hour. And Travis Greaves in beside him, the XD Falcon goes 1058, 127 mile an hour. Yeah, you don't want to be touching anything. It's just, control the variables that you can control. And one of those variables is tune-up. And the variable is don't touch it.
Yeah, you can roll around back to the trailer. You can put the park brake on, sit back, get comfortable, grab a sandwich from the Costco platter, and wait for qualifier 2.
But if something happened, like if it coughed or missed, obviously you're going to try and just have a look at a couple of things, and if you have to change something, well, you do, because you had issues. So as we watched Tanisha Marshall, Holtz and Mara gets out with 151 reaction time. Marshall 152. So the Mad Dog Motorsport Monaro for Angela Holtz will go through for a 1091, 126 mile an hour. Tanisha Marshall goes to 1164, 117 mile an hour.
Yeah, coming up next, parent Carl grading for Divine Massage and Herbal Spa, new sponsor on board for the first round from our first events. In the Fairmont, Murray Flay over in the Commodore. If looks could be deceiving, then the Murray's Commodore can certainly get up for a street car from the 90s. So Carl at 001 red there for Carl, a 104 the light for Murray Flay, and Carl will go through an 11.16, 119 miles per hour. So Murray Flay in that Commodore punches out a 13.06, 109 miles per hour. Geez, that would have got you to school in a hurry back in the 90s, Mark.
It would have, mate.
You would never have been in a hurry to get to school, though.
No. Actually, no. Mate, I was a big fan of getting to school early because I like to play sport with my mates. I would play footy, basketball before school started. John Massey, 016, I was usually at school about 7:30 just to be on the courts, playing footy or whatever.
Getting warmed up for morning tea.
Yeah, Massey goes through 11.95, 117 mile an hour. Can't do that these days. You're not allowed to school. You got to sit there and do nothing if you get there early.
So that'll round out qualifying session number 2 for Prime Science Speed Elec Super Street. So we will see them out a little bit later on for their third qualifier.
Okay, we're now moving into qualifying session number 2. Quick recap for Junior Dragster. Jacob Schultz was our number 1 qualifier with a 004. Max Rowling, number 2 with a 007. Dakota Bray rounds out the top 3 with an 010. That will not change. The only way that changes is if someone missed that first session and it's their first pass here in Q2.
Yep.
That would be the only change that can happen in the seeding at the moment. But just like our other Super Street that we just spoke about, qualifying is now set unless they haven't done a pass.
And how's that, Mark? The juniors, our future stars of the sport, and you've got there 12 drivers under that 100 reaction time. That's a lead, isn't it?
It is. I think that would be your goal. It's somewhere in the zeros. Anywhere in the zeros, you'd be happy. And it's a bonus if you get that 1, 2, or 3 spot. As we see on track, Carl Schultz, the A Civil Junior Dragster, he qualified number 10. Dakota Bray, runner-up in the first event, qualified number 3, so she's continued on the good form as well for Smith Transport and her Junior Dragster.
Yeah, so for Dakota coming off a runner-up in round number 1. For Carl Schultz, he is the...
What can you tell us, mate? What stats have you got for us, mate, for the Junior Dragster class?
No, you'll be disappointed, mate. I lost my stats yesterday, so unfortunately
I
lost my spreadsheet.
How do you lose a spreadsheet?
It wasn't saved. That was the problem. So I'll have to start from scratch on that one.
Wait, I saw the screenshot. You had everyone's
It was
averages
pretty.
and
It was
everything.
average reaction times. It was minimum dial-ins. It was quickest runs. There was a lot of good. There was a lot of juicy facts in there, mate.
There is a recover button, you know, as well.
Oh, you tell me that now.
006 for Carl Schultz, 061 for Dakota Bray. Great light from Carl Schultz, goes 799, 81 miles an hour. Dakota Bray goes 809 at 79.95 mile an hour. So she continues on her way here.
Yeah, nice work there for Carl. He is of course, our reigning track champion for Junior Dragster. Be on the stats front, Mark. I'll have to get back to you, mate.
I'm actually really disappointed for you because I know I'd seen the little photo that you took and sent through of what you've been working on. That's a lot of work if you have lost it.
Yeah, I was pretty impressed with myself. It just quietly, it only took about 5 minutes, so it looked impressive, but it didn't take long.
Impressive that you don't know how to use the save button. You don't even have the auto save set on as well, mate. What is going on there? So Carl Schultz is the reigning champ, eh?
He is. Next passing coming forward, looks like it was Tamika Carslake. Yes, indeed. So gets out with the red lights. And across the 8th mile in 8:58 at 73 miles per hour.
Yeah, Tamika, she qualified 21st, so she had a red light in that first qualifying session, and she went red here again. So now when you talk about what you're looking for as a driver, Tamika now has gone red in Q1, Q2, Q3, you want a green. 100% you want a green because you don't want to be going into round 1 of racing with 3 reds under your belt. So that'd be one thing that team would be looking at anyway going into Q3. Next up, Nixon Knijff to take on Carlos Harvey. We spoke about the Harvey team earlier today. You know, they've won some events now here in Australia and in New Zealand.
Yeah, you're speaking about Carlos as well, winning the Winter Nationals back in early June, so not that long ago. Wins the biggest event outside of North America. Thanks for coming. Put that on the resume. Nixon Knijff, though, he took home some hardware from the Winter Nationals. On the Thursday, they ran what was the final from the previous round in Sydney, which couldn't be run. So took home a gold Christmas tree of his own on the Thursday at the Winter Nationals. So both drivers.
How good is that, getting a Winter Nationals win? Some of us have been racing for not too long, but haven't got a Winter Nationals win. 30 years.
Does that dig deep, does it, Mark?
It does.
Yeah. We've pulled out some scars.
Nixon Knijff, 0.45 on the 3. 0.92 for Carlos Harvey. And Nixon Knijff goes through 8.03, 82 mile an hour. Carlos Harvey, 8.49, 75 mile an hour.
It's like a footballer that plays for 25 years and doesn't make a grand final, and then you have someone like Marlon Pickett for Richmond makes his debut in a grand final and they win. It's not fair, is it? Life's not fair sometimes. But,
I have no idea who you're just talking about. So is that AFL?
It is AFL.
Okay. When you said football, I was like, I thought you talked about league then. Who? Yes. Next up, Taylor Knijff to take on Jacob Schultz. So Jacob Schultz was our number 1 qualifier in Junior Dragster. Actually, I can see the sheet is actually getting updated here in is only the first session that counts.
And you were talking as well, Mark, at the start of this qualifying session, you were highlighting those top 3 qualifiers and why it's so important going into racing, because if we do have an odd number of races in our categories, it means if you're a top 3 qualifier, you're going to get a bye in one of our 3 rounds of racing this afternoon. So automatically you're getting win points.
Well, the thing is, it's actually more advantageous to be number 3 qualifier, because if it's a solo pass, you actually get in the 3rd round, where the round that matters to be closest to your dial, where number 1 qualifier actually gets into the first round.
Yeah. So it starts your day well in racing.
Yeah, what about Jacob though? Goes 00 first qualifier, 013 in the second qualifier, absolutely on fire. Jacob Schultz, Super Junior, goes through 863, 75 mile an hour. Taylor Knijff goes 12:05 at 52 mile an hour, but Jacob Schultz, 004, 013. That is a team on the money today.
It is too. He's saying I'm going to be a tough competitor to come racing a little bit later on. Whatever he's had for breakfast, bring it up here to the commentary box.
Not that we need to cut any lights up here, but
so Top Sportsman and Modified, Top Sportsman and Modified to the staging lanes, please. Your second qualifier is not too far away.
You got a practice stream on your phone, mate? Do the lap to do your practice lights and that?
I don't, mate. I don't. If I can punch in that I'm racing in a 2-ton Ford Falcon here.
But you can always put the rollouts on there.
But qualifier number 2 is right here, right now for Siobhan Harvey in the speedflow lane for Yuasa Batteries. Neela Paul over in the rocket lane. For JD Race Cars on the side of the junior. Nice work there for Siobhan, 021 lights. Neela Paul 117 across the 8th mile for a pair of 8 juniors, an 812 at 80 miles per hour for Siobhan. Paul shot an 836 at 77 miles per hour. Must have been that coffee you had, Mark.
Here we go. Next up, Chase Castlake on track to take on Tyler Ballard for the TBRE Performance Junior Dragster. How did they qualify? Well, Chase went 0:30 and Ballard went 0:99 on their reaction time. So Chase definitely up in the top half of the field with that 0:30. Double 06 red there for Carslake, 061 for Tyler Ballard. Ooh, 785 for Ballard, 84 mile an hour, and Carslake goes 823, 79 miles an hour. So that was a little bit quick there for Ballard. That's 785. Big field in junior dragster this weekend. How many?
Yeah, 23 we've had so far.
23 so far on track.
It's always one of our biggest fields. Certainly. Certainly up there. Normally we see Super Sedan, Super Street as well with high competitor numbers. But for a category where you can age out and always have so many juniors in the field, it's a positive for drag racing.
At 17 years old, I had to retire. I'm too old.
At what age do you become a veteran in junior dragster?
Yeah, well, you think about some of those 8-year-olds, you know, they're when they do retire, you know, they've already got 10 years racing craft experience before they step up into those bigger classes. A 130 light there for Jasmine Kidd, 193 for Amelia Wright, but issues for Amelia there. It sounded like a bit of a pop and it's lost power. Jasmine Kidd though, 862, 74 mile an hour, and we'll have to get the Mighty Mouse Tools Junior Dragster of Amelia Wright off the track. And that's a good thing. You can see that Amelia's done the right thing, that the car has stopped. She pulled to the side of the racetrack. That's what we train everyone, all the drivers. That if you do have issues, to try and, once you can safely pull the car up, to pull it to the side so you're off the racing line. And if the car is leaking anything, it's puddled to the side and not in that main groove.
Isn't that great awareness as well for a junior? And we talk about juniors and they're learning the craft of drag racing and what they do, but that just, as we we're just saying, some of them have a lot of experience, and that sort of shows that she had the awareness to pull over.
Because sometimes you see her senior counterparts, they may go, oh, what's all this smoke? We'll just idle down the track in the middle of the racing surface, right down the braking
Nothing
area.
to see here.
Yeah. So we'll push Amelia back and we'll get back underway with qualifying here.
Quick recovery,
Junior
isn't it,
Dragster.
for a junior?
Yeah.
Quick recovery. So I heard yourself and Terry this morning, Mark, were talking about your junior days of yesteryear,
I can't remember those, man. That's way too long ago.
But in 30 years, junior dragsters, they haven't changed too much, have they? As far as they're pretty simple machines.
Simple machines. That's,
Simple machines.
Are you sure you want to say that?
In drag racing terms.
I would argue that.
You would?
It's simple. Yeah, mate. With all those setups that they've got and what they do with the clutches and everything and the way they tune
Not
them.
as simple as they look.
No,
Yeah.
no. Everything's designed to make them consistent, though. So there's a lot going on, but it's all about how the performance of the junior, and it's really good because when you've got young kids, it's going to give them mechanical experience and understanding how an internal combustion engine works, how the clutch affects the way the car performs and the way it drives off the start line. So you learn all that sort of stuff. Everything from like the angles of the clutch, that changes the way the car launches and the weights inside and how aggressive it is. So yeah, there's lots of things there, and it's one of the good things about junior dragster is that when kids are like, what am I ever going to use maths for? Well, here you go, mate. This is all everything. It's all numbers. It's literally all mathematics. It's engineering. You're learning about what happens with the way the car works and how you change when you change something, how it affects the car. And so it's one of the good positives about junior drag racing. And then you got yourself as a driver. You're going to collect all your data from weather conditions and more numbers again. Learning about, okay, it's changed 1,000 feet. How does it affect the car now that it's got 20% more humidity? There's more water grains in there. What's it do now to the engine? How does it perform? And Vance Pirano on track. Vance Hairland, 130 reaction time. Nevaeh McDougall is at the 100 reaction time. Nevaeh goes 854.77 miles an hour, and Vance Pirano goes 862.76 miles an hour.
So you're probably saying that driving the car is actually the easiest part of what the juniors are doing. Because they can get in, they got a throttle, they got a brake, they got a steering wheel. They go down the track.
At the end of the day,
it's everything outside the car that they're learning.
Yeah, everything, mate. Everything's numbers. At the end of the day, it's just that your numbers are going to be better than competitors' numbers. When you break it right down to the nitty-gritty, and that is having the better light, being more consistent. But to be consistent, it's about understanding your vehicle, understanding the setup, understanding what the engine does, understanding what the weather does, understanding the track conditions. And they're just all the little bits that add up to you.
And if I change A and B, how does it affect C and so forth?
And that's why, when your kid starts, get them like a logbook where they record everything themselves, get them writing it all in, writing the data, the splits, from your 60 to 330, 330 to 660, the weather conditions, what did you do with the car setup. As Paige King gets out here with an 029 red, Jet Pirano goes into 78. And Jet Pirano goes through for a 799, 82 miles an hour. Paige King goes 860, 74 miles an hour. So, you took Jet Pirano would go back against the right card, write down all the increments, write down if they've got the weather station, the data. Did we make any changes? Okay, we made this change. You make all the notes. Was there a headwind? Make that note. Next up, Alex Kidd to take on Cody Setback.
So Alex Kidd was our '1 qualifier from our first round of the QDRC. But it doesn't matter. But it's always good to have. Good to have in this. There's a stat for you, Mark.
What's that, mate?
Alex Kidd, #1 qualifier from round 1. Because it doesn't matter too much now, but it's in the books. It's in the history books.
Oh, you talking about round
Round
one?
one,
I
yeah.
was like, what? You went, it was Schultz.
107 for Alex Kidd on the line. 118 for Cody Sedmak over in the Rocket Lane. And Alex will finish off all the fours at 8.444 at 70 miles per hour. Cody Sedmak goes to a 9.17 at 72 in the B Junior for JTS Racing.
Next up, Junior Dragsters. We can see the Jet Junior Dragster now. That's Christian Canelli behind the wheel this weekend. So I'm guessing it's going through the licensing procedure possibly. It's his second solo pass today. Canelli gets out there with a 139 red light. He takes his Junior Dragster through for an 8:29.78 miles an hour for a Christian Canelli there. And more licensing, this time it'll be Lexi Lancaster.
It must be exciting as a junior market to go through your licensing procedure and get all those boxes ticked off.
You want to know something fun?
Here we go.
So when I got my licenses, we didn't even have 8 mile back then. It was quarter mile day, so I ran 33 seconds over the quarter mile, so 30 mile an hour. That's back in 93.
Did you feel like you were flying? That was the year I was born. Did you feel like you were flying?
I did, yeah. It's so good. It's experience. So Lexi, what time of life at the moment? 0.498 reaction time. That's Lexi Lancaster going through the licensing procedure. He backs off at half track and rolls that junior through for a 9:08.46 miles an hour. I'm sure mum and dad are very proud. Parents right now.
And imagine the flex when you go to school on Monday. It's like, you know, well, how'd you go at basketball? How'd you go at netball?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, how'd you go at drag racing?
Yeah, just over 130 kilometres an hour. Just nothing really. Yeah. Well, would you believe that? My high school, we had 4 of us racing junior dragster at my high school.
It wasn't unique then at your high school.
It wasn't unique at my high school. But it was good though, because we all had something in common. So we were a big friendly group, so all friends.
Yeah, all sat together at lunchtime?
No. No, I don't hang out with the grandparents. Oh, you can see Nixon King here on track. From the King Transport. And it's good to see some new names, some rookies here in Junior Dragster. Good light there for Nixon, yeah, 0.72. And it's a 9:01, 70 miles an hour there for Nixon King. I don't think we saw this junior in the first session. 7.662. We've got a name on that one.
Isabel Hunter.
Oh, Isabella Hunter. Ah, okay. So obviously Hunter name synonymous with Willowbank Raceway, because obviously Rob and Dave Hunter. Track specialist over the years, prepping the track here for a long time. You can see Rob down there, Rob. See, oh, you can see. So Isabella. So this is one of the things, obviously one of the challenges with when you're starting to race junior dragster is the staging routine, because the cars do, if you do hit the accelerator, they do jump. So they try and get the idle working so the cars move by themselves without you having to touch the idle, to touch the accelerator. So now Isabella's challenge now is just to rocket into stage. If she does have to hit the throttle, well, you want to have your foot hard on the brake so it doesn't jump forward like it just did. So the best advice I would always say is hold your foot on the brake and hit the throttle, because it'll move, you know, like an inch, 2 inches, you know. because if you hit the throttle without your foot on the brake, it will jump forward.
And you see those more experienced juniors as well when they're rocking and shaking the car to get into the stage.
Yeah.
It's all a learning process.
So Isabella there off at half track as well. So it goes through for a 10:07, 51 mile an hour. I think that brings it close to Junior Dragster qualifying session 2. They got one more qualifier and then it's into racing. There goes the next bracket up. It should be a Super Sedan. Okay, now we're moving into qualifying session number 2 for Super Sedan. A quick recap of that first session. Rudy White was our number 1 qualifier with an 010. Brendan Shaw was number 2. Adam White rounded out the top 3 for Super Sedan. On track, Damien Morris for Horsepower Developments in the Minara to take on Wayne Hyde. A 003 red for Wayne Hyde there, 027 for Damien Morris. And Wayne Hyde will go through for a 925, 145 mile an hour. David Morris goes 993, 133 miles. Consistent for Morris. I know he's in the 990s in that first session as well. Next up, Adam White to take on Hamish Construction. So Hamish in the Commodore, or both Commodores. So Adam White. White's in the white Commodore, the BL.
That makes it easy.
Yep. I think I just said Adam White was our number 3 qualifier. He gets out the 002. But Adam White, Hamish gets up with an 057. And Adam White goes 949, 142 mile an hour. And Hamish goes 969, 139 mile an hour.
It was sharp for Adam, and he had a good look at the 60 foot turn. He got out over towards the centre line. Kept it nice and straight after that to finish off the quarter mile. As you said, looking to get that consistency across your 3 runs, limit the spread, and it makes picking a dial in all the more easier come round 1 of racing later today.
Judy Pukas now in the Valiant for Go to Racing, as you just said. Brendan Shaw for Downs Automotive Service in the Tirana. Now, I think Judy might have backed off in that first session. I think the speed was down from memory. And she's just gone straight through the beams, and she's just missed the stage lights there, so Judy will have to back up. I was actually watching, her head was looking down at something as she rolled through the beams.
Oh.
Yes.
Catches you unaware.
So she just missed the lights going on and off as she was rolling forward. Brendan Shaw, the Tirana, he's just waiting back there.
All of a sudden you look up and you go, look, I feel a bit closer to the light.
Yeah, that's
not
the
where I
tree.
usually look.
They moved this tree closer to the start line. Yeah. So Shaw, I'm just watching Shaw, so he's going back. He's getting pushed back, so I'm not sure. It might be a solo pass here for Judy Pukas.
Love the way the valve sits up on the back tyres. Goes through a 986 at 143 miles per hour.
Now I think that was quicker than the first pass, but it definitely wasn't clean. I think off the hit, and you hear a little bit of popping down there as well. Well, I'll tell you what, it's good to see this guy back on track after that first qualifying session, Gary Clark, because he had a moment.
Yeah, he did. Didn't
He had a moment with some coolant under the tyres, the rear slicks. In that Tirana take on Mitchell Bauer. Yeah, Gary Clark kept this thing shiny side up, all over the track. Used up all his lane. It was sideways spinning.
And if you did miss it,
it was a drifting session there for him.
It was, yeah. How often do you see a chop to run and drifting down the Willowbank quarter mile? But if you did miss it, make sure once the stream finishes for overtaking lane, jump back through and have a look. Find the first qualifier of Super Sedan. You can have a look at what we're talking about, because he really became a bit of a passenger, didn't he? He was just hanging on.
Didn't touch the wall, which is the main thing. And
that's it.
He's back here for Q2.
Yep, change of underwear, good to go.
He's got to get a lap down now. Just get some get an ET on the board. 013 for Mitchell Bauer. 097 for Gary Clark. Mitchell Bauer goes through 927, 149 miles an hour. Gary Clark gets an ET on the board at 1020 at 132 miles an hour. That'll be Rudy White down there on track. He was our #1 qualifier, take on Rob Price in the LH Tirana.
#1 qualifier, he won the last event in his first finals appearance. And to win the first round of the QDRC mark, he dialed in a 950 and ran a 950 with a 4.
How good is that?
Yeah.
Dead on, 4th hour over the dial, and you've got to be happy. And he's continued on with that form, because he's gone 009 to back up that 010 in the first qualifier. Rob Price goes 056 in the LH Tirana for Pine Mountain Performers beside him. And Price goes through for a 949, 130 miles an hour. Tell you what, White, 949, very consistent. You're saying that he went 950.
950, yeah, in the final,
in the final. That is a very consistent car with a very good driver at the moment. He's in red hot form, Rudy White.
Car's happy, driver's happy. It'll be one to watch come racing later today for Super Sedan. Next pairing coming for Daniel Harms. A bit of nitrous on board for Daniel. Kerry Rayner. Yeah,
080 Lightning for Harms. And Rayner down for 157.
.973 there for Dan in the Chev at 149 miles per hour, and Kerry will finish off in the Commodore in a 1000 at 136 miles per hour.
Just a quick call for QDRC SuperComp and Modified Bike to the lanes, please. Modified Bike and SuperComp to the lanes, please. We are now moving into qualifying session number 2 of Horsepower Solutions Top Sportsman.
What's there to say about Top Sportsman, Mark? Always an exciting category here for the QDRC. But we always talk sometimes about Top Sportsman. They don't always get the numbers that we see in Super Sedan and Junior Dragster, but it's always a high-quality field, and you can see that when you're trying to find some finalists, it's always about crunching numbers.
Well, one name that I didn't see in that first qualifying session, I know he's not here because he's posted on Facebook that he's on a little trip with a caravan, is Daniel Morris. How long has it been since we've seen Daniel Morris not in the lanes for Top Sportsman? It's been a long time. On track though, these two guys are here, Carl Davies and Dave Goldie. The Master Art Designs Cutlass of Dave Goldie entered in the Nostalgia Pro Stock class next weekend. The Nostalgia gets out the 025 for Goldie, 007 red for Carl Davies in that Monza. And Goldie goes 737, so he's lost 500 from that first session, 189 miles an hour. And Davies goes 819, 168 miles an hour. So yeah, I'd expect these guys now, because it is warming up, to be maybe 300s down on what they did in Q1 possibly.
As myself and Mark were talking earlier today with the juniors not long ago, and they were crunching their numbers, understanding the car, understanding the vehicles. top sportsmen. These guys will understand what those weather conditions will do to the ET. Steve Horvath in the Monaro. Kaylin Dooley, good to have her back on track after not here for round number 1 in the Tirana. Steve had some problems in the Winter Nationals, but they sorted those for the last event. So good to have Steve back out here at full throttles down the quarter mile. 102 reaction time. 0.45 for Kaylin Gooley, who'll finish off at 8.14, 166 miles per hour. And 8.41 with a 5 at 161 for Steve Horvath.
Yeah, that's good for Kaylin. I think she went 8.13 that first session, so she was home slower.
Yeah, some nice consistency there.
Yeah, very good, as expected. Okay, yeah, Daniel Lake, he's, as I said before, he's another one of those guys that have entered in the Nostalgia Pro Stock class this weekend. But this weekend, he's in Top Sportsman and running in that high 7-second zone to take on our current championship leader in Paul DeBlane for Top Sportsman. Big thank you to Horsepower Solutions supporting the bracket.
Yeah, and we do have a couple of brackets without sponsors, so if you're interested in, if you've got a business out there, you're interested in jumping on board as a sponsor for one of our brackets out here, the Queensland Drag Racing Championship, make sure you contact the office, and I'm sure they've got a package that they can help you with.
Double 8 red there for Jenny Lake. 0.24 for Paul Blaine. In that Ford Ute, Jenny Lake goes 7.79, 173 miles an hour. Paul goes 8.47 at 165 mile an hour.
Yeah, nice work. Some consistency for both competitors. Yourself and Terry were talking about purple cars. That one of Danny Lake and the Cutlass looks absolutely superb down there, doesn't it, Mark?
It does. Absolutely does. So he had a solo pass in the first session, Patrick Barron, who went a 9.18, so they need to pick up a couple of tenths to get in that quicker than that 8.99 second mark. But we know this car at the back door runs 860s, 850s, this Beretta for Aussie diffs. So I'm wondering if they've changed the throttle stop and just let it sink. Double 0.2, that's what we expect from Patrick Barron. Still got the throttle stop on there. And this time he goes through 913, 160 mile an hour, so picks up a little ET, but when it comes to racing, he needs to go on quicker than 8.99 seconds in Top Sportsman. Sean Palm now in the Hilux.
It's almost like when you're just touching on the Beretta there with the throttle stop. It's almost like super gas. They're just trying to sneak up on it so it runs exactly that 8.99 every pass.
Well, the thing with the Barons are, when they're running in a super sedan for the National Drag Racing Championship, it's got an 8.50 second cutoff. So they usually let it sing on the first run to try and get that number 1 qualifier because they can run 860s, 850s. But they see an advantage in leading first, so then they throw the throttle stop on. So they're qualified in the top half of the field, and then they slow the car down. So Pat's leading first off the tree, which is you're reacting consistently. You're not sitting there having to chase.
Yep.
And, it's a little bit easier on the delay box side of things. Sean Palmer on track the Hilux for Trim, Southeast Queensland. It's nitrous assisted Hilux. He went 140 something mile an hour on his earlier pass today. It was a fairly cruisy pass here at Willowbank Raceway. Oh, he's just pulled himself through the beams there. Still mixing up a little bit there. You can see it's not clean. You can hear it. And he just rolls through there for a 16-second pass, but obviously he'd already started the beams there before he took off.
Yeah.
And that is a close for Top Sportsman. Oh, wait there. I just got a text message from the Barron team, so they no traditional throttle stop on today. They've got a different style on the car, so I wonder what that means for them. Interesting. Anyways, Moving now into Knijff Earthmoving Modified Eliminator, qualifying session number 2.
We are indeed. It'll be Brett Farnell in the front engine dragster over there in the rocket lane. Dave Porter in the speed flow lane coming forward. There's a couple of different varieties of vehicles that we can see in Modified Eliminator.
So if Brett follows the trend, he is our number 1 qualifier. He is number 1. No one can knock him off unless they do a run in the first session. He went 8.18 in that first session, so I would think that if everything follows the trend, he'd probably run like a high 8.19 here, maybe a low 8.20. If he hasn't changed anything, we don't know what's happened back in the pits. Dave Porter was signing for the DK Equipment Hire Dragster. He'll run into the 770s from memory in that first session. 004 red for Brett Farnell. He's on the money though. He's gone 00 both passes. Once on the green, once on the red side. Porter goes 754, 179 miles an hour, and Farnell goes 821 at 158. So he was 300 slower there for Brett Farnell.
Yeah, so as he said, he was going to lose a little bit. It was just a question of how much.
Yeah, how much? Yeah. So I was thinking like the 820, but yeah, 821 for Brett Farnell. Next up, Andy Driver in the A&K Site Services Drags to take on Jason Vandal in the altered for Sanford Valley Realty. So we can see Andy's got 721 on his dial-in board. I think that's pretty much where it's going to run as well on this pass.
So Andy Driver, previous track champion in the dragster. Jason Mandler, stout racer as well. 007 for Jason. Nice work on the ladder. 017 for Andy Driver as well. So he was sharp. And the dragster goes through for a 717 with an 189 miles per hour. Jason in the ultimate 772 to 176 miles per hour.
Andy picked up a little bit of ET there. There you go. And Vandalin, yeah, 772, 176 mile an hour.
So just a quick call. We need QDRC SuperComp, Comp Bike, and our Outlaws. So QDRC Comp Bike, QDRC SuperComp, and Outlaws to the staging lanes, please. So will be Chris Reed in the Roadster. Over in the rocket lane, Peter Ilsley in the T-bucket. So the big front wheels, trumpets on the fronts, the short wheelie bar at the back.
He likes to have fun. that's when I look at that sort of car.
Punch that in the calculator, and that's what it says.
Yeah, Peter goes through 842, 150 miles an hour. Chris Reed goes 852, 153 miles an hour. Yeah, when I see a short wheelbase car like that with the short wheelie bars, I'm like, this guy likes to party.
That's the guy I'm taking. He is my +1. Thank you very much.
Yeah. He's here for a good time. Next up, Jonathan Munro and the Bantam Altered to take on Andrew Pinkstone, the Pinky's Toy Dragster.
Andrew Pinkstone in some good form has made the finals at the Winter Nationals. He made the finals at our first round of the QDRC. But you know who he come up against, Mark?
The man.
He come up against the man in modified at the moment, Lucas Holtz, and unfortunately was runner-up in both finals. If you look at the QDRC season, if you keep putting a win line, you're going to find yourself at the pointy end come the final rounds.
Yeah, Pinkstone 747, that's good, 178 miles an hour. And Munro goes 809 at 160 mile an hour. So that's a really quick pass for Pinkstone in these conditions, 747. And next up it will be Girl Power. Abby McDonald to take on Lisa Gowles. See, this is a bit of a flex because Lisa's still at school, isn't she?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Still at school, high school, And what'd you do on the weekend? Oh, you know, just a modified dragster, nearly 300 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, it just went 400 meters at 7 seconds. What are they doing at the Olympics over 400 meters under a minute? Oh, well, yeah, I can beat that.
Well, the other thing you can compare it to is like, oh yeah, V8 supercars have raced on this, and they do it in about 10 seconds. You know, just a few seconds quicker than V8 supercar. But yeah, whatever. Yeah, just, it's cool.
That is a flex.
That's a flex right there. What's my daughter say? It's a vibe. That's a vibe. Slag. Sigma.
I don't know what that means, Mark, and I'm not going to
Neither
ask.
do I. Neither do I, mate. But these are the words that I hear from my 10-year-old.
This is what it's the vibe on the street, eh?
But her favourite racer is actually Abby, my daughter's favourite racer, because not because of what she races, because she's pretty and she likes her clothes and
good fashion.
She's got good fashion sense.
Fashion.
That's the words I was looking for. It's Abby McDonald though.
Good taste in cars too with a front engine dragster.
That's exactly. She went 003 in that first session. Great reaction time. Went a 7:57. Liesl Gowes went 192. She goes green this time. 0:27. Abby was a little bit too quick. 0:34 red. And Abby McDonald goes through for a little bit off actually. 7:68 off ET wise there. And Liesl Gowes goes 8:55 at 151 miles an hour. Knijff Earthmoving Modified putting on a show today. I just got a message from Dirk as well, from Knijff Earthmoving. He's watching the live feed while he's at work, so that's good to hear, Dirk. So thank you for Knijff Earthmoving supporting Modified.
I guess when you're the boss, you can do that.
He is the boss. He can sit there and watch the live feed. And it is the man of Modified, Mr. Modified, Lucas Holtz, in that yellow Alta to take on Phil Bellett for TBRE Performance. So Lucas was it off again, 054 on the tree, 009 for Phil Bellett though. That's a cracking line. He goes through for a 7:73, 169 miles an hour. That's what we expect from Phil. And Lucas goes 9:09 at 147 mile an hour. Interesting. Lucas has been a little bit slow on the tree, both passes today.
Yeah, and the car's running probably where it should be, where it needs to be.
Yeah,
where
I
it runs.
agree.
But
We hold him to a high standard. So some other racers might be happy with a 50, but you know what? For our standards for Lucas Holtz, that's probably 200s off.
Look, I'm going to save judgment until we get into racing because he's the
right.
one that's winning final. He's the one winning finals. He's not just making finals; he just keeps winning them. So he's obviously doing something right. It's you're not going to win in the second qualifier.
Modified bike now. Johnny Lewis went 8:05 in that first qualifying session to take on Brian Vizio. Vizio went 8:80 in the first session. They are number 2 and 3 qualifiers off their reaction times after Q1. Good light, Johnny Lewis 0:21. Vizio 0:59. Q2 of modified bike. Johnny Lewis goes 8:06, 165, consistent from Johnny Lewis. Brian Vizio also consistent in lane beside him, 8:82 at 154 mile an hour. Watch those guys in racing. You don't want to be lining up against either of them in round 1.
Yeah, absolutely. So just a quick call, Supercharged Outlaws, QDRC Comp Bike, and testing. If you're a testing vehicle today, make your way around to the lanes for the next testing session.
Rebecca Marsden on the Honda to take on Alex Redmond. Marsden ran in the high 9-second zone in Q1. Can't remember what Alex did on that Suzuki. Well, you can see Rebecca sort of rolled the beam slightly. So she would have lost a little bit of momentum there on the hit. She went out with a 136 light and goes through for a 985, 139 miles an hour. Alex Redmond goes 1061, 141 mile an hour.
So our next pairing coming forward, Jamie White for Fleet Path Technologies on the Hayabusa. Alan Annis Jr. on the Suzuki Creative. New cabinets on board. So it is 4th and 5th qualifiers from their reaction times. 0.27 for Alan Anderson Jr., 0.70 for White. So you can see there, Annis looked a little bit close to the centre line, but gets through at an 8.59 with a 9. And for Jamie White, will go through a 9.06 at 151 miles per hour on the Hayabusa.
I tell you what I'm noticing in modified bikes so far is how good the riders have been on both the tree and how consistent they've all been so far in Q1 and Q2. Like, so far, it has been really impressive.
It's going to be tough come racing.
If they can continue this with the good lights and consistency, it is going to be tough racing in modified bike. And again, mate, look at this. Clarkin goes 0.12, Gordon goes 0.17. Mark Gordon on the Yamaha for Shoebox Books goes through for a 9.39, 142 miles an hour. Clarkin for Full Bore Motorcycles and Hayabusa, 9.58, 154 mile an hour. 0.12 on the tree, 0.17. Thanks for coming. Next up, it doesn't stop there. We've got Temi Goldthorpe for Powerhouse Dyno Tuning on the Suzuki to take on Jason White on the Hayabusa.
Look, a 0.12, do you reckon Tammy can go quicker than that here?
Well, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't.
The pressure's off. It was Q1, had the pressure. Q2 now, no pressure. Supercharge Outlaws to the lanes, please. Supercharge Outlaws to the lanes, please. And testing. Temi, 0.96, solid. Jason White goes 0.48, red. Temi Goldthorpe, 8.81. Again, consistent 8.80s, 156 miles an hour. Jason White goes 11.01, 127 mile an hour. That was a cool session of modified bike, I've got to say there. I'm really looking forward to watching those girls and guys later on in mod bike, just to see if they can continue doing what they're doing with chopping the trees. And you know, because bikes are a little bit harder because they have to shift gears.
They do.
They're susceptible to, they're not as consistent because if they don't get the shifts right, they can lose 200-300s on the shifts alone. You know, like it's just the nature of the beast that they aren't as consistent as the conformist race cars like the dragsters with big blocks, 2 speed glides, automatics. They shift at the exact same point every single pass. So the bike riders, there is a bit of skill involved as a bike rider.
It does add more complexity to not what can go wrong, but what could not go to plan.
Exactly. And when I'm up here watching and then I see those riders hitting the numbers pass after pass, it is impressive to me. So big shout out to the mod bike racers there. Moving down to Q2 for SuperComp.
So Q2 for our Group 2 competitors, of course, running off the QDRC index. Is the index or the record, Mark?
That is a really good question because the paper we've got says QDRC record.
Yep.
But it's based off the ITRA record plus 0.5 of a second.
Big wheels up for Ricky Tara in the Ute as Megan in the dragster. Goes sailing on through, pulls the chutes a little bit early and finishes off a 7.14, 186 miles per hour.
That might put Megan into #1 spot.
On the 7, is it the 790?
I'll tell you when it updates, I'll be able to tell you if it's nearly 8 tenths under, we know it's a 790. If it's only 3 tenths under, well, it's a 740.
So just a final call for Outlaws, final call for Outlaws and testing. So final call for Outlaws and testing to the staging lanes, please.
Yeah, Raheem Tar picked up a bunch as well. So, well, that was it.
Just the 2.
Just the 2 in SuperComp that part. So we'll have to wait and see because we're now moving into performance bike. Comp bike, I should say. So QDRC Comp bike. On track, Ken Collin, #3 qualifier at the moment on that A-altered bike. Went 7.80 seconds to be 500ths under that QDRC record. Blair Pennington, Double C, altered bike. Went 7.86 in the first session. Very smooth though. It was a very smooth pass with Blair Pennington on that Suzuki for Harbour City Harley. 0.42 reaction time to an 0.55 from Pennington. Colin out in front, he goes 7.76, he improves by 400ths of a second. And Pennington goes 7.85 at 180 miles an hour. So the difference between what we're seeing from the die your own classes now to the performance classes, these guys will go back and make changes. They will try and pick up performance. They will learn from what they did they're going to tweak things, so you should see maybe pick up 1 or 2 hundreds, even though the conditions have warmed up and gone slower.
Yeah, it's all it's really an engineer's class, isn't it? They're always trying to find not even a 100th of a second or a 10th of a second, just a 1,000th of a second, and they keep chipping away to do that.
They're going to try and squeeze everything they can out of every pass, learn from every pass. Chris Collin this time for Rusker Race Engines there, an 067. Dave Finlayson gets out with an 058. Collin will go through 793. He picks up 300s. And Finlayson goes a 909. He picks up half a second on that Suzuki. Let's have a look at qualifying order. P. Farnell still number 1. Collin is number 2. Chris Collin, that is, with the 793 that we just saw. And Finlayson actually moves up to number 4 qualifier with that 909. So he's only 10th over the record. And number 1 qualifier on track, though, for Blazecraft, that Hayabusa, Pete Farnell. He campaigned in modified bike nearly 20 years ago. He's back with this beast. This bike is an animal. To take on Bobby Schluter. Obviously, Bobby Schluter on the Kawasaki. Learned her racecraft and junior drag bike. So probably the first junior drag bike competitor to step up from the junior drag bike class. I think that would be correct in me saying that. I don't think I can think of any other junior drag bike races that have stepped up yet and proceeded into the bigger classes. So she went an 1177 on that first qualifier, which is about a second and a half over the D Street bike record.
And interesting to see as well which...
that's... P. Farnell. Still learning. He might have
20 years off a bike.
I'm just wondering if he's dropped something that let go of the button of the clutch there. It's going to be a solo pass, so there's an issue for Pete Farnell there.
That's disappointing. It's always good to... we've only seen the bike down the track a handful of times since the QDRC, but it's exciting every time it comes towards the staging lanes.
It really is, yeah. I'll have to find out what happened there with Pete Farnell's bike. But it's a solo pass for Bobby Schluter. She went 1177 on that first session. 1131, 131 miles an hour, so she picks up 0.4 of a second there for Bobby Schluter. I think that's probably going to still keep her in the number 7 spot in qualifying at the moment in QDRC Comp Bike. And now we've got the B Street bike, or the BMW for Arvin Autor. He was 0.294 of a second over the record, went 9.80 seconds at a... We've seen this bike a few times. It's got massive top end. And it got out a little bit quicker this time, I think, from that first qualifier. He went 9.80. Arvin, let's see, a 9.07. So he picks up 0.7 of a second. I can't get the assistant to reset. 159 mile an hour this time for Arvin. So he's going to be well under the record here because he picked up 0.7, so
it actually puts him
0.4 under. So he might actually go to number 1. He might put him to number 1, Arvin. Oh, and it's reset, so we didn't get to see, but I think that might actually put Arvin to number 1 in qualifying for QDRC Comp Bike with that pass. That's the issue. When the last pass of the session, we can't actually reset to look at the qualifying because they put it over to the next class. So we'll have to wait, but I think he will go to that number 1 spot and bump Pete Farnell down to number 2.
If your maths is as good as mine, I reckon you're right, Mark.
Yeah.
got the abacus out here, sliding the...
Supposedly the one class I did all right in at school was maths.
Yeah. Because you're a drag racer.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you've only got 7 seconds, mate, to do the numbers in your head, so you've got to be quick. Once you leave that line. Okay, what's the advantage of driving?
Let's turn the dial up a little bit with the Outlaws. The Outlaws, of course, their qualifying session number 2. So as we saw earlier on today, you don't right on cue. You don't have to have a big supercharger on the front. You can have a couple of turbos sitting behind you or in front of you to attack.
So Michael Vaughan didn't go down the track in that Q1. He had issues at the end of the burnout. So that actually puts him at the bottom of the field in qualifying. So I think that still counts as his first qualifier. Kelly Kidd in the Dragster. So in that first session, it was a big red by 0.2 of a second. And I was talking to Terry about this because now that Kelly has raced her whole life in modified Eliminator with this drag, so you're allowed to use it in the laybox. She can't use that now in Outlaws, so she's got to leave off the bottom bowl, but previously she was leaving off the top box. So she's got to find her spot where to react now. It's a whole new ball game.
Yep.
Where she reacted in that first pass, got to slow it down by 0.2.
See how she goes. So it's still a red.
But it's closer.
It is closer.
This time only 0.32 red there for Kelly Kidd. And she goes 683, 197 miles an hour. Michael Vaughan in the funny car goes 714, 174 mile an hour. He had some issues there at the end of the racetrack, so he was off of it early there for that 714. But Kelly Kidd getting closer to the money.
And I'm sure as well as a racer, Mark, you're looking to, when you know what the goal is, which is I've got to come back a little bit to what I was doing. And she's still gone red, but it was a big improvement. So, well, I'm on the right track. I'm heading the right direction.
You're on the right track. The challenge for Kelly now is that qualifying is done and dusted for Outlaws, so it's into racing now for him. You always like to finish off with a green. You'd like to go in round one with a green, but that hasn't happened. But it was closer. We did have 9 cars entered in Outlaws this weekend. We've seen 5 so far. 6 so far in qualifying now with Michael Vaughan on the board. So Josh Fletcher, Shane Atkinson, Bill Fletcher, Bart Bedrosian, Michael Vaughan and Kelly Kidd so far have qualified in Outlaws. And just having a look down on track, it looks like it's Bart Bedrosian down there in the altered. I can't see any Fletchers in the lanes. It is a bit of a short turnaround between the 2 qualifiers, and you've got round 1 coming up as well. You know, some of the teams do take advantage if everything went as expected, as planned. In that first qualifier, they may skip the qualifier.
Yeah, and I suppose it's sort of a bit of a throw the dice, isn't it? Where if you've always got something to learn, but if you've got nothing to gain, is it worth just waiting until the first round racing?
And then you're just throwing money away as well, because everything's got a life expectancy on it. So the less parts you can do, the less revenue you can do on that engine, the more you can get out of it, the less money you spend. There's a lot of factors. You know, things aren't cheap these days. So Bart Bedrosian in the altered for Bart's Automotive and Motorsport, backing up one of my favourite alters.
Yeah, how do you like your alters, Mark? I like them with a big supercharger on the front and a big wing on the back. A couple of parachutes to slow me down at the end.
It's another one of these guys. I came here to party. Yeah. These cars. Anytime you've got a supercharged altered that can run over 200 mile an hour, these guys have come to party. Because they're competitive in me. He's like, no, let's get the long wheelbase because they handle better on the track. They're a bit more consistent. So Bart Bedrosian has shut down. See the ITRA official out there. I'm just wondering if the ITRA official has seen something down there. And they've possibly given the shut-off signal. I couldn't see anything wrong with Bart's car. It sounded all right. There's nothing on the track that we can see. But the ITRA official does have something in his hand, but it's not hot, so holding it. Anyway, so Bart's getting pushed off, and it looks like we've got Shane Atkinson behind him in the burnout pad, so he's going to do a pass here.
Big shout out to everyone in the crowd today. Is everyone doing in the grandstand? Having a good day? Give us a thumbs up, guys. Give us a wave. Excellent. It's good to see you guys out here today for round 2 of the QDRC. Everyone over on the hill, all set in for a good afternoon. You can see the guys over there on the gazebo, set up nice and early. Looks very comfortable. Spent many a winter national under a gazebo, Mark. I'm sure you have too, but in the pits when you were racing.
Yeah, it's been a while since I sat up on the mound. That is one of the things I've always said that I miss with when you're racing, or in our case working here in the commentary side of things, is the sitting with your mates in the grandstand or on the mount, watching, just talking, just judging everyone, being judgy.
It's almost like rolling subs sometimes. You've got to be ready to go, ready to rock and roll, ready to throw the headset on. But for Shane Atkinson,
he had a great first lap. Went a 7:40. It was 7:43 from memory. It was a 42. A lot of numbers being thrown at us today. It's always hard to remember everyone's laps, but I know it was in the 7:40s. LJ Tirana. He goes through 7:41 at 186 mile an hour. Very consistent. And we'll see him back out in a couple of hours for round 1 of QDRC Outlaws.
It just likes going from A to B, doesn't it? The Tirana
just
of Shane
smooth,
Atkinson.
yeah, it just does everything it's meant to do.
It's not hopping around. It's not swerving side to side. It just goes nice and straight down the middle, and rolls out at 7:41. Big shout out to everyone watching on the live stream as well. Thanks to the team at Overtaking Lane. Hey, big program today, Mark. We're going into the night tonight. So if you're local and you're watching online and you're sitting there in the lounge room, make the drive out here. Come out and support the track.
Yeah, it's just a cheap, fun day out here, isn't it?
That's it.
You've got the food stand. Bring a blanket, sit on the mound. And you know what? It is the perfect day to sit up on the mound there, just out in the sun. Next up, we've got, and we didn't have a name for this driver in that first session, 2811. We still don't have a name.
Mystery driver.
Yep. Well, it was nice. It was smooth.
It's like
did everything it's meant to do.
We call him the Stig.
The Stig.
I don't know who he is, but he's good. He's good and he's fast. He's fast to the 8th mile if they're going through their licensing procedure. They tick the next box. So we must be in our testing session. You can see some of our testing vehicles rolling forward. Sam Kiprios coming forward in the punchy little starlet down there for Import Media. Runs into the low 7 seconds.
So I've actually just logged on to the Overtaking Lane feed for the first time today, and there are a lot of comments in there. So big shout out to everyone watching on the Overtaking stream on YouTube. Just having read through the comments there. Good morning to Sarah. She said good morning to us as well, mate. So it's now afternoon, so good afternoon.
And we're playing
so
catch up.
We didn't see that.
I think I read some people were watching on the way to Sydney. That's a good way to fill in a couple of hours.
It's good. It's good to see lots of people listening in, so that's very cool. On track though, Sam Kiprios for Import Media. Off of it earlier this morning. This is only testing, so he's probably getting testing for the Jamboree here in a couple of weeks at Willowbank Raceway. On a 781, but it probably was on like a 720 or a 730. From my estimation, looking at the half track 465.
Oh, can we get a full pass?
We go. How about a 718? So I was thinking 720, but he's in the 71s, 192 mile an hour.
Yeah, it looked like the shoots were out early too, so there's still a bit more in it. But boys, they look good. They look good. If that doesn't get you excited for Jamboree, folks, I don't know what does in a couple of weeks' time. As you said, the 24th and the 24th and 25th, or the other way around?
I think it's 24th and 25th.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, beautiful.
Should have printed off the upcoming schedule here at Willowbank Raceway.
Asking you shall receive, Mark. I may have not bought you guys coffee this morning, but I did print out the calendar.
Look at you go, Wade. You are a professional.
Between all of us, mate, we've covered all bases, I think. It's even in colour too, so.
In colour, yeah. Let's have a look. Jamboree here at Willowbank Raceway in August 24th and 25th. We had it right, so we shouldn't have doubted ourselves there. We've got the Nostalgia Drags next weekend. Then we've got the Diesel Assault at the end of the month as well. And the Street Series on the 31st of August. Nick Baxter, he's a man that cut his teeth in the Street Series. Now look at him. He's got the Fox body running in the radial class, running low 8s. So he went 570 to half track on his first pass, and that one had some issues, 589. He was off of it before half track. So he's running into the low, like 530s or 520s from memory with this car over in the radial series.
When is our radial? We got radial, Kenda radial, 28th of September.
Yeah, 3 days of it. Yeah, 28th of the Kenda, the big one.
That's
September.
Always a good event, the Kenda, the 8th mile. So just a quick call for Super Streets. Super Street, Super Sedan, and Junior Dragster. Super Street, Super Sedan, and Junior Dragster. You guys want to make your way around for your next qualifier? Yeah, on track though. Sam Afterall in the Mazda. In one of the
He's got
cars.
a couple of race cars in the shed.
He does. He has a crack at here at the quarter mile. He does a bit of roll racing, the rolling starts. But you know what they all have in common?
What are they all? Real fast?
They're all fast. Always jealous of anyone that had a choice of what vehicle they're going to take to a racetrack. It's like, how do you choose? Do the other ones feel neglected? How do they feel? Keep picking the same one.
I'm just over here jealous.
Can you have a favourite or can
Well, he's still on stage, so he hasn't actually started the timer, so you can actually go through that again. Just don't go on stage past. Oh no, he's backed out. Now it's started. The timers are starting now, so you can see if they'll let him restage and reset the timers. That's it. It's a little bit of a process when the team have to actually reset the computers. If the guy has started to run, it's actually cool. They just get to something that goes from beats and bottom beats, so they just go bang bang on the next pass. But
Here we go. The exciting thing is we get to see that flame shoot out the side of the right pipe.
yeah, drag photos, I'm sure, are down there trying to get those shots.
Next step.
Puff of smoke there. Semi goes through 725, only 148 miles an hour. Half track was 446, so that's into the 6-second zone on a full pass there for Sam. There, buttons off, goes 725. We are in the middle of testing here for qualifying the Queensland Drag Racing Championships. The majority of our Dye Your Own classes still got one more qualifying session. And then we get into racing, starting off with QDRC Outlaws.
It's been a full-on morning this morning. Thankfully,
Yeah.
we haven't had too many...
Touch wood for that, mate.
I'm going to end that sentence right there.
Yeah, you don't mention that stuff, mate.
Thankfully, we haven't had too many coffees this morning.
I'm really hoping that we see that Tirana of Trevor Cooper's again. I don't know if you...
Yeah, that was cool.
That orange Tirana, man.
Yeah.
That thing was a beast.
I was actually looking at the stream, the Overtaking Lane stream when that happened, and it looked good on there. So I can imagine you guys looking at it live was.
It was just
awesome.
cool. It was such a cool looking car. Like the presentation, great, and what it did on track was awesome. Next up, on track, Tony Webb. Campaigning. So this will be his son's car. They're just getting all the gremlins sorted for the new car. You know, all the new cars always have little gremlins, and he's getting it sorted. Oh, I'm going to say he's getting it sorted, but I'm sure he just wants to have a spin in it. And from what I've read, I think he's going to campaign in the radial series.
Yeah, guess what? If it feels good, you're not getting the keys, son.
well, Tony does have a pretty cool car himself.
Yeah, does indeed. Yeah. So just a quick call. Junior Dragster, Super Sedan, Junior Dragster and Super Sedan to the staging lanes, please.
So Tony Webb moving forward, testing here. Oh, a little bit too aggressive this time. But it is testing, and they've just learned that, well, what we just had in the car setup doesn't work on in these conditions.
That's
so
right.
You've just learned that you've got limitations. Goes through 932. There we go. This is the man. He was listening. So we got Mr. Cooper down there, and this immaculately presented Tirana. It almost looks too good to be on a racetrack, but we need to see it. This thing lifted the front wheels up, just hung them for about, 80 to 100 meters on that first pass. Just worth the money of admission here today. And it's only testing, and I hadn't seen it before.
It's a wild bit of kits. So let's see what they've got in store. Isn't that thing of beauty? It just hangs the front left wheel in the air.
Hangs the front wheel up.
Yeah.
Yeah, 123 to the 64. He was off of it before half track, only 601 there at half track. And that Tirana will roll through for a 13-second pass.
It's just loving life as a drag car.
Yeah. So we should have, was it Super Sedan, Super Street, Junior Dragster in the lanes, please. Super Street, Junior Dragster, Super Sedan to the lanes, please. And that brings it close, I think, to testing.
So that is one of the intricacies of our testing categories. We won't see all of our cars out in every test session. They've all got their own programs. We're looking to tick the boxes their own way. So it does mean we will be moving into the third qualifier. And the final qualifier for Prime Signs Speed Elec Super Street at round 2 of the Queensland Drag Racing Championship. Hey. Oh, we've got unfortunately, we've got an oil down across the finish line. So just as Mark high-fived Terry on his way down the stairs, Terry jumps in, and unfortunately, we've got an oil down, mate.
I got to be honest, Wade, it feels like a bit of a stitch-up, really. Like, how would you like to get on the mic now, Terry? Yeah, sure. I'll go have something to eat, and here, you can have an oil down.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that, Mark.
We've juiced you up on a mocha with a vanilla shot, and now you've got to contain your energy.
A mocha with a vanilla shot. Well, we might we might just let these guys clear the oil up, and well, the guys will just go to a little bit of music, and we'll have a quick breather, seeing as though I've been working so hard in the last 30 seconds, Wade. So, mate, how are you going anyway, mate? What a great day here with the Donnelly Blasting Services QDRC Round 2, and with the overtaking line obviously doing this fantastic coverage we're getting, and it really is, mate. I've got to be honest. You and I, like, I've been watching it on the stream on your laptop, and watching it on the phone as well. So there's no excuse today if you're not there's a lot of drag racing going on this weekend.
There is, yeah.
But I'll tell you what, how good is it that you don't miss anything? It's like having the NRL or the AFL, and you go, well, I want to see how the Lions or the Broncos or whoever's going. Well, you can say, I wonder how the QDRC's going, and you just bang it on. It's so good.
Yeah,
and, you know, it's that the coverage is like the boys. We talked about what the overtaking lane has done now with Dave and Tyler. They put a lot more cameras around as well, so the coverage is really looking really slick. I mean, you know, gone are the days where we just would have the one, and I know with some of the streams you see, and look, I still appreciate it if it's just one camera in a static position, because I'm a drag racing tragic, as you and I know.
That's right.
But how good is it, the coverage? These guys are, it's pretty tight. I'm impressed.
That's it. We got the camera on the start line down there, so you don't miss any of the action. Yep. And as you said, it's very, very good to have the guys from overtaking lane here today, as they were for the first round of QDRC too. And the best thing is once the day's done, you can log back onto YouTube and go back through, and you can watch it again. And
you can go back over it, and you and I can go back over it, and we can listen to how bad we are. We can say, did we actually say that?
How terrible some of those jokes are.
Oh, look, if anybody's on the Willowbank Commentary Facebook site, they will know, because I said I'm always out and proud with this. It's like you will hear some very informative and some very probably hilarious or ridiculous comments from the boys, because that's how we love it. We love it because drag racing is a great sport, a serious sport, but if you can't have fun at work, why aren't you here? Why are you here? So look, while we're on the live stream, we might give a big shout out to the people who are here actually on the venue. Everyone who's over there underneath the big screen. How are we, folks? Give us a wave. Everyone over there on the grassy area. Look at them. Have a look. They're all like scrambling for that little bit of shade. They're going
to follow the shade
as the shade comes further across. And the other guys up there on their mat, taking in that beautiful sunshine. And the guys and girls who've got the marquee set up. How are we over there? Look. Actually, is that like a license? That looks like a little licensed bar up there. I might go up. If I was at Jamboree, I'd be up there, carrying on up there, and everybody offering a beer or something. Not that they can have a beer; they're not allowed to. But
it's like Mark Larkham going to the top of the hill at Bathurst.
Yeah, that's fraught with danger.
Give us a beer, Larkham.
Yeah. Imagine that. I tell you what, they always go during the day. They never go in the evening, because that is fraught with danger. And a big shout out to everybody in the grandstand. How are we, folks? We all good? They're all there with their umbrellas. Look, the people halfway down are friendly. The rest are just too busy, and they're just thinking about the testing vehicles or the juniors or the super sedans or whatever. But it's been look. We're only into hey, the rest drag photos here. She's there doing the thing. What is she eating? She's eating something yummy down there. No, she said no. But so while we're getting this cleanup done, it's all happening. So we might just go to a little bit of music. We'll let the guys from Overtaking Lane just put a little bit of music on. We'll stay on the live stream. And just a reminder too, if you are tuning in later on, once we go into the finals, we will the live feed will drop off, but it will be restarted. So that way it's something to do with how long they are on the live stream for. So just remember, if you are listening here now, which we probably have 300, 400, 500 already on the stream, just remember that when we go into the finals, they'll have a reboot. So you just have to log on again quickly, or just tap on again, so you make sure that you're on there. So
now's the opportunity to go for your bathroom break, top up the esky. Go get your Uber Eats from the front door if it's not cold already.
We're here. Yep. We have you, whatever it is. So yeah, guys, be back in a moment, and just get yourself have a bit of rest, and we'll get a little bit of music, but we'll keep the live stream going. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to all of our people in the crowd, all of our people who are watching at home. Wade Moran, harness ice in the SCG Racing Maloo, the SWC Automotive Mustang of Wade Moran. This is qualifier number 2 for Super Street.
Qualifying session number 3.
Oh, it is 3. Oh, I keep forgetting I was off the... so we're getting into the pointy end
This
into
is
racing.
final qualifier, final chance to dial your car in, see what it's got before our first round of racing a little bit later today. Drivers are dialed in, a 0.31 for Wade Moran, a 0.44 for Hannes and the Utes. Hannes goes through at 12.19, 116 miles per hour, and for Wade Moran, an 11.48 at 118.
Nice work to those lads. That was good. Got their stuff sorted. So Sean Taskus and Murray Flay. Murray in the Commodore, the 477 garage and tuning Capri of Sean Taskus. Sean up on that thing, got it loaded off, gets out with a 0.78, a 0.04 for Murray. Whew, they're bringing it. Let's have a look what Sean can put the Capri through for a 11.04. And Murray a 13.11.
I love the Commodore Murray, just a casual 13 seconds.
It does. It looks like it's just come down from the Kmart at Baval.
Jump in, kids.
Yeah, that's it.
Jump in quickly.
Yeah. So Bud Kelly and Jenny Ashen. Jenny actually was saying on that she ran out of fuel in the first run. That's what the problem was. So, yeah, ran out of fuel. Good work. Well done. So Bud Kelly, Jenny Ashen, let's see what they can do on this final qualifier for Super Street. I'll tell you what, it's 0.28 and a red light to Bud.
Yeah, these drivers pulling the lights in Q3, Terry. It's going to be tough come racing if they continue on that trajectory.
Maybe it was that little breather they needed just then. They've all just calmed down a little bit. But Jenny will put it through for 11.38 and Kelly a 10.87.
Now the Capris, they keep coming. Darren Piddington. The bright orange Capri in the speed flow lane.
Don't see too many on the street anymore, Wade.
No, you don't, and that will be closest to our grandstand, the speed flow lane. Rocket lane, Troy Hutton in the ute over in the rocket lane.
Troy gets out nice with a 0.25 and a 103 for Pennington, but a 10.72 for Hutton and a 10.97 for Pennington. So Sam Yilton and Craig Layton. Craig and the Statesman, the Commodore, the BL race engine Commodore of Samantha Yilton.
Couple of different models of the Red Lion. One probably would have been a police vehicle in its time. The other probably a taxi off to the airport in the Statesman. If you're classy, that is.
Need to find out if one of them's got a beaded seat cover. That's what we need to find out. So a red light there for Craig, but he'll get that out of the road. A 0.69 for Sam, that's good. A 12.06 for Yilton and an 11.58 for Layton. Yeah. The beaded seat cover theory. So Terry Glasby and Daryl Angel. So the Chevelle versus the Fairlane. So the big bad Fairlane of Terry Glasby. Just waiting for Daryl to bring the... No, it looks like he's on a solo. So Terry gets to do the deed. Oh, cuts a nice 0.31.
Yeah, nice indeed. There's the Fairlane gets up in the top end. It's 111 miles for 12.06 with a 2 for Terry Glasby there. Nice work. So we'll see Terry in the first round of racing, which won't be too far away this afternoon.
Craig Lane still out to qualify. So this will be Ray Ross. So what they're holding the boys up. Not too sure if one of them is cleared or something down the deep end. So John Riley and Ray Ross, yeah, they're good to go. So John in the 1-tonner, the charger, of course, of Ray Ross. .47 for Riley. Whoa, John got off it and got on it again. But Ray will push it through for 10.25 at 127, and John a 11.77 at 112.
Yeah, something happened there about half track, didn't it?
Yeah, it didn't. It just went.
Something wasn't happy. It wasn't a happy chappy, but was able to finish the run. That's the most important thing.
So William Keogh up against Mark Rosso. Rosso in the Camaro, the XE Ford of Keogh.
So kicked off his QDRC in style in round one,
Yeah.
making it through to the final and getting the win for the round. So they'll be chasing Mark, who goes to 11.62 at 115 miles per hour, and for William there, 12.24 at 109.
Mark actually mentioned to me, I think it was about how many years it had been since he actually made a podium. So it was quite a few years. So because we thought that, I thought, man, I can't remember the last time I've actually given you a trophy. So it was a long time, he said. So I'm going to find that.
Double 1-5 for Travis Greaves in the Falcon. Darcy Knorth there, a 195. Finish off at 10.76 with an 8 for Darcy, and for Travis in the Falcon at 10.60 at 126 miles per hour. So speed was well down there for Darcy. Obviously some problems. There we go. Georgie had some. Georgie Wagner down there in the Corolla had some problems in the last qualifier off the line. A little bit tardy too. There are 3.7 second reaction time. You throw that away, Terry.
I don't think no one will be talking about that at all, will they?
Enough is said. But it goes to a 10.94 for George there in the Corolla. So most importantly, gets a time there before we head into racing. Car grading for Divine Massage and Herbal Spa. Terry, I know you're local. Did you get a chance to head down and get yourself a massage in Ipswich?
I'm not a local to Ipswich. Thank you. I don't know. I just had to stall for a second. I didn't know where Wade was going with that. No, but yeah, no, I'm not going to say anything because we're live on air. So if we didn't have the live feed, I'd say something, but because I might get myself in trouble, and I want to keep commentating for the rest of the afternoon. So Cole Marshall gets a 1-2-3 lighter 276 for Carl grading in that Fairmont with the nitrous. 12.94 for Carl and 11.27 for Cole. Divine Massage and Herbal Spa. Angela Holtz, Tanisha Marshall. The Mad Dog Motorsport Monaro of Holtz and the RCE Performance Holden of Marshall. I love that vinyl roof. Got to love a good vinyl roof.
Great door.
Oh, Angela, red light, 126 for Marshall. So Angela says, look, calm it down, Terry. It's a 005 red. It's not much. I had to have a go at it.
QDRC SuperComp and Top Sportsman, QDRC SuperComp and Top Sportsman. Can you guys make your way to the staging lanes?
So a 10.94 for Holtz and 11.62 for Marshall. So John Massey and Christine Thompson. John getting behind the wheel of the Soromax Hornet today, and Christine Thompson, of course, in the Ford in the BA turbo car, which has got some nice top. Have a look at this. And John got out with a 125, a 176 for Christine. Thompson with the big top end, 11.59 at 125, and a 12.03 at 116 for the Styromax Hornet.
Good to see the Hornet back after the first round.
That car has been out so much recently. It was at Mopar Sunday, it was at testing, it was everywhere. I think that car's probably got more kilometres on it in the last 6 months than it has in its whole life, I reckon, and it's all been done at a 400 metre at a time. That sounds like it could be a little bit of junior dragster action, maybe.
Yeah, so we'll turn our attention to the future stars of the sport. Some of them are already stars.
Yes, some of them had some very good successes already. You're right, Wade. So there's no disputing that. So we've got Cody Sedmak and Jacob Schultz.
Big thank you to our class sponsor, SuperFloor. So SuperFloor jumping on board for the junior dragsters this season. It's always good to have our sponsors supporting our categories for the QDRC season, which of course is brought to us by Donnelly Blasting Services.
So this is going to sort them out. Who is our top qualified? Jacob Schultz, then Carl Schultz, Max Rowling, Dakota Bray, Siobhan Harvey, Chase Carslake, Carlos Harvey, Nixon Canuli, Neil Paul, and Tyler Bellick, rounding off your top 10 qualifiers. So Sedmak and Schultz. I'll tell you what, I hope all these juniors have had a good lunch, or at least they've got their mind ready, because it's not going to be too far off. Judah did round one, be around 3:45.
Good turnaround for these guys. All red both sides of the track there, so neither was leaving anything to chance on the tree in the final qualifier, testing to see where they're at. An 8.58 for Jacob, and for Cody he goes to a 9.17, 72 miles per hour in the B Junior.
Christian Canuli up against Dakota Bray. So the two A juniors. So Dakota in the grandstand lane, Christian in the grass and down lane. Getting the seal of approval there from Mr. Bray. So, heads out with a 0.34 red though. And Christian a 4.12 on the tree. Both races a slow launch and a big red.
Yeah.
How interesting.
And not much between them at the finish line. An 8.01 plays an 8.02.
So Carl Schultz and Paige King. So the B Junior of Paige with the AEB Services car. The A Civil car of the A Junior of Carl Schultz.
It was a Junior Dragster qualifying session 1 where there was identical reaction time and an identical ET.
Most certainly was.
Yeah.
How impressive was that?
Isn't that cool? That would have made for a good race.
Yes, that would have. Don't see it very often, Wade. It was like left Mark and I looking at each other going, how often did you call that? Like same reaction time, same time.
Start
It's
tapping on the system, bro.
Yeah, then
Screen's
we've got to
frozen.
reboot. Yeah. No, but it was legit. So Paige King and Carl Schultz, the Ninja.
Both were out at testing last night, prior to today, getting some laps on the board.
Did you actually come out to the testing?
Not last night.
I wonder how many. I think there'd be probably quite a few testing out there. But look at that, a couple of good reaction times as well there. King with a 0.61, a 0.71 for Schultz. So nice work there. Carl will go through for a 7.995 at 81 mile an hour, and Paige an 8.64 at 73 miles an hour. Still moving into our junior dragsters, we have Jasmine Kidd and Nevaeh McDougall. So the SVO Transport and Towing up against the Bellett's Bobcat Services. A little Raptor junior dragster of Kidd. The B Junior of McDougall. Got some serious signage on it. McDougall's has. How good does that look? That's good. It's a lot of people are jumping on board. That's an excellent thing. Double red so from both competitors. 0.50 red and a 0.08 red for McDougall, but that's okay. McDougall goes through for an 8.54 and an 8.60 for Kidd to wind up their third round of qualifying before they go into racing. A couple of hours time with that.
So they'll wrap up their qualifying. They'll have a look at their timing cards, what the weather's doing, where they stand, what do they put on the dial-in board. That's when drag racing becomes more complicated. You're not just going from A to B.
And then that's when you start to think about, like Mark would mention, of course, is the how high did I finish in the qualifying? Should I have gone higher? Am I going to get a better deal? What could I have done better in those qualifiers to get further up? So Alex Kidd and Chase Carslake. Chase gets out with a red, a 0.04, a 1.32 for Alex Kidd, a clean lead. And Alex will go through for an 8.63 at 63, and Chase an 8.22 at 79.14 mile an hour. Sadly, a 0.04 red. Chase has had a red hot go at that.
Yeah, it's almost the opposite of what we saw in Super Street, where a lot of competitors were cutting really good lights, and in Junior Dragster they're just a fraction too early.
Yeah, they're keen.
Yeah, they're red lights, but they're not big red lights. They're only to make a small adjustment.
What do you reckon it was that dropped?
Whatever it wasn't hot. It wasn't big. And it wasn't heavy.
So Tyler Bellett up against Siobhan Harvey. Harvey in the Yuasa battery car. Tyler in the TBRE Performance A Junior. Just waiting, I can't see Tyler. There's Tyler's. Tyler's Junior. So both A Juniors.
A lot of success over in New Zealand Junior Dragster Racing.
And you bring that success too with you when you come, because if you're good, you should really be able to replicate that, and that's a good mindset of a young racer.
It becomes more of a confidence thing, doesn't it?
So 0 double 3 for Siobhan, a 1 double 4 for Tyler, and Tyler goes through for a 794 at 83, and Siobhan a 792 at 83 mile an hour. So well done, good work. That was a good display of A Juniors side by side there. So you wanted to use that as a good example of how quick A Juniors are in the 80 mile an hour and in the high 70s. So Van Sperano up in the Bex Hair Lounge B Junior. Neil Paul in the A Junior with the Max ECU Australia Junior Dragster. I wonder how nervous some of these junior drivers are now, Wade, whether they're getting close, knowing that the next round is racing, and thinking, well, what have I done enough?
It is interesting, isn't it, Terry? And I suppose some of them might just take it in their stride. And
yeah, I think you're right. Some would just be casual about it.
it's a confidence thing, as we said. Strut their stuff.
Some might be tears and tantrums. I don't know.
For Vans, it's been tears and tantrums. And it's been terrific success as well.
Yeah,
having a win in the last QDRC, but unfortunately was runner-up at the Winter Nationals. But he's made a couple of finals. He's doing well.
Coming on a red though, a 015 red for Pirano, and Paul a 104. So Neela goes through for an 827 at 78, and Pirano an 864 at 75 miles an hour with a just shade red. So there's quite a few, as I said, there's quite a few pairings in Junior Dragster today. So Tamika Carslake and Taylor Canuli. The B Junior of Tamika and the C Junior of Taylor. So as we see the younger racers, waiting there, learning the craft. Days like this, perfect opportunity at a QDRC with a big field that you get a chance, and especially with the QDRC with getting 3 rounds, three qualifiers, 3 rounds.
Yeah, so you
get a luxury.
You guaranteed six passes on the day.
Yeah.
And there's probably not too many tracks you can go around in competition and say you're going to get 6 passes on the day.
Yeah, that's right. So Tamika cuts a red, but a 111 for Canuli. And Tamika goes through for a 962 at 46, and Talon an 1192 at 52 mile an hour. Yes, and it's a different story when you come to the Winter Nationals. You'll get your 3 qualifiers, and then they go into the knockout competition. And you can have like 60, 80 juniors, and you can say, well, my times have been good, all 3 qualifiers. And then the first person you meet just dashes you. Yeah. And you go, well, I can park the car up and I can go home.
Pretty brutal, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
It's interesting as well, Terry, you're talking about the Winter Nationals, and their 3 qualifiers are spread across 2 days.
Yeah, so it's not even...
You come to an event like this and you've got your 6 passes, but we're talking about today's schedule, a lot of races, a lot of categories, a well-supported event where we've got nearly 12 hours of racing.
Yeah.
So for these guys, they've got to be on their game for for these young kids. That's a challenge in itself, isn't it?
Harvey a 149 and a 116 for Canuli, Donnelly goes through for an 8.04 at 81 and an 8.58 at 74 for Harvey. I think in the day racing though, Wade, they have the distinct advantage of getting some rhythm.
That's right.
Getting some rhythm with the three qualifiers, not too far apart, all in the same day. And I think a lot of it would be is how you get up in the morning. If you get up with the right attitude, or you're in a positive frame of mind, you know what I mean, and you're feeling healthy, well, and thinking, oh, things are good. You can go in, you can take that into your race day. Whereas sometimes, like at the Winter National, you go, well, I was a bit off colour yesterday, but today I'm feeling really good.
Yeah. Yep.
Today you've got to get up and you've got to be on the go.
Game face on.
You've got to be on.
Doesn't matter if your football team won or lost last night.
No, that's
you got to
right.
wake up, wipe the tears away, and go again.
So Jet Pirano and Max Rowling. Oh, double reds though with 0.53 red Pirano, 0.31 red Rowling. Goes through for 7.91 for Rowling and an 8.006 for Pirano. So we've still got Jacob Schultz in top qualifier, so that still got Lexi Lancaster in the B Junior. Lexi doing licensing. Straight into a B. So QDRC Comp Bike, QDRC SuperComp, Top Sportsman and Modified to the lanes, please. QDRC Comp Bike, QDRC SuperComp, Top Sportsman and Modified to the lanes, please. Let's see how Lexi goes with this run, Wade. As I said, straight into a B. B Junior, middle of the pack.
That's it.
No time to, less time to learn, but some of these races is a good thing.
Yep. Do around 870 and 880, 860 is the B Junior cutoff. Lexi will go through an 859 with a 9, so just under that 860 for the B Junior.
250 light.
But got to run the full 8th mile pass.
Would have been happy with that.
Yeah, 100%.
Especially at 70 mile an hour, you'd be pretty chuffed. Well, I certainly would be. So Nixon King in the Mick King Transport B Junior. Mick's gone.
Yeah, rolled a little bit too far forward there, trying to stage with the rear
yeah,
tyres.
I think, nope,
It's not Street Outlaws, my friend.
Street Outlaws. And there's not 7,000 people behind them either.
Yeah, we're not
all
giving
like
you,
the cameras up with their phones up going crammed in.
Not staging with the rear tyres, we're not giving you the gap and the bump and whatever their terminology is.
So Nixon King. And, I'm not too sure who that is in the maybe just come too far forward maybe.
All about though is learning.
And it's interesting though, Wade, because there's a lot to look around and take in when you're a new racer as well. It's Mark and I discussed it earlier about going down the track for the first few times. So look, Nixon a 0.73, that's a good light, and a 9.05 at 69 miles an hour. But yeah, there's a lot going on, and you're looking, you're trying to concentrate on what you've got going on in your car. But then you've got your crew member who's making sure that you're lined up right, making sure everything's right with the car. And then you're trying to look around what else is going on all around you as well. So Isabella Hunter in the B. Leaves with a 153, so that was a good light. Car's got a bit of a cough up, a 10.76 at 40. I think another licensing, I do believe as well. But yeah, so there's a lot going on around them, these new races, and they'll be looking at the other racer in the other lane, and they're not trying to spend too much time looking at them, but then having a look at what the officials are doing, having a look at everything that's around you, and it is a lot to take in your first few times, and until you get into the groove of it, then all of a sudden it becomes a bit more, well, I've done this a few times now, I know what to expect. The old mate's over there, the guy's on the starter, this guy's going to wave me on or stop me, and, but if you don't know, it's a lot going on and you're nervous about trying to get everything you're doing to racing right, and but you've got all this other stuff happening as well. So.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, it's interesting in a way with drag racing and sportsman categories, dial your own, is that in a way you're racing yourself.
Yeah.
You're putting a time in that you think you're going to run. You want to pull a good reaction time, and yes, that all equals to racing a competitor in the other lane. But if you can beat yourself too.
Yeah. Ultimately, you have no say over what the driver in the other vehicle or bike rider in the other lane has anything to do. So, Damien Morris and Kerry Rayner, Autobahn Maroochydore Commodore up against the Horsepower Developments Monaro of Damien Morrison. First ever person to get run down the new track. Our Damo, cuts 0.20, 146 for Rayner. Morris goes through for 9.96 at 133, and Rayner a 10.12 at 135 miles an hour. It's a nice top end out of that. So Mitchell Bauer, Wayne Hyatt, the Snakes Transport Toyota Celica, the Fernwood Landscape, and Garden Supplies Fairlane of Mitchell Bauer.
Having a look at the scoop there on Wayne's car, it almost looks like something off a rear-engine dragster, doesn't it?
It actually does. It looks like it's come down. I like it's got the noisy toys. Yeah, noisy toys on the top of the scoop there as well.
That like, neighbour disapproved.
Yeah, neighbour disapproved. That's right. Yeah. Oh, you come to see that guy in that Celica. Bloody hell, he's noisy. So Wayne and Mitch, as I said, you are in Super Sedan qualifying number 3.
Oh, look at that 001 for Wayne. Doesn't matter what it's got on the front of it. Yep. He's cut a good light as a driver. He's done his job. So that'll set him up well for racing a little bit later today. It goes to a 9.21 at 146 miles an hour. For Mitch Bauer in the fair lane, it's a 9.26 at 149.
So Rob Price and Rudy Wyatt. Oh, I haven't got the shoot tag out on the on Pricey's Tirana. The Pine Mountain Performance LH and the VS Commodore of Rudy Wyatt. So Super Sedan.
Rudy Wyatt's cutting lights today.
How good is that?
003. Nice work. A 0.29 for Rob Price. He was outdone, but nice light as well. And a 9.42 at 146 miles per hour Tirana of Rob Price. And for Rudy Wyatt, goes a 9.48 at 147 miles per hour.
Well, he's got it dialed in on the tree.
Yeah, he's on the money. Yeah, he's going to be tough. So he took out round 1, and he's looking like a serious competitor today as well for round number 2.
So Judy Pukas and Gary Clark. Clark in the Downs Automotive Service Tirana, the Coyote Racing Valiant of Judy Pukas. The big bad supercharged Valiant.
Just love the way it sits up on the rear tyres.
It does. It's no low slung affair.
No.
Is it? It's like
sits up nice. Sits up as high as the supercharger.
It's like straight out of Surfers Paradise in 1978. It's even got like the grey dragway style mags on it as well. Yeah, she looks good.
Yeah, Gary Clark over in the Rocket Lane qualifying 1 was anything but straightforward.
Yeah, but here he is. Come round to turn number 2 and 3, which is good. So a 0.22 for Clark, a 0.91 for Pukas. That's a good light. So a 10.17 for Clark and a 9.91 for Pukas in that Mighty Valiant. Both 134 mile an hour in the top end too, just to keep things all nice and tidy. Well, this is a tough little pairing. We got Hamish Strachan up against Daniel Harms. Daniel Harms in that Chevelle. That's like get up and boogie pretty tidy. So the complete property Commodore of Strachan and the Mackenzie Motors Sandgate Chevelle. That Chevelle is, both these cars look angry, don't they? They both look aggressive.
It's glossy, it's nitrousy, it's the gloss versus the matte.
Both got around all right. A 0.59 for Harms, a 0.48 for Strachan. So Harms out in front with a 9.54 at 141, and Hamish with a 9.66 at 139 in the Commodore.
Yeah, nice work.
couple of holders in the house. Here we go. Brendan Shaw, Adam White, VL Commodore of Adam, JD Stevens car. And the Downs Automotive Service again, the Tirana. The you're not seeing things. This is a couple of Tiranas with the similar livery. Livery. Must have been a tiny little drop of something there. Is that Rick on the mop?
It is.
It is. I bet he doesn't do that at home. Well, I don't know. Just throw a bit of shade there. Don't know whether he does or not. We're going to have to ask him that. Well, he knows which end of the mop to use.
He looked like he can't. He looked like he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, he did. So, as I said, he didn't use the squishy end, so that's okay. So here we go. Shaw and White. Do like Adams. Gets out, digs down with a 007, does Adam. That's nice. 104 for Shaw. And Adam White, that thing just dug down, picked the front left up. 947 at 142 for Adam. Well done. And 1122 at 120 miles an hour for Brendan. But I'll tell you what, Adams, that was a good launch.
Yeah, it was.
That looked tough.
It did. It did. It meant business. And a 007 light to suit as well.
That means we're moving into Top Sportsman by the look of it, Wade. All of a sudden it gets a little bit quicker and faster and louder. So Patrick Barron, Kayleen Gurley. Kayleen in the LC Tirana, Repco West Ipswich, and of course Patrick Barron in the Aussie Diffs Beretta. I just love the way Kayleen brings that car in on the cam, on the supercharger, like just brings it into stage like that.
Yeah, always good to see the car here in Top Sportsman as well, Terry. And runs around the 8.1s.
Once you start getting those parachutes and wheelie bars, you know you're getting quicker. So this is the way it works. Whoa! And there it is. Oh, that's all about the trick there. So Kayleen's gone with a 198. Goes through for an 8.179 at 162. Patrick Barron a 9.21 at 160 mile an hour with a 0.21 light.
Nice work. That's how we do Top Sportsman. Our quickest of the sedan categories, catering for sedans quicker than 8.99. I think you have to dial in at. So 9 seconds or slower.
Now Steve Horvat in the Monaro. 572 cubes on board. The BF Cobra. Paul Doblin. Lock your engine reconditioners. 572 cubes as well. Did I see Paul do a red light earlier? I think maybe in round one. That's a rare beast. Let's have a look. I'll correct it if I'm wrong. But Doblin and Horvat. Your classic Ford versus Holden pairing. Both get out of right as well. A 0.51 for Horvat, a 0.22 for Paul. As they go through the stripe, an 8.42 for Steve and an 8.92 for Paul.
Yeah, nice work, Steve.
Got off at 2 though, was Paul said, no, that'll do. I got the light, I'm good.
Steve pretty consistent today with his qualifying passes, which will set him up well for our racing, which is the next time we'll see them out on track for Top Sportsman. Which will be out for their first round.
Carl Davies is headed off and he's cut a red, which is, I suppose he's on his own. He thought I'll have a go at that, but an 8.19 at 168 mile an hour. That's some good top end out of that mighty little Monza.
Not waiting for anyone next to me. I'm just going
Carl
for
said,
it. Yeah.
yeah, I'm gone. Carl says I'm out of here.
The 2 o'clock Macca's special finishes in 5 minutes. I've got to be there.
So test vehicles, test bikes, test. You are required in the lanes, please. So we are still in Top Sportsman. Dave Goldie, Danny Lake, Pine Mountain Performance Cutlass of Lake, the Master Art Designs Cutlass of Goldie. 632 cubes. How many more cubes do you need?
That's plenty.
Well, you know what? Is it enough? So as I said, a big thank you to Donnelly Blasting Services for sponsoring this round 2 of QDRC.
I know yourself and Mark were talking this morning about the nostalgic Pro Stock
Oh, yes.
round one next weekend. Is this a little bit of a preview?
It is. It most certainly is, because the style of vehicles that they do run in that classic class. Be interesting to see how they go. I'm not too sure who's calling it next week, but I guess we'll find out. 0.72 for Lakers, 0.48, sorry, for Goldie. Dave's gone off the boil there. Look, he's gone off the throttle. Not too sure what went wrong there. But a 781 at 173 for Danny Lake. And look, Dave was at 5.2 at half track at 100 mile an hour, and then the car wasn't playing the game. So something, I hope, whatever it was that he had to back out the run for, hopefully it's not too bad. I guess we'll know first round. So that means we are moving into our SuperComp. We've got Megan Anderson, who's having an absolute ripper. That car is abs 714.
Yeah.
Oh.
And did get a number one qualifier. So me and Mark were crunching numbers to work out if it was, and it was enough indeed.
And Rahim Tara, he's going to feel hard done by. Look, he's on that AMSA record of a 942. He's been a 9.60, so he's not far off the money. But then Megan has just gone, well, what do I need to do? How can I damage that?
What you can do, I can do better.
I can go under it by a long, long way. And she most certainly.
Yeah, I'm not calling. I'm raising as well, Terry.
That's it. So let's see what she can bring this time in this car, in this rear engine dragster. As I said, running a double FDA. The dragster automatic, the double F. So watch this thing go. Right, he picks the front wheels up. 227 for Megan, but the car is on a mission.
Go.
Strong.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Again, a 7.30 at 178 mile an hour. Rahim, a 9.62 at 138 mile an hour. The Ford launches hard. I'll tell you what, though, it does nicely. Rahim's Ford. Probably getting closer and closer to that AMSA record. So that means we will be moving into Modified, I do believe, straight after SuperComp. So we need a couple there in that category. Modified, and then, as I said, QDRC Comp Bike, QDRC SuperComp, Top Sportsman, and Modified, which is just about to come forward. Not very far to go because we've only got Modified, Comp Bike, and Testing, which should be there. And we'll be going into round one, and we start off the round one with the Outlaws, which will be at around just before 3 o'clock. If everything goes to plan, maybe might even be earlier. I don't know, but just remember, folks, if you are sitting at home or you're out somewhere and you are watching the live feed on Overtaking Lane, as I said, we thank them so much for doing what they're doing. But once we get into racing, they will be having a reboot, so you might just have to refresh your page that you are on so that the lads at Overtaking Lane can get it all nice and fresh when we go into first round there, Wade.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to miss a moment of today's action. It's been red hot in qualifying, and that's going to lead us well into the afternoon when we hit the track for round one of racing, which is not too far away.
And it isn't too far away
No.
either. It's getting closer. Let's see what these modified characters can do.
More importantly, though, if you're watching the live stream and you're sitting somewhere local, within half an hour, even within 45 minutes, make the drive out here. Plenty of racing to come this afternoon. It's not much to get in the front gate.
Well, look at the skies out here. It's absolutely stunning. It's like picture perfect day for racing.
Beautiful.
So really, I mean, you'd only have to ask the people that are actually in the venue, and the more and more people are pouring in as the afternoon's coming here. So a big shout out to all the people over there in the grassy area. Hey, look at them all. They're all like pretty keen. They're chasing that. They're still chasing that little bit of shade up in the top there. Getting thinner as it's going along.
What are they going to do when it reaches behind the container? They're in for a bit of hurt.
So here we go. Stefan Gowes, Abby McDonald. The SCG Racing Parts spitzer of Stefan Gowes. The Mick Newport Contracting Dragster of Abby McDonald. So rear engine, front engine. Choose your choose wisely. What do you like?
Yeah, Stefan's first qualifier for today as well. And he messaged me earlier and said, yeah, we got a problem with the car. We're just going to take it back to the shop and see the track next time. But here he is, qualified number 3.
You know
first
what?
qualifier, though, so we can have a crack at that number 1 position.
Was he just being dishonest or just being cheeky? I don't know. What was he doing? What you know, like, oh, I'm not
Almost
going
going to say,
I'm not going to do it.
what is-
Oh, yes, I will.
Is he in SuperComp? Is he playing games?
Yeah. Mate, it's not the Winter Nationals. Calm yourself, Stefan.
Here he is, though. It's engine from Andrew Searle, which was supposed to live its life as a power plant for an offshore powerboat. Here it is in a dragster at Willowbank Raceway.
Well, props to them doing that. Sorry, that was a pun.
That was
a bad
excellent.
pun. Oh, look at that. He hasn't lost his slickness. A 0.19 to a 0.28 at McDonald. So Gowles will go through for a 7.33 at 182 and a 7.57 at 175 for Abbey. Nice work from both those races. That was a stout run. Good run side by side there. Wade?
Yeah, you had a good look at the port side there, Stefan. So he'll be happy with that as we move into the next pairing. Andrew Driver and Phil Bellett.
We're going to change his name to Stefan the Captain. Andy Driver, Phil Bellett. Oh, this is a battle. Well, it's not really. It's the final qualifier for these drivers. A&K Site Services, of course. Randy Driver, QDRC Performance, Dragster, and Phil Bellett, of course. Remember Phil back in the old days racing at Surfers Paradise as well. And here he is.
Yeah, long time
Still doing it.
Campaigner in Modified.
Still doing it well. Why would you give it up?
Yeah, that's right.
You
Where
know
else
what I
would you
mean?
spend your Saturdays?
Exactly. You got well, half your family are racing. Why wouldn't you keep going? You go, well, I'm not missing out on all the fun. Cuts a 003 red, but a 0.26 for Andy. Andy in the little the grey arrow goes through for a 7.16 at
nice
189 mile an hour for Driver and a 7.72 at 170 mile an hour for Phil. Andy, we're going to have to keep an eye on him this today, I think.
Yeah, he ran a 7.17 this morning and just ran a 7.16. So.
I think we're going to have to keep a really close eye on Andy when it comes to racing. So Jason Vanderlyn in the Sanford Valley Realty Altered up against Brett Farnell in the Team Bray Racing Dragster. Of course, this is the final qualifier. So as we intimated it earlier, Brett having a really good time recently in that front engine dragster. Car looks the period, doesn't it? Looks really good. I love it. Got the NGK sticker on the back. It's all open. Yet you've got Jason Vanderlyn in this stealthy looking. Yeah. Looks like a jet fighter.
They're not hiding anything, are they?
It does look like a jet fighter, that thing. It's pretty cool. So two completely different, but both in their own way, just tidy, great looking vehicles. 0.13 for Vanderlyn, a 0.55 for Farnell. Vanderlyn will push the Altered through for a 7.66 at 177, and Brett Farnell an 8.26 at 157 miles an hour for the front engine dragster.
So just a quick call for testing. Any of our testing vehicles or bikes that would like to come around for the next round of testing, please make your way around to the staging lanes.
So here we go. Liesl Gowles in the SCG Racing Parts Dragster up against Dave Order in the DK Equipment Hire Dragster. I like on the side, it's got help. No time, just help.
It's clever what they can do with the dial-in boards in qualifying. see the winter. You could almost have like a trophy for, not that everyone should get a trophy, but you could almost have a trophy for.
Who was the wittiest time board? And look, they've got SCG on theirs. Like everyone, they're not missing the opportunity, are they? Yeah, Liesl's got no sign writing whatsoever, except she has got SCG on her time board. There you go. And I just like the fact that Dave Porter's got help.
Also on board, he's got DK Equipment Hire.
All the way from beautiful Kingaroy too.
Yeah,
nice part of town. Beautiful part of town.
Peanut Country.
Oh, I do like Kingaroy. It's very, very nice. So, well, let's see. Liesl Gowles and Dave Porter. Final qualifier for Modified. red light in the corner, but it's 0-1-2 for Gowes. Liesel will be happy with that going into first round. Backs it up with an 8.57 at 151. Porter a 7.77 at 173 with a 0.37 red, but only just red. But I'll tell you what, Liesel will be happy with that 0-1-2, I am sure.
Yeah, pretty sure that'll be a PB reaction time for her in the modified dragster.
You reckon it might be?
Stepping up from junior dragster and backed up an 8.55 from earlier today. So nice work.
Now, Jonathan Monroe up against Andrew Pinkstone. Pinkstone in the Pinky's toy, the Monroe race cars. Bantam altered of John's. I love it. It's got the catch net in the wheelie bars as well. Got the injection stacks sitting up above that Chevy.
Can you have a bad looking altered? They look tough. No. They just look cool, don't they?
That looks good. that and Vanderlins, they look pretty tidy. It's pretty impressive.
Absolutely.
Love the look of that car of Jonathan's. It does look tidy. It's pretty low slung, the body too, isn't it? You can kind of see John in there pretty good too as well. Oh, 000 up against a 006 of Pinkstone. You'd think, Andrew, well, I can cut a 006. Well, Jonathan can do a 000 at 810 at 159 for Monroe and a 749 at 177 for Pinkstone. But that is all about that 000 and a 006, which isn't good enough if it was racing.
No, that's incredible, isn't it? That's how tough it is. That's how brutal it can be. So
take that with you, Mr. Monroe. Take that with you for the Banksia Beach. Beautiful bribey.
We had 5 or 6 perfect lights in the first QDRC, so we've had our first one here today. Nice work to Jonathan Monroe.
So Peter Ilsley in the T bucket against the man, Mr. Modified, Lucas Holtz in the Mad Dog Motorsport Altered. Mr. Consistency. So Lucas Holtz, Peter is Ilsley. .009 for Holtz, a 0.36 for Ilsley. That's still a good light as well for Pete. Pete, an 8.47 at 150 in that really good looking T bucket, and a 9.14 at 145. 0.09 for Holtz.
It's on song, mate. It's on song.
Oh, yes. So Chris Street might be our final modified racer, I think, maybe. Not too sure. So Chris Reed in this tough little roadster.
So final call for testing. Our final call for testing. If you want to participate in this test session, I best you get a move on.
Because otherwise you don't get another test session until round 2. So if you're going to have a crack, you might want to get that car around now. So have a look what Chris Reed can run on his final qualifier number 3. Knijff Earthmoving Modified. 0.48, that's a good light there for Chris. Punch that roadster through for an 8.68 at 155. That's about right as well. So well done, Chris Reed. And that will bring the end to our modified qualifier number 3. That means we will be moving into, I do believe it'll be maybe QDRC Comp Bike. Is that right?
It is indeed, Terry. So from 4 wheels to 2 wheels, and from dial-in racing to performance racing. Be our final qualifying session before moving into racing for the rest of the afternoon, besides our testing passes.
So the Marshall Mountain Motors Suzuki of Dave Finlayson, the Shark Leathers, Bobby Schluter. So Bobby,
knocked 4/10 off her first pass.
Learning the trade.
Yeah, definitely. So exciting to see how she goes. She was an absolute rocket on the junior drag bike.
Both riders a little bit, leaving a little bit on the tree there, looking a little bit slow, but that's okay. And Dave will go through for a 9.06 at 158, and Bobby a 11.30. How good is that? Getting quicker and quicker.
That's it.
At 128, stepping up to it nicely is Schluter. So Ken Collin, Blair Pennington. Well, this will be a tough run because that's 7.85. Pennington's run right on that right on that, and the Harbour City Harley sponsored Suzuki. This doesn't sound right, but that is what it is. A Rascal Race Engines, of course, the Hayabusa of Ken Collin, gone under that 828 with a 776. So I reckon it'll just be a routine run there, maybe for Ken. He won't push it too hard. He'll just push it as hard as it needs to be, just to make sure the bike is feeling fine. Oh, how about I don't care what Terry says, a 774 at 171. And a 7, look at that, where Pennington's gone, well, there you go. I'm here to play as well. A 7 at 79 at 182. Both of them under those records.
Chris has got the AirPods in with the FM transmitter on 88 FM, and he just goes, take that, Terry.
Yeah, he is too. Thank you for that, Chris, for just proving me completely wrong. So that was Ken, you mean. So here comes Chris. So Chris is here on the other Rascal Race Engine Hayabusa, and Avina Ota, of course, in this really quick BMW. That is one fast bike, that thing of Aveen's. Let's see what he can get it to. He's off that 932, but I reckon already run a 9.0. But Chris Collins says, I'm out of here, 147 light. Have a look how he goes on that 807. A 793 at 167, and Aveen a 932 at 159 off that 932. So he's gone, hang on. I know where I need to be. Kind of.
Smack bang.
But he has gone under it, though. So.
He has.
So testing. If you have not made your way round to the lanes, you're probably going to miss out. So any more who need to do some testing before we go into our round one, which will be QDRC Outlaws. So you get to see some supercharged, turbocharged vehicles. But we need the testing vehicles to make their way round to the lanes. Pronto, please. So what do you reckon? You excited for this afternoon, Wade? It's going to be good, isn't it?
It's getting to the serious end of the day, isn't it?
And there's been some, the comp categories are always bringing it, because it's like, you know, that whatever category they decided to run in, these guys and girls just go, well, I'm going to give it a fair dinkum nudge.
Yeah, and they know, we just saw there from Aveen, didn't we? These guys know what they're running.
Yeah.
They know where they need to be. They know what they have to do. And if round one of QDRC was anything to go by, and the racing we saw there, it was tough. It was tough to make a final. There was competitors that got 3 wins from 3 rounds of racing. And you know what? It just wasn't enough to make a final.
Not enough.
I think in Junior Dragster we had something like six races that ended up on 3 wins.
Yeah.
And then it comes down to crunching some numbers from the final pass to who makes the final. Big wheels up from big competitor.
Yeah, we don't know. So, but that Ford is tidy. But just a big shout out to the Outlaws, QDRC Comp Bike, QDRC SuperComp. You are required in the lanes. So Outlaws, Comp Bike, SuperComp.
And then even with the racing, Terry, we saw a number of classes as well where there was multiple competitors on 2 wins. And even then we were trying to crunch numbers on who was closest to their dial-in and who had a good package and who didn't red light and who didn't break out.
And you and I and Mark were all sitting in the, actually it was Tiana, wasn't it? And we're sitting here and we're going, well, we don't have to make this decision. We can just throw it to the guys in the room next door, and we don't have to have any responsibility taken for it at all. So that's the way. And I like that when we can just go, nope, don't ask me, mate.
We'll go to the VAR.
Yeah, that's exactly
like any good ref these days.
No, I don't want to. I'm not. Don't ask, and you won't get an answer, because you don't know. To be honest, it's like it can come down to thousandths of a second, and you really have to. And you don't know sometimes if somebody's done something not right, or someone's, whatever. So there's a lot of things that go on in the officials room next door that we sometimes are not aware of. Sometimes if you do know, you can mention it, but sometimes you just go, oh, hang on, no, look. Oh, and talking to Patrick Barron this morning, and it's always the way, and we know this, and this is just something that we always talk about. If ever you want to know how someone is going in a competition, ask the racers, because they will tell you straight up. They will know exactly how people are going in the competition, because they know. The racers will know. No, he's not 4th. He's coming 3rd. I go, how do you know? Well, mate, I know.
If there's ever a championship
I know.
championship points hunt, the races definitely
Yep.
know who needs to be where when.
Exactly. So we're looking to see who's coming out for a bit more testing. So
But it's almost
see-
to get in the flavour of the Olympics. It's like in the diving when they sit the bronze medal person on the chair and they're anxiously waiting to see the other scores.
and they're sweating bullets going.
Yeah.
I hope
Is
this
it
guy
going to be
falls-
me on the
I
podium?
hope this
Is
guy
it-
falls off the off the board or something. You can. I'd like to know if you really could drill down. A lot of people say, "Oh no, I just wished him the best and I hoped he did well." That'd be rubbish. I reckon they'd be sitting there going, "I hope he trips over."
I was telling Mark this morning, anyone that watched the trampoline gymnastics last night, the Great Britain athlete who was in the gold medal position, there was one athlete to come and she stuffed it. She royally stuffed up the routine, and they cut to the Great British athlete who's won gold medal, and she's laughing.
Oh.
So,
and they'd be like, I hope you didn't catch that.
Yeah.
I hope you didn't catch that on camera. They're going like,
2 billion people just caught
I
that.
can't believe it. She's just given me the gold medal. Oh, that is brutal. Absolutely brutal. And a big shout out to Dave and Rissa down there from Drag Photos. So if everybody's watching today, of course, if you get on dragphotos.com.au, you will see some awesome coverage of a lot of the events that happen here at Willowbank Raceway. So jump on if you want to order any of the photos from there. Please feel free to, and get in contact with the guys at On Point Media Solutions as well if there's anything you need when it comes to merchandise and stuff like that as well. So we're still waiting to see how many more testing we've got coming through. We should have a few, Wade, to be honest. I can see Webby there in the Commodore.
Yeah, we had a good list of testing vehicles here today, and they're all going through their own programs, so we don't know what they might have ticked the box in the first pass or what they need to do, or they might go back to the workshop and come out to one of our upcoming test and tunes, which we have quite a number of here over the next short period of time.
Yeah. So we just had another reminder again there from Mark, and he's absolutely spot on, is that if you are actually sitting at home and you're watching the live stream, don't forget that before we go into the round one, that our good friends from Overtaking Lane will be rebooting the stream. So refresh, do whatever you have to do because they're refreshing it because it's been on for so many hours. Just a refresh, get back on it, and you can take in this afternoon's racing at your leisure. Now, Wade, in a perfect world, if you weren't commentating and you were sitting at home, how would you be watching this?
On the Overtaking Lane live stream.
No, but how would you be watching it?
How would
you be doing? What would you be doing? Because I know exactly. I'd be on the top deck at home, and I'd have a beer, and I'd have some peanuts, and I'd have my feet up, and I'd probably have the dog at my feet, and I'd be watching it going, have a listen to these commentators. God, they're terrible. They're not even funny.
Would you have your mates over, or would you just sit there and listen to it yourself?
No, I just would watch it on my own. I'm quite happy.
Or are you taking notes on the commentary for you?
No, I'm quite happy to be on my own to watch the drag. Well, you know what? If you're immersed in the racing, you don't need other people there. You just need me.
That's correct.
You just need me watching it because it's just you're enjoying it. Yep. And the commentary's always comical with depending on what track you're going to. Some of them might be a little bit bland, but most of the time the commentators that kick around Australia are pretty good. We generally have a pretty good. They're pretty light-hearted. They can drop in a few jokes here and there and have some good knowledge as well. So I don't. And I always like it when you do get to listen to Santa Pod. And when you see the Santa Pod, you go, the little Anglia, it's going really well. How good is that little thing?
They got their 30 diesel Volkswagens.
That's it. They're 20 Golfs. They're 28 Golfs. We've got a whole field of Golfs all running.
7.5 seconds.
Yeah, that's right. They're not slow. They're never. So it's always the English accents, and when you watch the Americans, and it's different again, and it's like, and you hear some of those regional tracks, and some of the guys, it looks like they've just dragged them out of the crowd to commentate. They have no idea. And I think he's dropped some oil. I don't know. And it's like you're going, well, how good is this? But let's get on with a bit of testing, ladies and gentlemen. We've still got a little bit more before we go into our round one of racing. And as I said, don't forget to reboot if you are at home. So that way you can get the the feed live and fresh.
But to answer your question, Terry, I reckon I'd be sitting at the back of my 75-inch Hisense TV.
Oh, look at
with,
you.
with an Esky next to me, and I reckon in about 45 minutes' time I'd be firing up the fire pit too. So.
Oh, look, you know what?
As we get into the evening session.
You've upped the ante on me, mate, with my beer and peanuts. I tell you, me looking at it on my device.
You should. Those that are listening on the overtaking lane, they should drop a comment and tell us how they're watching.
Yeah, because
we'll go through and read it. We'll go through and read the. We'll go through and read the comments.
I'd like to see. It's always interesting to see what people are doing out at home, and I don't know. As it gets into summer, do you have a pool party for drag racing? Do you get the big screen and you all sit around the pool with beers or whatever watching this? But needless to say, anyway, we get to see the fabulous Mr. Webby, Mr. Tony Webb. Let's see what he can do this time in this Commodore. Run it through for an 8.9 at 156 earlier. As it's got a tough little Tamana as well. Loads it up. As I said, this is testing, so we just see what he can do with it.
8.91 earlier today.
I reckon it might be around the same, I think.
Oh, there we go. Nudge a tenth and a half off.
8.78 at 155 miles an hour. Nice work there, Tony. So we've still got some more tests. And I did see the orange, the fabulous orange or red RX-8 of Sammy Afcal. Good to see Sam here. Got to love the rotors in the house. Kicked up a flame before. Wait, how was the flame on the rotor? It was about 4 metres.
Oh, you're talking about drag photos. I know they've got some photos of the flame from Jamboree's gone past where,
the flame
taller
is
than I
just
would be.
massive. That flame here in the middle of the day, that flame from that RX-8 was just sinister. It was pretty good. I'll tell you what, if you had had some marshmallows, even in the grassy area, you would have cooked them. So a big shout to everybody over in the grandstand. How are we all, folks? You know what? These guys have got it made. They could actually have the live stream as well on their device. And they could have it all covered.
Action replay. Straight after they see the pass, they go to the phone.
Because it's delayed by
about 10 seconds or so.
Yeah, because it's going to be delayed. And a big shout to everybody over there in the grassy area. Look at everybody all set up down there. All the way down. It's like everyone loves their viewing points differently, don't they, Wade? We've got the guys down further with the marquee, a little bit further down on the little car. But we've got the other couple right down the end. How are you guys?
You know what? I'm going to go and move that bin before the next event, because if that's someone's reference point, it's going to throw them out by about 10 metres.
Oh. I want you to do that. Here we go. We talk about a quick little four-cylinder in the house. We actually have one right here. Sam Kyprios, 3RZ powered Starlet. Big shout out to Mick, who's on the line there, lining Sam up. Mick, of course, the Mr. The man. He is. Oh, hang on, Mark's this one. Oh, we got the seating sheets. Whoa, I feel a little special now.
That means it's getting serious. There's paperwork getting thrown around.
Yeah, I'm thinking, what's going on here? But, yeah, let's see. Now, we did see Sammy run it through before, Mr. Kyprios, at a 7.188 at 192. So you can see Mick from Import Media lining Sam up in this tough little Starlet. 2 chutes tough. That's how tough it is. 7.188 at 192 for Sam. Let's see what Mr. Kyprios can do this time.
Normally if it gets out quick, it's going to be a pretty quick pass, and that looks pretty good, Terry.
That is quick. He's not backing out.
Oh,
Pulls the chutes. A 7.19 at 192 to back up a 7.18. There's why he's not running in SuperComp. He says, you know what, I'm protecting everything.
It's because he could run in Top Sportsman.
He could run in, yeah. Well, you know what, he's ready. He's getting ready for Jamboree. He wants to take it all. I don't blame him. Oh, here we go. One 3RZ to another 3RZ. The Fox Body Mustang of Nick Baxter. He's got a few things going for him, Nick. He's handsome. He can cook a mean breakfast. He's a top guy. So have a look at this. But this Fox Body, this is tough. 8.56 at 175 mile an hour out of that tiny little 4-cylinder. Now, as I said, look, Nick's campaigned a couple of different cars over the years. Been a regular to the was a regular to the street meets here for a lot of years as well. good to see the car here. How good does it look too? That is just, you know what? It's lighter than what it looks. I can tell you that. So let's see if Nick can better that 856. Well, he's going to test the top end, I reckon. Maybe he won't. So a 904 at 128. As I said, it's test. He's just giving it a little bit of a crack of a few different things. But then we bring the rotors into the house. So Sam Afcal in the mighty RX-8. Sound of a rotary. It warms my little rotary heart. Sammy, Sammy, Sam. How good does that thing look? Tough looking RX-8. Got it through to a 7.25 at 148, so we got off the pedal. But if he gets this thing down, if anybody was here before, the flame that Sam actually kicked out of that thing was probably about, I don't know, it was at least 2 metres high.
It was.
It was pretty impressive.
And the thing is, you don't need to be on the grassy mound side to see it either.
No, you don't.
We can see it from here. Those in the grandstand would have seen it.
We can see it from the tower. It's like, what?
Anyone want to check and make sure Rick's still got some eyebrows down there on the start line?
Yeah.
It's not in the splash zone.
No, that's right.
It's in the singe your eyelashes zone.
See Mr. Duffy lining Sammy up as well. There's a lot of drag racing brains again down there on the start line, which is really good to see. So Sam today in the race car. The Queensland Property Group Racing. How good is it to see this RX-8 here? Let's see what he can run this time round in his test before we go into racing for the round one. The RX-8 is angry, and Sam does not even left. He just said, I'm going through. 721 to back up that 725. 194 mile an hour out of that sensational little rotor.
Big improvement on speed. Not probably not too much in the ET department, but it was pretty lazy off the line, Terry. It's pretty soft.
Yeah, but you know what? It's testing. You know what? If you can get it right, and get it all sorted in testing, you're right. You'll be right on race day.
And regardless of our ears, we're blessed with the sound of a rotor.
And that makes my little heart very happy. We're supposed to have a couple in the. We're supposed to have Archie as well here today, but I don't know what happened. Maybe he might turn up a little bit later. I'm not too sure. I mean, when you're testing, we still have another couple of another test session at about 5 o'clock and at 7 o'clock. So we are probably not far off getting into our QDRC Outlaws round one. So as I said, if you are at home and you are on the overtaking lane live stream, make sure you reboot, because we are going to reboot the live stream so you get it nice and fresh.